I the man them down on site. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. If he got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive. I the man them down on site. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. But you waste your time. Don't back down, what's target? No fear, look in my eyes. Don't like it, do something about it. Don't like it, do something about it. I don't play kind. Victory's mine. Don't like it, do something about it. I don't play kind. Victory's mine. I don't play kind. Victory's mine. You're wasting your time.
सब कुछ इस चमचमाती ट्रॉफी के लिए हो रहा है. Everything now boils down to this particular trophy. केम छो अहमदाबाद. मजा आवे छे कि नहीं? All right, मजे तो अभी शुरू ही हुए हैं. मेरा नाम है रोहित वर्गीज एंड देखिए यहां पर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तो है ही और आज हमें एक नया चैंपियन मिलने वाला है. ये वही चैंपियन होने वाला है जो ये चमचमाती ट्रॉफी अपने हाथ ले जाएगा. वो कौन सी टीम होने वाली है? एनी गेसेस, एनी फेवरेट्स? All right, I can actually legit listen to all the 16 teams right now. तो देखिए बहुत सारी टीम्स यहां पर लाइंड अप हैं. तो आपकी फेवरेट टीम भी लाइंड अप है. एनी फेवरेट प्लेयर? या अगेन मुझे बहुत से नाम सुनाई दे रहे हैं. तो ऐसा करते हैं यहां पर एक एक करके आपकी फेवरेट टीम्स को इंट्रोड्यूस कर दें. यहां पर बुला दें. नहीं, आपकी इजाजत के बिना यहां पर कुछ नहीं होने वाला. इट्स ऑलवेज गोइंग टू बी योर परमिशन. अगर आप इजाजत देंगे तो यहां पर टीम्स को बुलाया जाएगा. तो अहमदाबाद बुला ले टीम्स को. सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है यार. ना टीम्स को सुनाई दे रहा है ना मुझे सुनाई दे रहा है. अहमदाबाद क्या कर रहे हो? टीम्स को बुलाएं कि नहीं? ऑल राइट, तो शुरू करते हैं. आप एक बार अपना गला साफ कर लीजिए. एक बार मेरे साथ करिए. करिए करिए थोड़ा. एक बार मेरे साथ करो. गला साफ करो क्योंकि आपको इनवाइट करने के लिए ना थोड़ा सा चीखना पड़ेगा. एक बार मेरे साथ गला साफ करो. करो. सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है अहमदाबाद. एक बार या आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आ रही है कि अगर आ रही है तो एक बार हाथ ऊपर कर दो. एक बार दिखा दो अपने सारे पोस्टर्स, अपने सारे बैनर्स. एक बार यहां पर भी अपने सारे पोस्टर्स, सारे बैनर्स दिखा दो. एक बार और ऊपर कर दो ताकि कैमरा भी इसको पकड़ ले. और एक बार आवाज भी कर दो. क्या बात है. हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में यह सबसे बड़ा लैन इवेंट है जिसके आप इस समय हिस्सा हैं. तो इस समय you are part of the history we are making right now. So let's have a huge round of applause for you people. Come on, make some noise. Okay. अब ऐसा लग रहा है कि अहमदाबाद तैयार है अपनी टीम्स को स्वागत करने के लिए. तो बुला लें. बुलाएं. ये पीछे जो है, जो लास्ट रो में एकदम अंगड़ाई लिए बैठे हैं, ये आप इस समय अपने मोबाइल पर नहीं देख रहे हैं. ये लाइव है यार. लाइव देख रहे हैं आप. तो एक बार वो जो पीछे वाले जो रोज के लोग हैं ना, एक बार आप लोग भी अपना बैनर दिखा दो. आप लोग भी एक बार चिल्ला के दिखा दो. ओए होए होए, दिल जीत लेते यार अहमदाबाद. All right, so now that we are ready, it's time to call our teams. So, team number 1. They are here to make a mark with their game. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise and welcome Team Insane! Alright, the next team, they are competing for the very first time in an official LAN event. तो एकदम प्यार से स्वागत कीजिए. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 8-Bit CS! They vibe strong, they play strong. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Growing Strong. ये जो अगली टीम है ये चिंगारी नहीं अपने गेम प्ले से आग लगाती है आग. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise and welcome Team X Spark. Ahmedabad, it is now time to make some noise and welcome our next team. It is Team HYDRA. With their game, they became the topic of all the news and all the talks. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise and welcome Team AUTOBOTZ. गुजरात अपने पड़ोसी महाराष्ट्र से एक टीम का स्वागत करने का टाइम आ चुका है. ऑल द वे फ्रॉम पुणे, मेक सम नॉइज फॉर टीम GENxFM. लीग गेम्स में इन्होंने कुछ ऐसा परफॉर्मेंस दिया कि बाकी कुछ टीम्स को रिएक्शन ऐसा देना पड़ा, याइक्स, क्योंकि ये है लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन टीम साइक. अब जो अगली टीम है, जब ये खेलते हैं तो बहुत बार ऐसा हुआ है कि सामने वाली टीमों को सब धुंधला नजर आया है. सो अहमदाबाद, मेक सम नॉइज एंड वेलकम टीम ब्लाइंड. Their vibe is new, their skills are new, and their attitude is new. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next team, Team Numen. they play together, they vibe together. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to call the next team, Team Together Esports. अहमदाबाद, आपने अभी तक जितनी भी एनर्जी बचा रखी है उसको अब अनलीश करने का टाइम आ चुका है. इट इज टाइम टू वेलकम आवर नेक्स्ट टीम. मेक सम नॉइज फॉर रेवेनेंट Esports. It's time to call our next team with a lot of love. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Team Glitch. It's time to call the Dominators. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Gladiators. Fourteen teams have already taken their positions. It is now time to call team number 15. Please make some noise and welcome Team Entity. अहमदाबाद, आपने अपना गला साफ किया था ना? गला साफ है, लेकिन अगली टीम की एंट्री के लिए आपको गले से आवाज नहीं, आपको अपने सोल से आवाज निकालनी पड़ेगी. अहमदाबाद, प्लीज मेक मोर नॉइज एंड वेलकम आवर डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस टीम सोल. The defending champions, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Soul once again. And इसी चमचमाती ट्रॉफी को पिछले साल टीम सोल घर लेकर गई थी, लेकिन इस बार they are defending this trophy. So it all boils down to the next 3 days. क्या टीम सोल वापस ये ट्रॉफी ले जाती है या बाकी बचे 15 टीमों में से कोई घर ले जाता है इस ट्रॉफी को? We will get to know that in a few days, in exactly 3 days to be precise. अब देखिए, अभी समय हमारी टीम्स अपनी पोजीशंस ले चुकी हैं, तो मैं चाहूंगा कि इस समय before we start the BGMI action, I would like to request everyone, जो यहाँ पर सब लोग हैं, please stand up for our national anthem before we begin all the games. ओके अहमदाबाद इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स के इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा लैन इवेंट है ये एंड अहमदाबाद से वी आर लाइव अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड फ्रॉम द एका स्टेडियम. तो एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ, जोरदार आवाजों के साथ पूरी दुनिया को बता देते हैं कि आप यहां पर आ चुके हैं. सो अहमदाबाद, प्लीज मेक सम नॉइज फॉर द वर्ल्ड. मेक सम नॉइज नाउ. एंड BGMI एक्शन तो स्टार्ट होगा, लेकिन यार मैं अपनी घड़ी लाना भूल गया हूं. कोई मुझे टाइम बता सकता है इस समय? टाइम क्या हो रहा है? टाइम क्या हो रहा है? हाँ, वो गलत है. इट इज टाइम फॉर BGMI एक्शन. बाकी टाइमों को हम लोग साइड में कर सकते हैं. तो इस समय इफ यू आर रेडी फॉर BGMI एक्शन, प्लीज मेक सम नॉइज. नो, यू नॉट रेडी? टीम्स आ गए यार. अब आप ही का इंतजार है. आप लोगों को चेयर करना है. एक बार जब आपकी फेवरेट टीम जीतेगी तो आप कैसे चिल्लाएंगे? एक बार अपनी टीम को चिल्ला के दिखा दीजिए. ऑल राइट, सो इट इज नाउ टाइम फॉर लाइव BGMI एक्शन right here from the Eka Stadium in Ahmedabad. So over to our amazing casters to take you through.
You know, I think, to be honest, there were a lot of hiccups for so many teams, to be honest. There are 96 top teams in the country coming together to kind of put together one of the biggest esports event. And I felt like there are so many teams who deserved that spot to be on this stage. But like I've said multiple times, only those 16 warriors are going to be battling it out. And like it seems like the atmosphere is way too electric right now.
Listen, man, I'm doing pretty good, but I'm not gonna lie, feels fantastic to be back. And considering this crowd, it's something that I've never witnessed before. Now, you guys might say even BGI was a big tournament, right? But no, this is something that I've never witnessed before. BMPS is supposed to be the biggest tournament that India's ever seen, and it is.
Absolutely. I mean, you know what, Necro, the best part about this is the fact that not only a huge amount of money is on the line, but also the fame and the claim, right? The Pro Series, possibly one of the biggest tournaments in the circuit so far. And let's just talk a little bit about the format. I mean, I think you know it already. We've had 96 teams who are divided into two groups, blue and red, out of which only the top 16 teams, out of 18 days of amazing action, managed to qualify for the grand finals. How excited are you, Necro?
Listen, man, talk about a brutal format. This cannot be any more brutal, man. Directly down to top 16 teams from 96. Now, that's a massive cutoff, but still, these guys have had a fair share of chance to compete against each other and showcase that skill level. Some of these teams have been performing remarkably, right? Like Team Insane, they have made a phenomenal comeback, and I'm so excited to see them perform today.
And of course, I mean, there's one more thing that we need to talk about, and that is how will these teams progress? It is by earning points in every single match that they play. Ladies and gentlemen, the points distribution structure, this is something that's going to remain the same from the league stages. In fact, for a long time, we have gotten used to it. You win a game, you get the chicken dinner, you walk away with 15 points for placement from that particular match. You finish second, you get 12 placement points. You finish third, you get 10 placement points. You finish fourth, you get 8, and so on. The points keep on dropping until you reach the 13th to the 16th position, where you get nothing for placement. But a reminder, every single finish in game is equal to 1 point.
You know, I think in the grand final specifically, I think the placement points are going to be the key. Teams will have to maintain that consistency, and I think that is where the finish points take a little bit of a backseat. But now it seems like we already have the schedule on our screens.
We have the schedule on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, and guess what? It is going to be 6 matches happening every single day for the next 3 days. Necro, that is 18 games, more than the teams had to qualify for the finals. How are you feeling about this?
I mean, listen, I feel fantastic considering now teams are actually going to get another chance to sort of prove themselves right. Now, I do understand in the previous format it was 96 teams and then we've cut down to 16, but at least these 16 teams will have the best chance to prove themselves, to make that champion. And considering Team Seoul is also the defending champions, they're going to have a lot of pressure.
Oh, the pressure is going to be there along with a bullseye on their back, because everyone is going to be eyeing out for the defending champions, Team Seoul, as we keep talking about them. But of course, we have to talk about the other teams and their journey and how they have made it through, namely Team Insane. What an insane run through the league stages. 8 chicken dinners in the 15 matches that they played.
Absolutely, and more importantly, so I think 4 chicken dinners in the last 5 games that they played. They were that one team who was so close to maintaining that 100% win record, which is possibly a magical moment in the history of BGMI, to be honest. But I want to know your thoughts, Negro. You've been talking about Team Ins, and I think you have sort of had an affection because the way they play, it definitely is electrifying.
Johnny would relate to me on this so much, is that I've been speaking to Johnny about this team since a long time. I've been saying since BGS as well, I felt like they did not really get a fair shot at the prize pool.
That is
so
true.
Unfortunately, they were not really able to make it. But now that they have gotten their footing inside the entire BMPS, I genuinely think that this team can be one of those teams that will be a possible contender.
We can believe in them all that we want to, right? But at the end of the day, what the team does on that stage will be the result that we will witness at the end of day 3, ladies and gentlemen. But for the matches to begin, we are going to head towards the matchup, see those 16 teams that will be playing, and guess what? The match will be commencing soon, so you guys don't have to wait any longer. But anyways, we were talking about Team Insane. There are a few other teams, and Necro, one of those teams is another squad that we were having a lot of conversations about during the BGIS itself, but unfortunately we did not get to see them in the finals of the BGIS. But now in this AKA arena, we get to witness them in action. I'm talking about GENxFM.
Oh yeah, GENxFM, another one of those teams that I would personally like to see. Now look, I am from Maharashtra, and of course that team is also from Maharashtra, so I'm going to be a little bit biased over here, but I'm not going to lie. GENxFM, they definitely do back a massive punch, but considering they're going against the top 16 teams in India, oh man, it's going to be super tough.
It is definitely going to be tough. I mean, there are 15 other teams that are going to be there in the same lobby to stop them, and look at the crowd. Imagine you show up to your first ever LAN in front of an audience that can't wait for the action to begin. Every single person present in this Eka arena right now is just excited for the matchup. And ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are in Ahmedabad, do make sure to drop down and join us in the Eka arena to witness the live action in the arena. And of course, there's going to be a lot of fun things happening side by side, but you'll only get to witness them if you are here with us.
Oh, here we go. Casual Soul fans once again rolling in, and the crowd getting excited and pumped up because, of course, they've got the camera on them.
Oh, is that for me?
Nah, that is not you, Johnny. That is not you, Johnny. But the problem is, it seems like majority of these people, they've kind of made their choices already. Which are the teams they are supporting? Have a look at that. I mean, you've got Team Xbox, you've got majority of the fans from Team Seoul. And why is Moe doing? What is Moe doing out there, Johnny?
An emotion that a lot of fans will feel at the end of 3 days, because not everyone will get an opportunity to lift the trophy. That is, I think, perfectly relatable for a lot of these teams at the end of 3 days, though, at the end of Sunday. But today, it's just day one. Today is when the action commences, and that in itself is a lot of pressure, because we all know a good start can also result in your dream becoming reality. But if your foot slips on that first step, it can be extremely difficult to recover.
Exactly, I think day one is going to be of prime importance, Necro. My personal belief is when you're playing a LAN finals, especially in front of a big crowd, you know you've got to maintain that leader right from day one. And that is one of the reasons why I feel the first couple of matches will be so important. Teams who kind of build up that lead in the early stages will be able to retain that, because I think massive amount of pressure gets relieved from their shoulders, doesn't it?
Of course it does. I mean, the first day is something that I've always been saying. It's to get rid of those jitters. And if these teams do successfully manage to get rid of those jitters, and if you find yourself on the top of the board, that's even like an icing on top of the cake.
That is definitely going to be an icing on the top of the cake. We have started calling this chef's kiss.
I mean, yesterday Salty just
why not salt on top of the cake?
Because that's old now. But anyways, talking about new things, right? We're talking about new teams, new players. There's one team that has been, well, everyone's been hoping that they lift a trophy, but they haven't really gotten that opportunity yet. But this time in this BMPS, right out of the gate, they did showcase what they're made of and what they're here to do. Blind Esports.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about them for a minute.
You know, Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, that sort of domination in the early stages of BMPS inside of week one specifically, it kind of felt like they were unstoppable, and I think they're going to bring that unstoppable force in action here as well. The players seem very confident.
Exactly. I mean, the confidence is definitely visible as the players stepped on the stage. But ladies and gentlemen, what will happen inside of the game? We'll find that out once the action commences. But for now, let's have a look at the teams. All 16 of them, in fact, that are about to drop into this game one. The map will be the map of Wrangle. We have Blind, Team Seoul, AUTOBOTZ, PSYCHE, GENxFM, HYDRA, GS Insane, GLITCHREBORN, Team Together Esports, 8-bit CS, Entity, Numen, Gladiators, Revenant, and last but not the least, the fan favorites, Xbox.
Oh, the fan favorites, he called them, but I would say Seoul is probably the fan favorite over
course,
here.
defending champions for a reason.
If you try to compare the fan base, then of course Seoul's going to be the most fan favorite. And as you also mentioned about the defending champions being over there, Seoul, they're definitely going to be feeling a lot of nerves, but I really want to see, for a lot of these teams, it's their first ever LAN event, I want to see how they perform.
A couple of names that we also have to talk about is Team Together Esports. Now, their run during the second week of the league stages was quite incredible, but also, Salty, would you agree that Team Together Esports are sort of wild cards, like you either just perform, go all in, or they just crumble apart?
You know, I think Team Together Esports, the best way to put them forward is dark horses. You never really know when they are going to snatch the game away from your grasp, and when they do so, they do it very calmly. You know, they don't really go in aggressive right in the early stages of the game, but sometimes you just feel like in those mid-game segments they will shift gears, and when they shift gears, they do not have the third, fourth and the fifth gear. They directly just rack up the sixth gear and finish everyone off. I think that is the momentum that I'm waiting for from Team Together Esports.
That is very true. I mean, me and Necro, I believe both of us can agree with what Salty just said. But guys, this is the English test, right? We don't make the norm, or we don't follow the norm. We make our own norms. We make our own rules. So, of course, before we jump into the match, it is a tradition for us to do predictions, right? Do you want to do predictions? Necro, what is your prediction for game one?
I'm going to go with Team Insane. I believe that they like to pack a lot of punch, at least off the bat. They like to kick things off in a fantastic way. I think so they will.
You believe in the 8 chicken dinners that they got during the league stages?
Of course. I mean, come on. They're 8 chicken dinners, dude. They're not even a joke.
Exactly. I mean, more than 50% win record, that in itself is historic in a battle royale game.
Exactly.
And it is definitely insane what they've been able to accomplish. But Salty, what is your prediction?
I'm going to go with stats. I'm going to go with a lot of historical proofs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go with Team X Spark because if you remember, every single time on BGIS, the first game of the day was won by Team X Spark. They have had phenomenal confidence, and the way they jump into games, it seems like that confidence is oozing from their bodies, and confidence I think plays a very important role in these early segments. So possibly my prediction, Team X Spark.
You said in the past the first game of the day they took it, but then you remember INKR?
Yeah, right. Now, INKR was again a different tournament. I was specifically referring to BGIS. Man, you came back on the desk and once again you started your roasting game, huh?
Necro came back with...
He said, I'm going to speak
Necro
about the
came back with
stats.
vengeance.
So I'm just bringing up the stats, man.
You came back with war on your mind today, I guess. But moving forward, I think since I am going to ask my own prediction, I think since Necro went with the consistency that was there for Team Insane, you said you went with history, I'm going to go with emotions, I'm going to go with Team Soul.
Of course, Johnny, you go.
I think Johnny is the man who is going to play with the crowd. If your voice was audible, I think everyone would have loved it. But the problem is, again, with defending champions, I think, like you said, right, a huge pressure on their shoulders and a huge bounty on their shoulders as well, on their heads. Because I think everyone knows exactly how Team Soul plays, and I think when a team would start analyzing on how to proceed in the BMPS, Team Soul will be the prime target. They will try and prepare those countermeasures right from the early stages. So it'll be a little tough for Team Soul, don't you think?
That is true, but considering the format that was there for the league stages, with groups changing every single map that you played, it was very difficult to plan out your strategies, and I believe that forced the teams to evolve and focus on the fundamentals of BGMI. And because of that, the top 5 teams that were there at the end of the league stages, I believe we are going to witness some insane action from their end. And of course, Insane was number 1, but Team Soul, they were able to breach inside the top 4 by the end of things.
I mean, that's the only weird thing, right? Whenever we say we're going to witness an insane action, then you just remember Team Insane. You're like, okay, that name team's already over there, so you might as well just say that Team Insane's going to play Insane because that's how the stats are looking like. Getting back to Team Soul conversation, though, once again, I believe they like to play pretty passive sometimes, and that can actually bite them in the foot as well if they keep on playing that way, considering a lot of teams might have done their research.
Yeah, that is actually true, and it can happen. I mean, if teams are able to predict or work out where exactly Team Soul is going, or any other team for that matter, it can become a challenge for them, especially in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game, to get that loot in, to get the early start. They might lose a few players, but again, it does bring the adaptability of the fundamentals of BGMI. How quickly can you recover? Can you play the game with just 2 players in it? Can you play for survival instead of just running towards the action? But talking about the action, I mean, there were individuals who were just phenomenal based on their individual mechanics, individual skills, just outplaying the competition. We witnessed some incredible clutches. Let's not forget, Dorora is there. That 1v6 clutch for the chicken dinner that we got to witness in the final week. Salty, that was phenomenal.
I went berserk that game. I still remember. I think it was growing strong. The first team to kind of charge up against Dora OP. A 1v3, it's fine. We know a 1v3 is still okay. Man just spots out the rest of the 3 players out in the open, out in the wild, just finishes them off without breaking a sweat. And Dora, I spoke to him the other day. He's like, yeah, man, it's all cool.
I mean, listen, man's got some eagle eyes. What can you say? He's got some eagle eyes, and he's actually doing a fantastic job in spotting the opponents, too. Now, you brought up a name a while ago, Growing Strong. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
I mean, Growing Strong is another interesting team. You have 2 players who are just gifted mechanically. But again, I mean, the one problem that we witnessed, especially during the later weeks, was the fact that if these 2 lads are picked off, then the team also fall apart.
Yes, I'm specifically talking, I think you're specifically talking about Godbot and Sparky. These 2 players have been absolutely brilliant. But I think Godbot, the way he has grown from BGIS to BMPS right now, his firepower still remains the same. But that man, I think, takes a lot more responsibility on his shoulders.
Exactly.
Tries to stay alive till the ending stages. And that has continued helping Growing Strong, not just in the first week, but also in the second week and the third week.
I mean, listen, Growing Strong, back when I remember them in BGIs, these guys were one of those teams that we all were looking forward to. They surprised all of us with their performance. Now I want to see what they've got in the grand finals over here, because even they're going to be feeling a lot of nerves.
My God, I mean, you look at their faces, look at the players, and you can tell how nervous they are, the pressure. Look at that, looking at the crowd. I mean, that is not going to help. You see, I can't even count how many people are there. I'm losing a track of how many people are there. What do you think,
Salty? Why would you even try to count?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
There's
7.
a lot of them.
There's a lot of them. I'm just going to
Too many.
leave it to the rest of the All right, let's put an estimate. I think we approximately have about 5,000 people in the stadium already.
I think that has to be 5 grand.
Guys, we just saw Team Entity in front of us, and this is a team that can be a really good part of the conversation. Speaking about Entity, we have seen their downfall as well.
Yes.
They were not getting anything in their hands, but now they're finally back in the grand finals.
They are, and they barely made it through, just on that 15th position. I thought Entity was going to slip out of the top 16, but luckily for them, that last game kept them inside the bracket, and because of that, we see them in the finals. And one man who was responsible for getting this team to this stage has to be Gamla Boy.
Absolutely. I think Gamla Boy has been phenomenal. Necro, be it his survival skills or his fighting skills, man has been absolute maniac with the nades. He's been so crucial and quintessential with the heal battles. We still remember the maps of Vikendi and Sanhok, where his heal battles just absolutely destroyed the opposition. So I think Gamla Boy has sort of picked Entity up together, but I'm going to be looking out for Somraj because this man is here with vengeance.
And not just that, those 2 new additions, I guess, even those little tweaks, that has definitely helped them a little bit.
Well, those tweaks, we're going to see how many tweaks are going to be needed for the finals. Because again, as we said, even during the league stages, they almost slipped out of the top 16. It was an uncomfortable qualification position, especially considering the caliber of players that they have. And Somraj and Gamla Boy, so much experience on these players. But there's one thing that Salty mentioned that I would like to bring this conversation towards, making a comeback with a vengeance. And we know there's a man that holds this emotion of vengeance close to his heart. It is going to be Sensei from the side of Revenant, and Revenant, we've seen them evolve. They've taken a phenomenal form and they look extremely deadly coming into the grand finals. What are your thoughts, Necro, on Revenant?
I mean, Revenant Esports, once again, another consistent team that has been trying their best to stay consistent, but in the grand finals, they tend to fall off. I hope that's not going to be the case over here too, Johnny, because Revenant Esports, they have definitely showcased a lot of shines off those chokes, and I hope they have gone over, they have patched up all those signs.
That man signs upside down, needs to fix that. Does he realize? No, he doesn't realize that, but it's completely fine. We know what he was saying. But again, as we mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, electricity in the arena, of course. And are we waiting for the buddy cam? Is that the buddy cam?
Exactly. I was thinking, like, is this the buddy cam that Rohit was talking about initially at the start of the day? But it seems like the audience, they've got to do something exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to try and pump up the crowd a little bit from our end as well. And
that was the buddy cam?
If you guys want to help us out, drop down in the Eka Arena in Ahmedabad. If you are in Ahmedabad, make sure you come join us for the action, for the excitement. We're going to have some fun, of course. But for now, I think these fans, they are just waiting for the action to begin. Go, 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 Goblin.
They certainly are. And I kind of remember the response that I got when I asked the crowd, right, is Goblin going to be the MVP of the tournament? And everyone believes, right? We've seen Goblin kind of grow into the top 5 players. Obviously, GODBOT still has the lead for 7 finishes, but Goblin, he's making that charge up at the top. So I think that is possible.
That man is doing multiple things at the same time, has a sign up in the air, screaming while he's on the phone. So you can understand the emotions the crowd, the audience is going through right now, and this is not going to settle anytime soon, ladies and gentlemen.
This is our buddy cam.
Oh, this is our buddy cam. Yes. So what are we doing here?
I mean, nothing. We're like a little family that's over here and just waiting for the game to start. I'm pretty sure it is booting up in the back end, so the players are probably joining the lobby, but you pretty much asked us for our predictions as well. I went with Team Insane, but I genuinely think there's one team that we haven't really spoken about. That is Team 8-Bit XCS.
Of course. 8-Bit CS. I mean, we've seen the journey. It was filled with a lot of ups and downs, but still managing to qualify. And it is going to be incredible to see what performance they bring to the finals.
I think Team 8-Bit CS, specifically Necro, they are in red hot form inside of week 3, especially that comeback, right? 2 consistent games, they were on the verge of elimination, but when the time actually mattered, the experience of this team put together, I think that was in prime display. And I have been talking about this inside of week 3 as well. The momentum that you derive inside of week 3 leads to peaking in the grand finals. Teams performing in week 3, especially 8-Bit CS, will be the ones to look out for.
But you have to agree on this. Before we began that final week, all of us were concerned about 8-Bit CS and Numen as well. We haven't spoken much about them because Numen also was in a similar situation. Before the last week began, we saw 8-Bit and Numen right next to each other, nowhere close to the top 16. But that final push in the last 5 games, helping them through in the top 16. Necro, this journey, if you were one of the players in Numen right now, sitting on that stage, what would go through your head?
I mean, listen, at that point, I wouldn't even be concerned at all because I'm Numen Gaming. I have been through a lot of this stuff, so it's completely fine. It's completely okay because Numen Gaming, we have known, they're quite known for the comeback stories inside the Grand Final, so I hope Numen Gaming, they're going to make that happen once again. Yeah, barely squeezing it through in the Grand Finals, especially when the wind is 9-year sails. It is going to be a tough one, but they're the professionals, man. They have been over here time and time again.
Yeah, true. And I guess if you guys are just getting a little bored looking at us, well, we're going to go back to the crowd, see what interesting signs we get to witness this time around. Again, Salty, just to confirm, this is the body cam, right?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
No,
we'll
it's,
never
not,
find
it's not
out.
the buddy cam. It's
the
just
crowd
the
cam.
crowd cam.
Ooh.
Yeah. This is the buddy cam right
Oh!
now. That's the buddy cam.
Do you think
On
those
the
are
big
friends?
screen, boys.
I like that chemistry going on there.
Yeah.
Maisie prediction OP. Can we get that man and confirm if he actually believes that?
I mean, I think he
that
means that in a sarcastic way.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
I think everyone does, but it's been historic, the predictions that our lovely colleague makes over on the Hindi desk. But anyways, we're going to be back on cam soon, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. And as we are back, we will continue the discussion about the teams. Another team that we will have to talk about is a surprise entry, but still in a very comfortable position. On the 8th position, we had PSYCHE qualifying for the finals. PSYCHE is a team with a nice little mix of veterans and new players. We saw Orzi was in an incredible form throughout the entire 3 weeks, and of course Striker being part of the team does bring in that extra bit of experience that the team needs.
Exactly. I think Team PSYCHE, as a matter of fact, they've been very consistent. I think they've been the most consistent team throughout the 18 days of the competition. And the only thing which remains to be seen right now is they certainly have played LANs before, but a LAN of this caliber, Necro, I think that is where Team PSYCHE might suffer because it seems like their firepower, it might just be a little lackluster.
Now listen, I'm going to bring in a little bit of flashbacks. If you remember Saad from Team PSYCHE.
Oh yeah.
That guy, we know that Miramar play that he pulled off. He just completely shattered a team's win. He shattered that team's hopes to go in the Grand Finals. So Saad, Team PSYCHE, they have got a decent history in the BGI, so I genuinely think so. If they have made it over here in a consistent manner, they should be able to take this one as well. But I genuinely think so that the competition's going to be really tough. So Team PSYCHE, they might as well try to stay consistent, at least on the day one.
Exactly. You start day one on a good note, and that will help you build the momentum, at least for the first day. And of course, let's not forget, 6 matches happening every single day, 18 games in total, to bring yourself closer to the trophy step by step, ladies and gentlemen. And we are about to take that first step into that first game. The map of Erangel will be on our screens. I hope you guys are prepared for the action to begin. But with that being said, let's have one last look at the teams and see if the players are ready. By the way, are you two guys all prepared for this match?
Of course, I am born ready, Johnny. You know me. I've got the young energy. You know I'm the young gun inside the caster's pool, so I've got that energy. Even Salty's over there.
Yeah, exactly,
Don't
man.
look at me that way. But ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the first game of BMPS. This is going to be the first ever time where we're going to kick things off. The plane's going to be hitting the skies as well as the plane flat pad starts all the way from Novorupnoy towards the opposite side, which is going to be Georgiapol.
You know, I'm completely in love with this flight path, to be honest, because it covers so much variety. It does have so much stress on that military base island. You've got majority of that control towards that main island as well. So I think majority of the teams will be fine, but the only places which are going to be completely alienated will be the Severny region, the Yasnaya Polyana region, as well as the Kameshki region. I'm still looking for those drop collisions, Necro, as of now, but it seems like Gladiators, they're not going to move much. They're going to play in from the military base itself. I wonder how many teams will drop down to challenge them.
I mean, look, speak about dropping down. Right now we've got, of course, Gladiators dropping all the way towards down south, which is the military base. That's where they like to kick things off. Revenant Esports dropping towards Milta, as usual. It's sort of like their comfort zone. Then you've also got another team that's quite next to them. Now look, this might just be a little bit of potential clash that we might witness. And speak about the clash, man. I mean, considering even towards Georgiapol, we've got a couple of more teams just moving in towards that. TTE, this is a team that I really want you to speak about.
And to be honest, I think Team Together Esports, they shouldn't really take those early battles. kind of puts them in a very precarious spot, especially against teams like 8-bit CS and Numen who are proceeding their way. But as of now...
Oh, no.
Oh, wait. We do have some early game action. It seems like Entity, they're going to run away from this situation.
Yeah, well, Troy's got no intentions of taking this fight. This early collision, he knows if he actually gets engaged in a fight, it's not going to end out well even for his team. And considering it's Entity Gaming, they have tasted that sweet success in the past, but they do not want to let that go away. So Entity Gaming, they need to take slow and cautious steps. They're currently inside PSYCHE. They're looking pretty comfortable.
They certainly are comfortable, and I understand what Troy exactly wanted to do, right? Retrieve that vehicle, try and get some extra information as well, ride around that PSYCHE region. And Team Entity always do that to try and cover out, because PSYCHE is almost the center of the map, Necro. And it seems like majority of the teams, this is going to be a high traffic area for them. It's always wise enough for Team Entity to just kind of let one player loose, get the information of who is rotating where, and then try and understand if there are going to be potential collisions happening. But we do have Team Insane on our screens right now. I mean, you've spoken a lot about them. I've spoken a lot about them. Johnny has spoken a lot about them. I'm really excited to find out what this team is going to bring on board, because with 8 chicken dinners from the league stage, I think they will be one of the prime targets, don't you think so, Necro?
I can safely say that this is the most aggressive team currently the lobby has to offer. We know what they're capable of. They pretty much rely on their mechanics the whole time, and that's what has been working out for them. So I might as well say that, okay, yeah, keep on doing what you guys feel comfortable with. But then we've got the players of Blind Esports in front of us, a team that has a good mixture of both mechanical and skills. And this time, almost catching a team at the front, off guard, while they try to make that rotation growing strong. It's such a bad spot currently. They're just getting mowed down by the players of Blind Esports. A constant barrage of bullets. It's something that's really making them hurt. But Blind Esports do not really want to overextend inside the situation.
And I think Blind Esports were denied control in that particular fight. As soon as Growing Strong got into this compound, they knew what needs to be done, right? They regrouped forces. All 4 of them were together. They had the control of this entire hard cover as well. So Blind knew that this is not a risk worth taking, and therefore they're going to go back on their merry path. And even Growing Strong, I've told you, right, this team has sort of transitioned into a very more matured unit, just on their merry way right now, just trying to kind of roam around. But we've got the circle, Necro, right in front of us. Stage 1 has dropped. No potential collisions as of yet, because this is one of the most basic mainland circles, and what a better way to start things off. But now look at this. It seems like PSYCHE is in some trouble.
Wait, AUTOBOTZ, they've got no clue that one single man from Team Together Esports is in that building. And PSYCHE might as well just be able to slip away with his life, I guess. AUTOBOTZ with no clue. So at least for now, he can't clearly say that Team Together Esports, they're in a really good and a comfort zone. But speaking of that, still not even trying to move an inch. If he makes even a little bit of sound, PSYCHE, that might just be it.
I think.
But Team Together Esports, the cavalry's here, the backup's over here.
But they can't really approach this fight, right? Because PSYCHE's position has still not been spotted. Smoke's already been deployed by AUTOBOTZ, and it seems like they kind of have an awareness of what exactly is going on. But pinpointing PSYCHE's location has not been working out for them. AUTOBOTZ, they're on a manhunt right now, Necro.
Indeed they are. AUTOBOTZ, unfortunately for them, even though they are on a manhunt, they do not exactly know where the man is. PSYCHE stands back up, now crouches back once again, waiting for the opponent to just move in through that doorway. But that's not going to be the case. Mr. Spray, he does not realize how lucky he is, because he walks in through that doorway and maybe gets shut down instantly. But PSYCHE, once again, is looking pretty safe and sound. But here we go. They've got a clue. They know PSYCHE's up top. And now they're also looking for to toss that nade. PSYCHE, a good read from this man. Gonna move back in the nick of time. Mr. Spray still keeps on pushing on the charges, but it's not gonna matter. It's the shotgun in the front. S12K clicks in, shuts down the first man of Team Together Esports. PSYCHE goes down. The confirmation to follow it up.
Absolutely, but Team Together Esports, are they going to back him up? Are they going to seek revenge? Is going to be the question, of course. But look at Team AUTOBOTZ. They are already on their merry move. They know exactly that the rest of the cavalry has arrived as well. So it's better. It's a better decision to just move away from the situation. The first pick of the grand finals of BMPS goes to AUTOBOTZ. And Necro, Rico is one of those players who is moving up the ladder as well for the MVP standings.
Indeed. And especially when you are on those standings, you really need to perform consistently. You need to let those elimination points flow in. Before now, we've got Team Seoul on the screens. And as soon as you see Team Seoul on the screen, the crowd just goes wild. Fan favorites, of course, and also the defending champions. So much to live up to. They've got so many people eyeing on them.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think these players, they've sort of learned how to play with that pressure, because every time they step on the battlegrounds, they know what is at stakes. They know what is the respect that they get from the community, and they always want to give it back. And it seems like the defending champions this time, they not only have the pressure of the fans, but also the title that they won last year. They will obviously want to kind of double it up, win a single or one-sided tournament, but it'll never be the case, especially when you have so many big names inside of the competition. But once again, we do have the map in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. And this is very exciting. One team, of course, I am concerned about is going to be Team Together Esports. They've lost their first player. Now they're still in Zarki. And right now, it seems like they will start getting electrocuted by the Blue Zone. It's still stage 1, Necro, so I don't think they are in some troubles. But the only thing that I'm concerned about is how do they find that entrance at the circle with AUTOBOTZ and Numen in those Georgopol areas.
Speaking about the circle, yeah, of course, they're not going to have any type of issue. And even inside Georgopol, I would say Numen Gaming is pretty comfortable. They're not going to have any type of issues. AUTOBOTZ, I mean, speaking of them, they're all the way up north towards the apartment, so even no issues over there. Numen Gaming, they're going to have a smooth sailing whatsoever. Before now, we've got Team Seoul taking shots against Entity. These guys are way too far away, and just with the red dot, next to impossible to connect those.
Team Seoul, I kind of like their approach as well. They dropped down in Gatka, now they are slowly proceeding towards the PSYCHE regions, just capturing compounds right next to them. But I think considering they already have the central zones already, they don't really have the compulsion to move. And every single team, be it Entity, be it Team Seoul, Team Xbox, even Numen as a matter of fact, they're playing a very closed game as of now. They're not exploring way too much, apart from Team PSYCHE, who's just made their move from the Novo Bridge on towards the main island. But we've got something very exciting happening on our map. I mean, Gladiators, look at this. Delta PG is still inside of the blue, while the rest of the 3 players, they are trying to make a move. What exactly is happening, Necro?
I mean, maybe a little bit of a strategic change, I guess. Delta PG was probably a little bit too busy looting up, so maybe that's why he's left back. But again, they're going to be together when it comes to leaving that island. So no issues whatsoever as long as they're going to find that regroup point. But speaking about the circle shift too, shifted down south a little bit, but no issues over there as well, because the centric point's now going to be right underneath PSYCHE. That means even teams like Team Entity will have no issues to sort of crawl on towards that centric spot.
Hey,
but Numen Gaming, they're now starting to breach in that line as well, so that means they are going to have a couple of foes in the front.
Exactly right, and Team Numen Gaming, they have completely leapfrogged the likes of Team Seoul as well as Entity, who were in that position. I kind of doubt what sort of a strategy would they be awaiting, because this movement, this sort of erratic movement inside the circle, it attracts attention, and Team Seoul, they've got their attention already. Shots were fired. Omega is gonna be hot on their tails to try and understand what exactly is Team Numen doing, but it seems like Team Seoul, they've disengaged. They only want that information. They do not have any fighting blood. Buggy Omega, I think he's got to kind of work on that driving skills, has he?
No, maybe he was just looking at the map and driving because of that. You can't really say that Omega is a bad driver, right?
Hey,
I mean, he's a professional player. I wouldn't really say that he's a bad
we've
driver.
had pretty bad driving throughout the tournament, Necro.
I mean, some players, right? They like to focus on the gunpowder more than driving, so I guess driving is an aspect. It's a mechanic that's left out, but it's completely fine now. Now we've got 8-bit in front of us. Even this isn't one of those teams that really want to see how they're going to be finding that breaching point inside the circle. They've actually already found that. Now they're probably going to try to get as close as possible to their centric spot.
You know, that is the problem exactly, Necro. So many teams just marching towards the centric spot. I am doubtful how much of it will be peaceful, to be honest, because the player density all around the shoreline, the pancake region that we call in, right on the southern shoreline of the main island, I think that is extremely crowded at this point.
Well, I mean, speaking of that, I mean, still, Numen Gaming in front of us. Just tying out the players. Clutch God just traversing away. In general, I like the fact that Numen Gaming, they have one man outside the compound who is just scouting the surroundings, and then the rest of the team who's sitting inside the compound who's getting all that information from Clutch God.
Oh my goodness, look at the crowd roaring right behind us. They're always at our tails, but look at this, Team HYDRA Esports, they finally spotted. It seems like the likes of Growing Strong. I mean, Growing Strong for them, early fights have always been a forte, but HYDRA Esports, this team kind of showed us especially how to make starts inside of BMPS. The league stage specifically, looking to see if this team can kind of recreate the same form. Look at the radar, Necro. Look at how close the frontliners are, especially Dora OP. And if this man gets a line of sight, I am pretty sure he's going to open fire.
And he should. That can be a free chance to get the knockout and also get the early hand advantage inside the fight. And Growing Strong on top of the mountain, just scouting out the surroundings, makes a lot of sense. They know there's a threat available quite close to them, so might as well be as perspicacious as possible. The next circle shift's going to hit the deck, ladies and gentlemen. Shifts up a little bit to the right side.
Yeah.
And that means Growing Strong is going to be in a really solid position.
They certainly will be in a solid position, but I think the next plan of action is to eliminate and exterminate HYDRA Esports from that location. Because have a look at that, right? With HYDRA being eliminated, Growing Strong is going to control the entirety of that eastern shoreline of the circle, and majority of the cavalry coming in from the western side. It just goes to show that Growing Strong will have the lead up front. HYDRA Esports on the other side can kind of fall back and still control the shorelines for a couple of more iterations of the circle. I'm just wondering how easy of it is it for GLITCHxREBORN as well as Team Together Esports, because that northern part is completely empty.
It is empty, but it's still not going to be that easy. Especially when there's 3 teams eyeing the same spot out. Look at that. Even behind them is the players of AUTOBOTZ, so it's not going to be easy at all. Unfortunately for AUTOBOTZ, there's a chance they can be held back before now. Speaking about the chances, Team Seoul, they've got the sights locked on the players of 8-Bit. This can be an interesting one. Shot! But Leo, he keeps it moving backwards with that buggy. He knows if he stops even for a second, that might just be it to his lifeline. But at least now Team Seoul's position's compromised.
They certainly have given it away, but Team 8-Bit, they're going to instantly fall back. Look at them get back on their vehicles, but Team Seoul is charging right next to them. And this is what we love to watch, don't we? 2 teams just hot on their tails, but seems like there is that invisible peace treaty. Nobody wants to take that early fight, Necro. Nobody wants to commit in those early fights, because everybody knows the risk, right, of getting eliminated, losing men. The advantage in the early stages, it's still stage 3. We still have 63 players alive. And slowly and steadily, 8-Bit CS, having moved away from that region, they sort of now held themselves on that western shoreline. Multiple teams are going to be against them, Blind specifically.
Indeed they are. I mean, in the front, it's the players of Numen Gaming. Numen Gaming's actually looking so cozy in that spot. They found a really nice compound, all the 4 players in that one. And yeah, it's just looking really cozy and comfy. For now, we've got Entity Gaming in front of us. Still trying to find that breaching point. They know that there's a team in the front line, so they cannot just move in like that. They need to find a spot that is not contested by any of their teams. But Entity, they're also tanking a lot of damage. And unfortunately for Troy, he's got no meds.
I think in terms of the inventory, Team Entity, they've kind of given it away, especially since they were looting in the northern hemisphere. But now I think I like what they are doing so far. Making a longer rotation, making the diversion, and now proceeding from the school region, injecting themselves inside the circle. There is going to be no sort of contestation whatsoever, but problems are going to amplify as, ladies and gentlemen, the circle, it moves towards that farm region. And now all of a sudden, Team Blind, I think they will have their job cut out. Manya, you can spot him, how far is he from his team itself. For him, I think it's all about getting that information, securing that information, and bringing it back with his Blind. They've played a very defensive game so far, don't you think so, Necro?
They indeed have. And I guess it's just the first game. That's why Blind doesn't exactly know how the feeling's going to be looking like for the entire lane. So Blind Esports, they're just taking things a little bit slow. They want to start off with a great note, and that's why maybe they're not really going for a lot of those aggressive plays, and they're just playing quite passive. But Numen Gaming 2 in the compound, and you've also got 8-Bit Team Insane right next to him. This can be a clash that will be worth watching. Team Insane, they straight up just ran their recall against the players of Growing Strong. DBS to the face, and of course Growing Strong. Now they're going to start a struggle, but even the man from the side of Growing Strong, Godfather's got his hands up, but he's not quick enough to react. The man goes down, Growing Strong on the verge of getting picked off inside the first game.
Absolutely, Team Insane just going berserk in this one. They've lost Jazzy in the close quarters, but the rest of the players, they'll have to kind of back up if they want to retain that man advantage. But in the back lines, look at this. The rest of the players from Growing Strong, they're still duking it out against Team Psych. And Team Psych will be looking to make an impact with 2 bodies out already. We've spoken about this already. Growing Strong, they are hurt by a massive margin.
They indeed are. It's like getting hit by a massive rock. And Team Insane, they've made sure that this execution was flawless. Growing Strong on the verge of getting eliminated with only 2 players alive. This is now going to be stacking up so much pressure on those 2 guys. But let's see how they're going to deal with that pressure. Because even 2 men, they're more than enough to change things around. Even for HYDRA, they've just got 2 players alive. Team Soul out in the open action, gets knocked out. Psych is the one taking shots against him. Omega knocks still over there. Still prone inside the smokes. This circle is really challenging the teams to find that comfort zone.
Exactly, and especially the teams from the southern region, right? Team Xpark completely out there in the shoreline. There's going to be no cover whatsoever, and so much pressure dished out against Team Shoal. It does not seem like they are in a healthy spot. Akshat is going to bite the dust as well. But look at the backlines. So many teams coming together. You've got Gladiators, you've got Team Soul, you've got Revenant, you've got Xpark. Everyone out in the open just trying to make a survival. Meanwhile, Team Psych in prime spot holding those compounds. They have such a complete control on the circle right now.
Indeed they do. Spray God's getting chipped away. There's no way it's going to be back up on his feet. So Team Xpark in world of trouble. Sarang is right next to that buggy. The Rabbit comes in. Justin gets knocked out. Gladiator Esports. This is not really a good way to start this fight, but it's complete fine. They've got each other's back. The team play is something that really works in fine for the players of Gladiator Esports. But look at this. Now they're starting to get picked up, even by the players of Revenant Esports. From the far away, Revenant, they really want a piece of this cake. They want a third part in this entire situation. Gladiator, this might just be it for them.
This might just be it, and the nade has been tossed in. Justin has been engulfed. Delta PG just holding his life on a matter of a thread right behind this tree, but he's been spotted. Apollo is charging right next to it. Necro, it's all a game of timing, and Revenant Esports timed their third-party action to perfection. Gladiators, the defending champions of BGIS, they have been taken out of the game in a matter of a flash, but now the circle has moved on. The game is going to proceed, and I think Revenant Esports, they understand what they have done. They've completely secured that southern front. Now they're going to make a longer rotation to right from the right-hand side. They're going to find that empty spot and inject themselves inside the circle. This is absolutely genius from Sensei.
That is, but look at Team Insane as well. They have been playing so passive. This is not likely by Team Insane. This is so uncharacteristic from them. And Team Insane, considering they're in a really safe spot, I would like to call them the Alligators. You know what the Alligators do? They just wait for the right moment to strike. When the prey's way too close to them, that's when the Alligators strike. But for now, AUTOBOTZ. Oh, shots were taken against the opponents. In the front's going to be the players of GLITCHxREBORN, a little bit out of reach. That's why looking forward to toss those nades. Maybe it's going to find the connection, but still, GLITCHxREBORN, I like the presence of mind from these guys.
AUTOBOTZ, as a matter of fact, on the other side. But now look at this. Entity. Troy was under so much pressure, but Blind just let him go. How is this possible, Necro? I have no clue what exactly happened. Troy saw his life flash from his ears, and now it's Sue! How did he manage to miss that?
Oh, Sue! But finally he finds that knock on Ronnie. Blind Esports, such a blunderous start to this endgame. Entity with the high ground, of course, raining down death and destruction against the opponent. Even AUTOBOTZ now are going to be on the receiving end, and this is where Entity might just prevail. In the front is one last man of AUTOBOTZ, Mr. Spray, and he will try his best to keep his team alive inside the game. Now closes in towards his fallen teammates, going for the resurrection as well. Even in the clothesline's going to be the players of Growing Strong. AUTOBOTZ is in a sandwich situation.
as so much utility has been tossed in against AUTOBOTZ. I barely doubt this team is going to survive. On one side, there is GLITCHxREBORN. Their landmass is burning and their house has been crumbling like a house of cards, ladies and gentlemen. But look at this, GLITCHxREBORN. They've done one thing perfectly. They have extinguished the likes of Team Entity as well as AUTOBOTZ. But now Entity, they're also under fire.
It's an absolute bombardment of nades inside that shack, and the entirety of opponents just blow to smithereens. Kamala Boy falls down, and this is going to be a go call that the players of GLITCHxREBORN desperately needed. And now, as they found that opening against the players of Entity, they really want to press on the charges. They really want to press the buttons.
Oh, I like this.
Nade tossed in, and that's it. One single nade finds a two-piece. Entity Gaming out of the lobby as well.
Absolutely, GLITCHxREBORN. They have certainly reborn themselves inside the competition. Look at this, 9 finishes already, and they are looking so strong. They have so much control on the northern front, but 2 players from Blind Esports, they're still waiting in the backlines. I just hope the GLITCHx have that idea, S power in that little dip, and I think there is another friend of his in the form of Nakul, holding on to his ridge, holding on to that little piece of cover that they have. It's not going to be safe. And look at how MJ is surviving. Man in the middle of nowhere, 1 smoke, that's all he's got. But he's still holding on to his dear life. 8 teams and 24 players still alive.
Feel the silence. And soon enough, it's going to break out into an all-out war. Because Team PSYCHE, right next to them, another team, which is the players of GENxFM, even they need to step inside the safe zone. Oh, it's the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. And speak about the storm, one of the players from GENxFM getting caught into that. There was the confirmation too, but still GENxFM, they've got 3 players on the board, so they can play this one safe and sound. But now Team PSYCHE's on a move. They want to close inside the circle. They're actually going to find the breaching point too.
Oh no!
But over here, 8-Bit, they clash against the players of GLITCHxREBORN. The first man's taken down. Duke is down and confirmed.
And it's perfectly fine for GLITCHx, but now they're slowly kind of giving into the pressure. Even Romanoji under so much pressure, man did not spot him, and now he's been down and out. This is disastrous for GLITCHxREBORN. We were talking about how they lacked information from the backlines. Chris is still there, so they are going to stabilize. But this team, they will have to meet a massive landmass, and that's going to be 8-Bit CS.
Oh, insane! Out of the open, Hirsch! This is going to be such a blunderous move from them. But eventually, Hirsch is able to keep himself alive, and from the back, it's going to be a nade sailing in from Blind Esports to seal the deal against GLITCHxREBORN. And Blind's now going to be the one to control that terrain. Great way to take over things. PSYCHE 2, now just right next to the opponent's team. Insane, they tried their best to charge on, but it's not really working out that well. Even PSYCHE, they face a loss. So it's complete fine for Team Insane. Now at least it's a 1-for-1 trade. They can try and press onto that.
Absolutely, but 2 teams, Necro, 2 teams, Insane and 8-Bit CS. They've got a massive numbers advantage right now. GLITCHxREBORN, they've been eliminated at 10 eliminations, but Insane, the way they are proceeding, I like this. They're moving from strength to strength, and now with the nade, Jazzy is gonna engulf Team PSYCHE. Only 4 teams remain, and Team Insane, they're looking so strong. The only opposition will be 8-Bit CS right now.
Even Revenant got eliminated at the same time. Oh, so many teams just got eliminated within a flash. It's tough to keep track of what's exactly going on. So many players are getting down as well. But Blind Esports, as I mentioned, now they're controlling the best terrain they can ask for. They're currently on the high ground too. Looking pretty confident, looking pretty good with that approach. HYDRA as well, they found that comfort zone. They found that cozy spot inside the shack, so they're looking pretty okay.
They certainly are, but look at this, the circle moving towards the latch from 8-Bit CS. I think this is a massive advantage in their grasp because Jazzy has been knocked out. He has been knocked down. He will be finished off as well. There's no way Jazzy is going to get revived, and that means 8-Bit CS, they will be the only ones to retain that massive man advantage that they have. HYDRA might just be a big pawn in their path, can they?
Oh, I feel so bad for Team Insane. All that patient move that they showcased for nothing. They showcased so much patience inside this game.
Yeah.
But at least I guess they have managed to close in towards that top 4 and maybe even potentially top 3 if possible. If they keep their position anonymous, at least the last guy's position's anonymous. 8-Bit though, still reigning supreme inside the game with the high ground now starting to march down against the opponents. Last man of Team Insane, all these positions compromised out in the open, and that's going to be it. That's the KO.
I mean, this is actually coming down to a Mexican standoff, ladies and gentlemen. Blind Esports have no freaking clue on how has Knuckle been able to survive for so long. But now look at this. It seems like 8-bit CS and HYDRA, they are fighting it out. This is an ideal situation because Knuckle gets to survive till the second spot. Spursh, as well as the rest of his teammate, Spray God, will be knocked out. So it's all down onto Spursh.
A 3v1v1 situation, ladies and gentlemen. And 8-bit, they continued reigning supreme. Spursh actually blew himself up with that nade. I don't exactly know what the game plan was, but a big blunder from that man, and now Knuckles getting charged up as well. DBS up close and personal, maybe he will find the connection, but no, runs out of bullets in the chamber, and it's going to be the players of 8-bit to kick things off on a fantastic note.
Absolutely, what a game it has been. You've got to give it to the circle that kind of favored them so much, but now look at where they stand. They took everything that was offered to them on a platter and they made use of it. They ate but left no crumbles. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have the first winners inside of BMPS 2023 Grand Finals. It's going to be Team 8-bit CS. Now, of course, we do have someone else coming back on the desk. It's going to be Johnny. Did you enjoy the game?
Well, I guess Johnny's having a little bit of issues, but here we go. Speaking about 8-bit, speaking about how well they played, they knew when to aggress, they knew when to play passive. A good controlled aggression is something that really helped them out, but Team Insane, even they tried their best to play that patience game, and I guess that patience game is really just not meant for Team Insane.
It isn't, but for 8-bit CS, it is the perfect playstyle they could have brought into this final matchup. I mean, they don't have a lot of finishes, just two on the board. One was Knuckle, the last player they finished on. Of course, they got one in the midst of all the action, but apart from that, the chicken dinner, that is 15 points to kick their day off.
Absolutely. I think the fact that I talked about teams prioritizing the placement points, this is the patient game that I was talking about, right? The pressure is on everyone. And to kind of go all out, to kind of go guns blazing, it will be certainly difficult. Certain teams have managed to do that. Blind have done that. GLITCHxREBORN have done that. But they weren't successful. They were also taken down in the process. I think teams are focusing to get as many chicken dinners as they want in the early stages.
Exactly. I mean, speaking about the early stages, right, we even saw a couple of fights going on, a couple of fights commencing off the bat. Now, it makes a lot of sense. We even saw the players of Growing Strong, I guess. They almost got caught in the tracks, but luckily enough, they managed to escape away against Blind.
That was at the start of the game as well. Blind taking the fight to the players of Growing Strong, and I thought it was going to be intense, a fight between the top contenders, but we did get to witness a fight between the top contenders later on in the match. Again, it was Growing Strong involved in action against the players of Team Insane, and it was at that point that Insane actually gained the upper hand. But ladies and gentlemen, the reactions of the players after the win, after the losses as well, but of course the pop-off that was there by the end of the match from the players of 8-bit CS, a well-deserved win. Look at how happy that man Juicy is. We know he's been a phenomenal IGL, a phenomenal leader for his teams, and now he gets to lead these four lads to victory for the first game.
You know, to be honest, 8-bit deserved this. The control on that northern turf, they deserved all of this. They wanted to have that lead in that final circle, not really involve them in multiple fights, keep that numbers advantage retained. And I think in a high pressure situation like this, keeping that numbers advantage is extremely crucial. We've spoken a lot about 8-bit, but I also want to talk about Team Blind because they've managed to not just control the aggression, but also find that second spot for a very long time. Just S-Power and Knuckle surviving on that little tape. I have no clue how that happened.
I mentioned this as well during the game, right? As soon as they eliminated GLITCHxREBORN, they had the best terrain control they could ask for. And even though they had one last man alive, it's completely fine. You've got the high ground to play with. And all the rest of the teams, they're just out in the open. What can you do?
But not every situation will have you as Obi-Wan Kenobi and the other person as Anakin Skywalker, right? Sometimes even with the high ground you're going to lose, especially when you lack the numbers advantage that was there in the hands of the players of 8-bit CS. But there was one more team that has a lot of eliminations on the board, and no one, absolutely no one saw this coming. GLITCHREBORN. 10 eliminations secured in the early stages now. It seems like this team, these four players, they're out for blood.
They certainly are, to be honest, because like I've said, right, this team, they are very, very disciplined. They know how to control their aggression. But I think the biggest part about this team is the way they rotate inside the circle. You saw how much space they had in the northern front, right? That decision making is absolutely flawless. And the way they have absolutely isolated the players. You saw that fight between AUTOBOTZ and Entity, right?
Yes.
AUTOBOTZ in right in the center, Entity on this side, GLITCHxREBORN on this side, the nades being popped in. That was primal instincts from GLITCHxREBORN.
Exactly, it was just perfect execution of AUTOBOTZ and then Entity following suit very soon after that. But let's, you keep talking about the cluster towards the north, right?
Yeah.
Where you only had a few teams. I have a feeling, not feeling, like we did observe this during the game itself. It was the western part of the zone, the western edge of that farm circle that was causing a lot of panic and a lot of these teams to collide against each other. You had an interesting fight going between the players of Growing Strong and Insane with PSYCHE, GENxFM and Soul present on the outer sides. And that cluster, I mean, it was so chaotic. Necro, did you actually think that Team Soul would not be able to survive that position?
I mean, I generally thought that considering you're in the middle of a cluster, you should be done, right? But still, a couple of those teams really did a fantastic job, at least keeping themselves quiet in that situation and trying their best to just make it out alive from that spot, right? And generally speaking about making it out alive from the spots, even AUTOBOTZ is someone we need to speak about.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, this was the fight that I absolutely loved. Team Insane. They spotted the first opposition that was Growing Strong and they instantly charged up against them. But Growing Strong were also mature enough. They saw that they had lost a couple of players. They instantly could fall back. But this was the cluster you were talking about, right? Gladiators, X-Pac, Revenant, Team Soul. This is absolutely madness.
Exactly, and as Necro so wonderfully pointed out, if you are in the midst of all of that chaos, it is very difficult for you to survive. Unless you are Sarang, then before you go down, you can at least ruin the day for one more team.
I mean, or you can just keep yourself quiet in that cluster and let everyone else just fight it out.
They knew he was there. They pushed him, Necro. There was no way he was going to be able to hide. Even the smoke dissipated. There was nothing there to protect him. He took down 2 players, and that was the best he could do. Also resulting into the demise for the players from the side of Gladiators. But this is the fight that excited Salty the most. AUTOBOTZ pushing on the players of Entity, and GLITCHREBORN be like, why are you guys leaving us out of this?
I think GLITCHxREBORN and Revenant, they've timed their third parties to expect in this game. I think this one nade completely blew the shack off. But look at this, they do not stop there, right? Because they already had spotted the presence of Entity. They keep on lobbing those nades right on top of the shack, and then from there on, they got that lead. They kept on pushing them behind, and they finally were taken down by S-Power, which kind of felt weird, to be honest.
Oh, and this one right here. I mean, speak about being taken down by S-Power. S-Power was taken down over here by the players of GLITCHxREBORN. And then instantly a nade followed up, and his teammate got his revenge, and that's how they got a really solid terrain control to play along with. And that's where Blind Esports sort of flipped the fates against the players of Team Insane as well, because I genuinely thought that Team Insane could be a possible contender to win this game, because I mentioned this during the entire game as well. They were the alligators. They were just waiting for the right moment to strike.
Well, I do agree with you. Insane had a brilliant opportunity to secure the win for themselves. It was just the fact that, as you mentioned, Blind forced them to stay on the edge for so long that there was absolutely no way this team could make it in with all 3 of their players remaining for that final fight. They just kept losing one body after the other, and that just ruined their chances for that chicken dinner. But that was just game 1, guys. We still have 5 more matches remaining for the rest of the day.
Exactly. Still so many chances for these teams to redeem themselves, but I guess game 1 is something that everyone tries to get used to, the surrounding, to the arena, and then that's where the jitters sort of do manage to shake away. But I guess game 2 is going to be the real decider.
Hey guys, I want to ask you this, right? I mean, game 1 was a very calm, collected atmosphere, right? I mean, in terms of in terms of aggression, right? Look, wait, let's hear me out. In terms of aggression, right? In the third circle, we literally had just one elimination. All the teams just completely piecing them out, pacing them out in between.
When it comes to elimination, yeah, you can say the eliminations hit a little bit late, but you saw so many close calls were being made.
The intent for the fights was there. The intention was there.
Hey man, that was also because of the hardship that we got to see, right? As long as we don't see the hardship, the teams, they kind of went away from each other. My simple question is this: on Miramar or for the following maps, do we see the aggression amped up a little bit?
Why are you saying aggression along in the same sentence as Miramar? That is the question.
I mean, I'm kind of expecting a little bit of a bloodbath, ladies and gentlemen. That is exactly it. Because in the grand final, for sure, it is all about survival. But, I mean, of course, to kind of rile up the crowd, especially the way Team Insane went, they might actually decide to just go all guns blazing.
I mean, look, you mentioned bloodbath, and I feel like the best city inside of Miramar to execute this bloodbath is Picado.
Oh, yeah.
I 100% agree with Necro. We're on the same page.
Why didn't you guys face my me?
Because you're not on the same page.
Yeah, we are
man.
not on the same page as us.
Yeah.
But anyways, I do agree with that. Picardo is definitely going to be one prime position where we can expect a lot of the action. Another spot has to be the city of El Pozo. Even during the league stages, we noticed El Pozo being prioritized and a lot of drop clashes happening. But out of nowhere, during the last week, we witnessed this one drop location on the map of Miramar where we thought, all right, this is that one spot where we will never, ever in the future of the game or in the history have we ever witnessed that amount of action. Chumacera. What was going on in Chumacera? All of a sudden, teams were like, all right, since no one's going here, we're going to drop here, and then everyone was in Chumacera.
Hey, I mean, I think it was because of the trend of the Western circles.
That is
we
also
got to
true.
see a lot of Western circles throughout this entire tournament, not just on Chumacera, but also on that little bit of an edge of the map where there's that high mountains where you cannot really climb.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those locations were also covered. And it isn't just Chumacera. I think even Impala, Putaparaso, a lot of these underestimated drop locations have also sort of been like hot places. But yeah, Necro, you see.
How can you forget about Minas Generalis?
Oh, yeah.
That terrain
That
is
is
such
true.
a solid one to execute the fights. If you remember, Team Mayawi actually is one of those teams all the way back in BGIS. They had a chance to make the comeback in Minas Generalis circle. They were on the top, just reigning supreme, just raining down destruction on the teams.
But again, that position only works out if the circle is on top of your head, because we know the next map, Miramar, is all about having and holding on to that high ground advantage and converting that high ground advantage in a lot of finishes. Salty, why are you so smiling thinking about high ground advantages?
Hey, I mean, I always love these teams when they try and get on top. Just take that Grim Reaper out of themselves. Not just dictate and get all those eliminations, but they dictate the rotations from everyone else as well, right? I love to see those gameplays. Two teams that have already done that in this tournament. Blind, they are in the grand finals. Another team who used to love to do that, but they're not here, God's Reign. I'm going to be missing them. But Blind Esports, I have total faith in this team.
You just broke my heart by mentioning God's Reign. I mean, we all remember that last day, that last game. All of us just waiting to witness what the top 16 was going to look like in God's Reign. Before that last match, they were there on that 16th position. But ladies and gentlemen, this is why this tournament, this Pro Series will go down in history as an event that changed the course of BGMI, not just for these teams, but for all of us as...
You guys are cruel, man.
Why?
You guys are really cruel.
Why?
You guys did bad. You guys did dirty to God's
Why?
Reign like
No.
that. Listen, Ninja John, as soon as you take his name, the first thing that pops up in my mind is that him on the MVP board on the first
Oh,
spot.
that is true.
And
But
unfortunately, we're not going to have a chance to see that anymore.
hey, one Jot is gone. We have Godbot now, who's leading the charge on that finished leaderboard. So we're going to see if anyone is going to get up and challenge this God himself. Luckily for him, the one thing we noticed was the fact that one of the players in the top 5 list was unable to qualify for the finals. So there's a spot open for these players to grab and potentially challenge each other for that MVP of the BGIS. If Insane won this game, we would have pretty much said, all right, Adi is going to be the IGL of the tournament, because that would have been 9 chicken dinners in the entire tournament.
But jokes apart, right? We mentioned having a consistent finish on the first game, and Team Insane has established that.
That is true.
So I would say that there's no need to be sad. Team Insane is still doing pretty solid in the race.
I mean, we've spoken a lot of teams who have done brilliantly, right? We've got to talk about the teams who could not really perform. I'm specifically talking about 2 champions here. BGI champions, BMPS champions, Gladiators and Team Soul. They could not really get themselves the ideal start that they want, right?
It's okay.
Is it though?
Hey, I mean,
They're gladiators, dude. We know they're going to bounce back anyways. It's gladiators.
He does not know the devil angel theory that we have on the desk.
We'll help Necro catch up, but ladies and gentlemen, for now, we're going to move on with the stats. We're going to have a look at the MVP of this match number 1. But before we have the numbers on our screens, who do you think it's going to be?
Should not really be a trouble. I think it should be Nakul from Team Blind. 5 finishes on him. Almost about 60-70% finish contribution. I'm good with math, ladies and gentlemen. All the break that I got between the league stage and the grand finals, I was grinding.
Oh yeah, sure, dude. Because you just did not see the stats in front of you on the map feed, huh? Yeah, stop lying, buddy. I saw you looking at that, but you know
Salty
what?
is bad with numbers, just a heads up.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say?
Salty is bad with numbers.
Yeah, he is actually, and even me, and I think so even you, the entire English desk is bad.
Come on, we just can't bash each other on the desk. Like, somebody has to be taking responsibility, right? I'm going to be taking responsibility. I'm going to give you all the stats. If it is from the map feed, if it is not, it does not really matter. I mean, we'll predict champions, but for now we were still talking about the Gladiators and the Soul conversation, right? You said it's still fine, but somewhere down the line, I feel for Gladiators, things have been slipping away for a while right now inside of the
I do agree with you. I mean, because you look at the league stages, it wasn't the run that we were hoping for from the side of Gladiators. Team Soul on the other side did do quite well for themselves, finishing in the top 4 of the overall rankings. And that is something that people hoped they would be in the podium within the top 3, but that wasn't the case. Top 4, it's still not that bad, especially considering there was just one team that was able to cross that 300-point marker. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about this conversation. We'll bring back points a little while. For now, let's have a look at the MVP of this match number 1, and the reveal is there. It's going to be Knuckles. Salty, you were right about the number of finishes, but not about the finish contribution. It is 56%.
It's still fine, man. I mentioned 60% as well, right? You approximate that, but hey, man, it's not about me. It's about Knuckle. This man, from that dip, the way he's been able to do it, it's phenomenal. But let's just talk about the point standings and Blind taking up that lead. This is the ideal start for them, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Blind Esports on the top, 8-bit CS, even though they got the chicken dinner, still just on the 17-point marker. This is not really that good, but considering Blind Esports, they just excelled when it comes to the elimination points. It's completely okay.
A team that we completely missed out upon, Revenant Esports. Now that is incredible. 9 eliminations in game number 1 with 4 position points. 13 is going to be the total tally. An incredible run, an incredible start for Revenant Esports. I understand 13 points, it's not as much in comparison to the 21 that Blind Esports has, but this was just game 1. This is where you start to build the momentum we keep talking about.
Hey, Revenant Esports, they were absolutely phenomenal from that rotation, but let's just talk about the teams on the second page, of course. You've got Team X-Park, you've got Team Soul, Gladiators, Entity as well. Even GENxFM, from whom we did expect a little bit, isn't it, Necro?
Yeah, exactly. GENxFM, of course, there, but I generally expected a lot, even from the side of Numen Gaming. Unfortunately, they were not just able to stand true to their name. So I guess Numen Gaming, they desperately do need to perform in the upcoming games. And as I mentioned, right, the first game is pretty much just shaking off the jitters. The second game is something you sort of get back in the groove, and you look pretty good.
I mean, it is true. I mean, in the second game, you can try to stabilize yourselves, but it is going to be interesting to see, is that actually going to happen? On the other side, though, one team that wasn't looking for stability, but instead was out to hunt everyone that they went up against. We talked about them a few moments ago. We saw them in the rankings within the top 8. GLITCHREBORN. We have never seen this team in this form, and I have to say, I'm actually impressed.
I kind of believed in these lads, man. I have been very sort of close with Roman, and I have been asking him about how he's planning and preparing for this tournament. He has said one thing, that they are not fearing. Inside of BGIS, in the grand finals, we saw the jitters, but now in BMPS, it seems like those jitters have completely shied away.
I understand you're pretty excited for that team, but then I'm about to break your excitement completely. It's just the first game, man.
Yeah,
you know,
totally
a lot of random things happen in the first game. You cannot just judge a team's performance based off the first game. Even though if a team won the game, it does not matter. It's the first game. All the other teams are just getting used to it. We have seen a lot of the times in the past, and I would like to speak statistically.
Absolutely. I kind of 100% agree with Necro over there. But like I said, right, there are teams who will have the opportunity of coming back, because this possibly is for the first time, like you mentioned during the start of the show, this is possibly the first time inside of BMPS where teams will get to build that momentum. They are playing back-to-back games after a while. So I think this is where all the teams have a fair share of chance, right?
Exactly, and if you can do this again and again, if GLITCHREBORN, if Revenant can get these elimination numbers inside every single game, not even 9 or 10 eliminations, if you can consistently walk away with 5 to 6 eliminations every game, along with a few placement points, it will be an incredible difference that you will be able to build with the teams at the top. But ladies and gentlemen, the moments the players set foot on the stage in front of the massive crowd that's there in this Eka Arena, we're going to relive those moments right now. You can look at the faces of the newer players and see how nervous they are. You can look at the faces of the veterans and see how excited they are to see the fans again in front of their eyes.
Absolutely. And I think it's not just nervousness or excitement, it's a mixture of both for every single one, I think. Even Numen, as a matter of fact. It's this man, I think. He is the epitome of being chill in a tournament, as well as Destro. These two players, they are absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, look, man, speaking about the best moments, of course, the players just walking out like that. And one thing is for sure, even the crowd was getting super excited as soon as we saw the player walk-ins, right? In general, there were so many of new stuff that was going on behind the scenes, guys. And well, if you guys want to witness behind the scenes, you guys got to come over here in the arena itself, in the AK Arena. What are you guys waiting for? If you're in Ahmedabad, just come over here, man.
Do we give them some time?
Hey, I mean, we do give them some time, especially.
Still 5 more games, bro. There's a lot of time.
And the best part, guys, I think the best spots in the seat, the best spots in the house, they're still empty. Especially the ones on top. They're right behind us. You can grab one of those seats because I've been there. I know the visual is so good.
And of course, we also love the boys sitting in the back. They have been pumping us up the entire time. It's been extremely entertaining for us. But again, I mean, this excitement is going to keep on, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are wondering why the match is, well, not on our screens yet, guess what? I mean, it's esports. We have a few technical issues, but guess what? They're going to be fixed very soon because we are on LAN now.
We certainly are.
Yes.
We certainly are. And to be honest, I can't wait for this next game because I think, like Necro said, right, the first game sets the tone. The second game calms it down. You sort of understand where you're sort of heading, right? You can't really judge the teams on the basis of the first game. I've sort of loved you, I've missed you, and that's why I'm appreciating you so much on desk. But please don't hug me. I'm not appreciating that.
I mean, listen.
Wow. Necro just got shot down.
Well, I guess
in front of you guys,
setting things down, and I just noticed that the sun is set as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's dark out here, man. And, well, I guess I'm a person who loves to linger around in the nights, right? Because I'm the Batman.
All right, guys. That is a joke that we have to digest. It's fine. It happens. He's back. We'll welcome him.
Yeah,
and
we will welcome him.
We will let him be Batman for a day. You can be Batman for a day, Necro. It's fine. I mean, he's Batman, I'm Superman. What are you, Johnny?
I'm just Johnny.
You're just Johnny. Perfect.
Well, I guess we need to speak about the upcoming maps, right? The upcoming one being Miramar. Now, I just want to know you guys' prediction. Who do you think's going to win? Johnny?
Oh, I'm going to go with Team Insane this time around because that first game had me believing. My hopes are still there.
If you ask me, to be honest, I think this time it's going to be Team Entity. Miramar, Entity have been phenomenal, especially in the early stages of the tournament. So this time around, if they do get the chicken dinner, possibly, I think Gamla Boy and Somraj can come together, stitch a partnership, and get that chicken dinner.
That's actually a pretty solid pick. Entity Gaming, they have been proving themselves on this map over and over again in the past. And even if you speak about the previous lineup, even that lineup was pretty solid on this map in general. I mean, I still remember all the way back in the day, this was their strong suit. But I'm going to go with Team Insane once again because, you know, Johnny, the first game as well had me believing in them. So I'm going to go with Team Insane.
Hey, man.
But what is happening with my desk?
But maybe Gladiators or Revenant could be a really good choice as well.
That is true. And Revenant as well. I mean, Revenant, it is a little bit situational because we've seen Revenant struggle in terms of clusters. So if the zone is not in their favor and they get caught off guard, they get taken out extremely early. On the other side, Gladiators, I do agree with. Gladiators is that one team that deals with one of the most problematic situations in Miramar, the zone being far away from you, right? And Gladiators, they have this drop location, their home ground towards the south eastern side of the map called the city of Impala, and they start their journey from that position every single map, and they figure out a way to enter the third stage extremely late and still survive for the late game stage. We've seen them be consistent on Miramar with the same strategy for, I mean, close to a year now.
Absolutely. I think one of the closest contestants on the map of Miramar, especially in the Tier 1 circuit, is not here. So Gladiators will not have to worry about their envious neighbors. But
Who is that?
I mean, if you want me to take names, I mean, Team Orangutan used to drop right next to them. Forest Apes, right, inside of BMPS.
Yes.
They used to rotate right next to them in Gladiators. Gladiators and Forest Apes would always duke it out between each other, right? That engagement is not going to happen. But I wonder if there is going to be some other team who take that specific drop location and that specific pathway. And if we get to see a Western Circle, then I think that recipe is coming together.
Exactly. It's going to be a recipe for disaster because we've noticed there's like 2 teams at least. I know for sure 2 teams are going to drop in Los Leones. The third one might be a hit or a miss. But again, Los Leones, one of the biggest names there is Revenant.
Exactly.
And that is is the first team you need to get through. If you are Gladiators, that is the first team you're looking out for when you're moving west.
But we have seen a lot of the times in the past, 3 teams can comfortably loot inside that city without even needing to fight against each other, because Los Leones is actually the biggest city that Miramar has to offer. So everyone's going to be comfortable. But I really want to know one thing, Salter. Why did you bring up Orangutan? That team's been out of form since like a really long time.
It was a little bit of a change. We saw Forest Ape with a few players from the former Orangutan lineup, and then Trigger was playing for a different team. But again, I mean, with the rosters being swapped, it felt like the struggles were there, and both the teams failed to make it through. But this time, I mean, we have seen a little bit of stabilization in the lineups that have formed and are behind us right now on this beautiful stage, ladies and gentlemen. And again, if you want to witness the action and, of course, all the exciting things that happen in this arena, do drop down in Eka Arena in Ahmedabad. And, of course, if you want to witness the action online, if you're watching us from home, Loco VIP is where you need to be. But then again, I mean, it is going to be an interesting state of matters because, again, we also have, as we keep talking about Miramar and Miramar, there's also Sanok, there's also a Vikendi waiting to happen.
You know, I've spoken to a couple of players and they have sort of said that Sanok and Vikendi will be their strong suits. And this is possibly the first time I'm hearing anybody say that, hey, we are actually pretty good at Vikendi. And I think teams will be utilizing these off maps, right? They can kind of regain their momentum, regain a little bit of footing on the overall standings, use Vikendi as a pedestal to get a lot of finishes, and then progress forward. What do you think, sir?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? In BGI's Vikendi was still a little bit new, once again, considering it was just back inside the competitive pool. Now, teams have got enough amount of chance to sort of research on the map, do a fantastic job, even in the scrims, and now be back once again in the grand final. So it's understandable. Teams are quite comfortable even duking it out on the map of Vikendi, and considering Vikendi is quite a slow start, so you really do get a lot of time to sort of strategize well on that map.
I mean, I kind of wonder if Vikendi on land is also going to be a slow start. I mean, we did see Rangil having a slow start, but I want to ask you if Vikendi is going to be a slow start.
I mean, I don't know, but I have an update for you guys, right? And this is going to be an important one because this comes from the officials themselves, and the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, the team Numen, they got disconnected in the previous game. And because of that, a decision is being taken right now. We don't know what that is. We will have that final call in front of us, and trust me, we will update you as to what happens. But that game number 1 can get rehosted. There's a possibility. They're looking at the rule book.
I mean, it's still fine, right? I mean, this is what happens in a land atmosphere, right? There are certain technical issues here and there. Numen kind of were on the receiving end of it this time, but I'm pretty sure it is all going to be sorted out. We'll figure out what are the possibilities, and it seems like the decision is going to be taken at the end of the day. What they said.
We're going to find that out very soon. Everything is being checked right now. They are going through everything that they can to make sure that the call that is taken is best and, of course, correct according to all the rules and regulations that have been laid out prior to the event beginning, and, of course, with the registrations. But Ekri was saying something.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've been speaking about a lot of these known teams, but I genuinely think so we need to speak a little bit more about Team PSYCHE, because even this team did a fantastic one in the previous game. What do you guys think?
I do agree with that. I mean, PSYCHE, a challenge for them was to survive that Western cluster that we were talking about, because they're GENxFM on their backs. Team Soul right in front, a lucrative set of finishes, so PSYCHE could be easily distracted. The greed could have easily taken them over. They could have run out in the open. But no, they were very patient. They stayed within their squad house and just got those free eliminations and then played for survival from the mid stages on.
I think Team PSYCHE, I rightfully agree with you. I think they are possibly one of the most disciplined units, barring Revenant. I think in this entire 16 teams lineup that we have, Team PSYCHE will be one of the most disciplined outfits. And we saw the discipline in display in the early stages of Game 1. But again, that little bit of problems, right, in the mid-game stages, they just could not really find out where exactly do you find that mid-rotation pit stop. They were in the middle of everyone, and like you said, right, they just grabbed so much attention. Also, one of the reasons why basically is because I think Team PSYCHE, they specifically play well when the circle moves towards the Gatka region.
That is true.
They don't really favor the farm region all too much.
I mean, interesting, I guess, because Team PSYCHE is one of those teams, at least in the first game, you could clearly tell that they had a lot of jitters going on onto themselves.
Yeah.
You could clearly tell they were not too confident in taking those fights, especially in the final few moments when they made it inside the circle, they collided against Team Insane. And that's where things were going so bad for them. luckily enough for Team Insane, they had another team, which was Team Blind, who was applying that constant pressure.
I agree with Necro 100% on this, and I think it is a mixture of what both of you said, because it all started with PSYCHE being involved between GENxFM and Insane, getting distracted by Team Soul, and then being flushed out. Insane went up against Insane went up against Growing Strong, picked off two of their players, and then after that, when PSYCHE and Insane were both forced out of their compounds, is when we saw the two teams collide. But again, it would have been a fun fight if both the teams were there with 100% of their firepower, and of course, if no third parties were to happen, but we don't always get what we wish for, right, Salty?
Third parties have been like the formula for success inside of the first game in Honor Wrangle. How many third parties did we witness on the southern shoreline? I think there were 3 third parties. On the northern part of the circle, there were almost like 2 or 3 third parties happening as well. GLITCHxREBORN entity in that region. So it's so much.
Yeah, it is so much, but ladies and gentlemen, if we have to relive the action, we're going to do that right now. Here's going to be the highlights from that game number 1. Here we go.
huh?
Well, it feels like we are back, ladies and gentlemen. But if you guys want to join us and you aren't really able to make it all the way to Ahmedabad, well, you can catch all the action live on Loco with a VIP pass, ladies and gentlemen. But if you guys are in Ahmedabad, do make sure to drop down in the Eka Arena, because again, as I said, it is electrifying energy in the stadium right now. The teams are, well, they're getting prepared and set for the action of game number 2. But before that, a little more time for us to discuss what went down. And of course, we can go all the way back to the league stages, because we saw these teams in action when we began week 1, Salty. We saw the struggles of these teams adapting to the new format. But by the end of week 2, we also saw them evolve. And one team that improved the most was, of course, GS.
They certainly did, right? I mean, and their improvement arc did not start from BMPS, it started from BGIS, right? From those days where they were absolutely ruthless with their aggression, they started understanding on how to prioritize their resources, right? How to utilize resources in the mid-rotation fights, maintain that advantage in the final fights as well. GODBOTZ started taking more responsibility. The other players, Sparky, started chiming in as well. Now he's got a partner in crime. I think growing strong, they've been phenomenal so far. But the only problem is, I think the land jitters that they faced in BGI's finals might just come back to haunt them here as well, Necro. I want to know your thoughts.
I mean, look, there's always going to be a lot of possibilities. There's always going to be a good point and a bad point. But I feel like as a team, as a player, they'll always try to focus on the good points, right? So at this point in time, every single player, I mean, especially when I had a chance to talk with these players, they said that they're going to move in with a fresh mentality. They're going to think that, okay, the past is completely erased. We're going to move in with a new mentality inside the grand finals.
I mean, that is a good mindset to have, especially when you're transitioning from an online stage to the LAN finale. Just clean the slate in your head and start fresh. But again, for a lot of these teams, it is important to hold on to those emotions, hold on to that heat from the league stages, especially for a team, as Salty pointed out at the start of the day, that did well and made a comeback in week 3 of the league stage, a team like GENxFM.
You know, GENxFM. Alright, I know Necro is a huge fan of this particular team, but you're not the only one in the room, Necro. I think I am also a huge fan of GENxFM. The way they made a comeback, the march in the week 3 was so brilliant, and the climb. Like, it goes to show that the team has characters. When their backs are against their wall, they still know what their priority is, and they can bring their best from that situation. I think we saw in BGI, GENxFM were a very ruthless unit. Week 3 of BMPS, we saw the same GENxFM once again.
Exactly. That is the playstyle the team does the best with. But this game 1 Necro, it seems like they were going back to the ways when they weren't so fearless.
I mean, once again, it's just the game 1, right? As I mentioned, you can't really say anything. Even Team Insane was playing so passive, so we know that's not something they like to play. Even that's why they probably struggled. We did not see that dominance from the side of Team Insane. They like to assert dominance. They like to go for the good spots, but instead this time they compromised. And that's not a Team Insane that we've seen in the past. So I guess if Team Insane can shut her down, then any other team can.
I would say the compromise for Team Insane was still worth it, because even with the survival points, they do manage to get a decent number on the board. And of course, they had a decent number of eliminations to work with as well.
Yeah, I mean, they had decent numbers to work with. But it's not just that. I think Team Insane, they've sort of slowed down. Even if you witness their chicken dinners, right? They have been very flawless initially, but they've also kind of toned down that aggression, the ruthlessness that we got to see in week 1. They had suffered a little bit of a dip in week 2. Week 3, they kind of calmed it down and went all out. 4 chicken dinners out of 5, but they did not really go all guns blazing. They were decent enough.
They were decent. I mean, that is true.
I mean, speak about looking decent right now. Numen Gaming, 0 points in the previous game. Team X Spark, being the fan favorite, no points as well. They're going to have so much pressure on this second game because they know day 1 is something that really sets up the tempo.
But hey, no matter what happens, at least everyone is all warmed up now. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to jump into the action for game number 2. I hope all of you are prepared to witness the intensity. We have fans who are going crazy, waiting for the action to begin, waiting for the match to commence. But one last time, guys, quick prediction. Salty, you go first.
I think it's going to be Entity.
Entity, Necro, again?
Well, I'm going to go with Team Insane, of course.
Right. Necro and me, we were on the same page then. We are on the same page now. Both of us are rooting for Team Insane.
I mean, look, man, even though I was not over here for 18 days, you think our chemistry is broken by this little guy?
Nah, it's not going to happen. But let's see what is going to happen in this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Miramar, it is going to be on our screen. Game number 2 of day number 1. And here we go.
The game 2 begins, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane flat pad starts all the way from the northern side, which is going to be Ruins, towards the opposite. Of course, it's going to be Junkyard. Now, this is quite an interesting plane flat pad, Johnny. You guys are speaking about a drop collision in Los Leones. It might just happen, but the Los Leones is a little bit too far away, so there might just be a possible drop, maybe fight.
Well, there can be a few impossible drop fights, Necro. Drop clashes is the term that we usually use. But one thing is for sure, no one is going to try to challenge Blind, because everyone who has tried to do that in the past has been beaten down into the dirt. And we do see the players from the side of Blind landing completely free in the city of Loco VIP. But look at that, an early cluster forming at the city of El Pozo. We have the players from the side of Entity colliding against the players of Insane and growing strong.
This collision is definitely quite interesting, but I highly doubt there's going to be a fight, though. Yeah, they have collided in the same city, but not exactly it's going to be an execution. Even Entity Gaming's quite close right behind him, but Entity Gaming, I really want to see how they want to press up, because if they do decide to press up, then Team Insane might just be in that sandwich spot.
I think GS might actually try to back off from that entire cluster, but knowing Adi and knowing Somraj, they do not back away from a fight, especially in their home ground. But that was just drop clash number 1 we were talking about. We also see a cluster moving towards that city of Impala. Gladiators never been challenged for their drop, but PSYCHE, they want to make this the first time it has ever happened.
Speak about the first time that's ever happened. Even Gladiator Esports, that could have been really close. Revenant, they find the first man instantly. This is not a good start. You guys are speaking about GENxFM. I think so. It's the classic salty salt. He just salted them.
Salty salting everyone right now. I mean, it feels like, but you can't really avoid it as well. But Revenant, they will be happy with the first pick that they have gotten. Let's see how far can they take this in this matchup, especially considering they are extremely far away from that home ground, and they have gone for a 3-1 split play. And look at that, Fierce, he's going to be caught off guard by the players of 8-bit CS mid-rotation, and Revenant, they are about to lose their first man.
Fierce being knocked out, they cannot really afford Fierce being taken out of the game, because imagine their firepower would be taken down so low. And Fierce is someone that really contributes heavy when it comes to Revenant Esports' firepower. And you've already got the players of 8-bit making that push against Fierce. This is it. I guess Fierce is going to get confirmed instantly. A little bit of big blows to these players and the teams, and that's going to cost him so much in the future.
Well, let's see how much will be the price for that first pick from the side of Revenant. But 8-bit CS, we know they will be able to reach the city of Los Leones quite comfortably, and Revenant is going to follow suit soon. But it should be a comfortable entry for the players from Revenant as well. 8-bit CS, they won't have a lot to worry about, but at least that first point on the board means that once these two teams eventually collide in Los Leones, it will be a one-sided fight. It will be a 3v4 in the favor of 8-bit CS.
Probably can be a 3v4.
Yeah.
But 8-bit CS, they're one of those teams, as you guys mentioned as well. They have got the momentum rolling. They've got the wind in the sails. So you can't say they're a little bit more confident when it comes to taking those fights. And having that confident approach can actually give you such a clear mentality in making those critical decisions.
Well, a lot of critical decisions will be required from a lot of these teams, and especially this is the team that we were talking about. We were waiting to see what their decision is going to be like. Will we witness any action in the city of El Pozo or not? And it seems like, as I said, GS, they have completely backed off from the city of El Pozo and have decided to move down south towards Valle del Mar, while Entity and Insane, they have stuck around, although a fight hasn't broken out. Entity, like always, will look to take the exit from the eastern edge, while Insane is in control of that western half of the city. And the only thing that Entity does not have going for them is the fact that the players were a little bit split from each other, but I think it should be easy for them to regroup as well from here on out.
Speak about the regroup. Revenant Esports, I mean, yeah, they had one player a little bit far away, but they cannot even regroup with him anymore because he's just not inside the game. Unfortunate stuff. Revenant Esports, though, they are on a move towards a better spot. Towards Los Leones, they pretty much are controlling the entire tempo, but there is one team that is quite close to them, and they need to be super, super cautious of them.
Well, caution is going to be your best friend right now, especially considering you have lost one player already in the early stage of the game. Even look at the loot. Don't really have a lot to work with. We know it's very difficult to move around in the city of Los Leones, especially if you know for a fact that there's one more squad waiting for you on that eastern edge, on the outer periphery of this city. Revenant, extremely tricky and important for them to make sure that they don't lose more bodies from here on out. But let's talk about them, the stars of the night, Team Soul, Necro. Game number 1 not really working out. What are your expectations from this team in game number 2?
I would say Team Soul is one of those teams that is quite a mature one, and in these type of situations, you need to be quite mature. And Team Soul, they need to make sure that, okay, that's just the first game. It's completely okay. We've still got so many more games in the future. Is that first game really going to affect us? The answer should be no. You've still got 5 more games counting this one in.
Exactly. Defending champions as well would like to walk back home with the trophy this time around. And, of course, the first ever back-to-back champions of the BMPS. Even last year was absolutely incredible from their side. And Goblin, of course, the man of the tournament, lifting the trophy for the MVP. But we switch focus again to the players of Blind Esports this time around. A lot of expectations from the players of Blind, especially considering S-Power being added back to the roster. We were hoping to witness the firepower in game 1. We did get glimpses of that firepower. The chicken dinner was lacking, but still they made up for that in terms of the total points they were able to walk away with, especially thanks to all the finishes that were secured by Knuckle.
Indeed. I like this from Blind. So
High ground.
proactive, having that high ground too. If a team decides to travel right close to him, it's just going to be a massive load of bullets upon them. Numen Gaming, a team that got 0 points in the previous game, definitely on the path for redemption. They need to redeem themselves from what just happened in the previous game, but as I mentioned, it's just the first game. You do not exactly know the playing patterns, and maybe that's why Numen Gaming got caught off guard. But now the vision should be a little bit more clear. Even the jitters should be shaken away.
Well, let's see, have they shaken up the jitters, and are they comfortable inside of the match now? Meanwhile, though, again, 8-bit CS and the players from Revenant still looking out for each other, but 8-bit CS, I think their job, their first mission of this matchup, which always is to get that early loot in, is complete, and they will move along their merry way, try to find a better position close to the center of the zone, and play the rest of the match from there on out. It's not going to be easy. There's always the threat of Revenant charging upon them from their backs and catching them off guard, but we know these players, the 4 players from the side of 8-bit CS, they have enough experience, and at least one of them is going to stay behind to try and gatekeep or at least gather information of Revenant. Oh, Ronak, is he going to go for a push? No.
No, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Urban combats are not that easy. Isolated one, outside the cities, the best one you can ask for.
True.
But for now, Team Soul in a really cozy spot. I mean, I would say they've got a lot of land control, so that's a good thing, you can say. And considering they're also evenly spread out, so they're not going to have any sort of sight lines that's not been taken care of.
Yeah. And so far into this match, we've just seen 2 picks, ladies and gentlemen. One went to Revenant, and one was picked from Revenant by the players of 8-bit CS. As you guys can see towards the right-hand side, a lot of the teams struggling in the blue, but we have a fight breaking out. X-Park Dreams almost caught off guard by the player Omega from the side of Team Soul, but the spray whiffed. And, well, Dreams, his dream of surviving does become a reality as X-Park, they're going to back off. Even Team Soul, they're going to try and regroup. No one wants to fight in this open field.
Let's speak about the open field. Look at HYDRA. All the way down south, even Gladiator Esports. Classic Gladiators approach. They like to tank the first zone, and then they try to move in a little bit late. And I like that. But let's see how this time Gladiator Esports can try and pave a path. It seems it's going to be quite easy, no issues.
Look at the players of HYDRA, though. That 3-1 split, one in Porto Palacio, one man just... Starboy hasn't moved at all. He's been there since the start of the game.
That's an interesting one from HYDRA, right?
Yeah.
I guess they're trying to implement the same strategy of Gladiators to try and breach inside the circle a little bit late.
But we know Gladiators have had a lot of practice with that strat. And this is something that they prefer. HYDRA, we haven't really seen them play a play style that is forcing them to rely to stay in the blue zone. And especially considering the amount of firepower this team has in the form of Dorora and Spray God, do you think that taking early fights at least, would be a priority for them and would help them do better?
I mean, look, you clearly mentioned yourself, they have got the players that are capable of assaulting other teams. Before now, speak about assault, we've got the players of GLITCHX, quite close to Team Insane. This is not a worth it fight, GLITCHX. If you guys want your life, you should try and back away, because Team Insane, they are in the prime spot. They've got the high ground to play with. GLITCHX is going to be the one to invade the territory. For Team Insane, all they need to do is just hold on to the targets, and that's what they've been doing. GLITCHxREBORN making quite a wise option, instead just backing away.
They also realize what you said, Necro. When you're taking and challenging the King of the Hill, it is not going to be easy. GLITCHxREBORN, they are making, or at least trying to make a getaway and back away from the players of Team Insane to safety, but out of nowhere, shots fired, and Glitch, they are put under immense pressure by another team that has managed to catch the players off guard. It is going to be the side of Growing Strong, but no knock has been secured. It was just Ralph who took a little bit of a tickle to his body.
Let's speak about the tickle once again. Those bullets just keep on spraying down. Growing Strong, Godbot is one of those players, even inside BGMI, this man just shined through like a bright diamond.
Yeah.
But now in BMPS, at least in the first game, Growing Strong was a little bit tough, but maybe they've got rid of those jitters.
It's the early stages of Miramar, Necro. Why haven't we welcomed our audience on land that have joined us in the arena to the podcast hours of Miramar?
It is a podcast hour, but at the same time, there's so many close calls.
Oh,
right?
true, yeah.
So I guess it's not exactly the podcast hours. Before now, another close call. I do hear some gunshots going on. There's a team that's quite close to the players of Team Soul. Let's see how Team Soul's going to deal with this one. Who decided to invade Team Soul?
I think it is going to be the players from the side of X-Pac who are going to be quite close to them, but Team Soul, they have concrete cover available to them, so it's not going to be too much trouble for them to deal with. They can just stay indoors, especially considering they are quite close to the center of the circle. They are going to be safe at least for the next 5 minutes as well, but it is going to get more and more intense with every single second, ladies and gentlemen, especially considering we will have the third stage of this map on our screens very soon, and it will take us to a very interesting position. Let's not forget, there was a cluster forming towards the southern half of the circle, and there it is, the massive cluster. Look at that, Blind, they're in control of such a brilliant spot, but the only problem is they are split apart.
Oh, here we go. Spray, got that spray, but unfortunately no knockouts. Not a lethal one, huh? AUTOBOTZ doing quite a great job in scouting out the surroundings. Once again, 8's been spotted out, but not just getting that sweet connection in the hand, and that's just something that might be annoying them. Rico on top of the house needs to be cautious.
Well, they have to be cautious, especially considering Blind, they have lost 2 players already. Entity, they have the high ground to work with. It will all be down to S-Power from the top of that mountain. Can he rain death and destruction to the players of Entity below? Well, the nade is going to be lobbed at least. Will it connect? It's going to be a little bit short, but he sees Somraj in that vehicle trying to move, trying to go for the finishes on the players of Blind and S-Power. He can't really connect anything.
Ooh, what just happened to Blind though? As soon as we switch our focus on to Blind, they've lost out to 2 players. And even S-Power, a little bit of haircut being handed out to him.
Yeah.
That's why now even he's going to be suppressed back a little bit, going for the patch-up. He's got his hands on 3 frag grenades, but unfortunately for him, the enemy is a little bit too out of reach. So those nades are not going to help him out at all. The only thing he can try and do is take down the opponents with the bullets, but even he has those limited. He's only got 42 spare.
Again, as I mentioned, the split play coming in from the players of Blind not really working out for them, and as you mentioned, running out of ammo on the top of this hill will only mean one thing. But what is going on over here? We have the players of 8-bit C-Heads who did manage to catch the players of HYDRA off guard mid-rotation, but X-Pac is not too far away, and this could be the perfect opportunity for them to go for a third party and secure elimination points from both these teams. But there's a 4th team in the mix, Revenant. We can see them on the radar, but it's going to be difficult for them to join the action.
It is. Team X-Pac, look at them, they're just playing so safe.
Yeah.
Not even going for that extra risk factor, right? And maybe that's something that will probably help Team X-Pac. Oh, they've got the confirmation onto Mr. Spray from AUTOBOTZ. So that's +1 added to the tally. And also, they have got that advantage in the fight, so you can't say Team X-Pac now. With the advantage in that one, they will probably have the confidence high too.
Dora He's in a very uncomfortable position right now. The players of AUTOBOTZ just circling him like vultures, but it will be SprayGod caught off guard. He does manage to secure at least a little bit of damage on one of the players from the side of AUTOBOTZ, but very difficult for him to survive.
No.
Rico! He's going to be knocked out, and SprayGod, he manages to survive. What a turnaround from HYDRA.
What a big blunder, too.
True.
Oh, man, that's not a push you would want to make, especially when you know there's another team in the back, but a good explosion of the Weekle, and just burning his opponent right there in that spot. HYDRA, they have been eliminated completely from the game, and AUTOBOTZ, they continue their assault against the players of Team X-Park. Good utility utilization. AUTOBOTZ, they just want to keep on moving up. Sarog's too low. Another smoke grenade tossed in, but that's just going to give his position away. And that smoke grenade is now getting spammed up by those nades.
Just 2 players remaining from the side of AUTOBOTZ, and they are picking multiple fights at the same time. But from the back lines, look at that. The squad of a lot of demons, the Revenants themselves have arrived looking for the entry into the circle. They will be put under pressure by both these teams, X-Park and AUTOBOTZ, but as soon as they manage to get a little bit of distance between them and the opposition, they should be safe, or so they thought, as they find themselves running into the players of Insane, and MJ is going to be the first knock secured by the lads from Insane.
Well, you get out of one troublesome spot and then you find yourself instantly in the other one. And Team Insane, they're just ripping apart the players of Revenant Esports. The demons this time, they're not able to get in that demon time, and that's an issue. Revenant Esports on the verge of getting eliminated completely from the game, and they actually do too. Insane actually just doing that insanity stuff.
Oh, they made it look so easy. It felt like Insane was prepared for Revenant to show up and stop exactly where they want them to. But we know Team Insane, they get distracted as X-Park wipe out the side of AUTOBOTZ. They need to be prepared for them to be pushed upon, because we see the players of Insane looking to climb up the ridge from the back lines. In the meanwhile, X-Park, they lost 2 players who were knocked out, and right now they're going for those revives.
Of course, X-Park wipes out AUTOBOTZ. And this was a squad wipe that they desperately needed for that confidence booster, right?
True.
And now they finally got that. I feel so bad for AUTOBOTZ. This is one of those teams that has seen such a hardship. And now they finally made it inside the top 16, but this is what they get greeted with. And speaking about getting greeted with, Gladiators, they're going to wipe out the players of 8-Bit within an instant. A team that won the previous game, 8-Bit, is now in thin air.
It is a phrase that comes to mind that you used to use and used to love. Blink it and you miss it. That is what happened to the players of 8-Bit CS over there, but Team Soul, they are lurking quite close to the players of Gladiators, or at least it's just Omega who's there collecting all of this information. But what will they make of this? Both the teams on the eastern edge of the circle, but towards the south is where the players of X-Park are. And a straight line of fire available to Dreams. He's going to secure a knock as Destroy is going to hit the floor, but Gladiators, they have an opportunity to recover. It is a 3v3 between X-Park and Gladiators as of now.
No, Team X-Park even from the back now. It's the players of Team Insane. This is not a good news. Another team they would need to take care of. Dark Lord, though, gets knocked out by Mr. Spray. Good way to kick things off inside the fight. Team Insane, they're definitely going to be pushed back a little bit with that knockout. SprayGod cooking up an aid. He knows that the knock plays right behind that vehicle. He tosses it, but overextends it a little bit too much. And Team Insane, they have probably shut down SprayGod.
Well, they have shut down not just SprayGod, but the entirety of X-Park itself. We saw X-Park lose one of their players a few moments ago. Now they are down to their final 2. It's just Sarang and Dream surviving. Sarang, we've seen him perform phenomenally during the league stages, but now this is the moment where it will all matter. And he is going to go up against Harsh. Harsh knows exactly where Sarang is, sees the vehicle moving out in the open, but Numen, they find themselves against the players of Team Soul. Whiskey and Savith are in a 2v4 situation. Omega leading the charge, Akshad on the flank.
Oh, this is not too good. An uphill battle from the side of Team Soul, and still they're doing a great job in keeping the players of Numen Gaming on the bay. And what just happened, Goblin? He just got ejected to the opposite side. Team Soul, they still somehow capture that bridge, but it was way too tough.
Oh my goodness, what was that? Out of nowhere, Gladiators, they arrive. 5 eliminations secured already in this match, but still 9 teams remaining, and Gladiators, we were talking about them when the circle does not favor them. They make history in that match.
What just happened to Goblin? How did he eject so far away?
I have no idea, but what is happening over here?
Well, Team Psych on a move too. Orsi gets knocked out from the back lines. This is not too good, man. So many of the teams getting third-partied, or either some weird stuff is happening to them, and because of that, they're losing out on their lives. Now, growing strong, they've got a massive storm up ahead of them because they need to take care of the players like GLITCHxREBORN, but from the sidelines, even Team Psych, they decide to strike him down. Blue Zone's taking out so much damage. He's got no meds, and that's it. He gets eliminated by the Blue Zone. And GLITCHxREBORN is going to be the one to steal that elimination point. Team Psych out of the game. Another one to follow up. Should be growing strong.
They will be following up soon, since they are already in the crosshairs of the players of GLITCHREBORN. But does Chris know of the man lurking close to him? He does now. Finally has the vision of Sparky, and should be an easy nade for him to connect, but it's also going to be the last one. Oh no! He miscalculated how far back Sparky would have fallen back, and this could be the call that loses this fight for the side of Glitch, because they have two players on the high ground in the backs, but those two individuals will be distracted from the back lines, and these two individuals in the front lines will be forced to deal with the pressure all by themselves. But hey, there's the opening knock. Just one last player remaining. Glitch, they can get one more finish for themselves.
They probably know the last guy should be in the smokes, and that's what they're doing. They really do want a lot of smoke against that guy, huh?
Yeah.
Faith inside the bush, trying to be one with the nature. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough for Faith to make it out alive, or even think of making it out alive from this situation, because the Blue Zone's taking out so much damage. 4 players at the same time in front of us, and well, you blink it and you miss it.
We all knew what was going to happen when he stepped out in the open, but Sarang, oh no, an artillery strike right on top of his head, but he still managed to survive. Gladiators still looking for one more finish, one more point, but they still haven't found it, although X-Pac down to their last 2 players. Look at Sarang and Dreams. They are trying to stay away from each other, so just in case one of them falls, the other one makes it through.
Speak about making it through. And right now, Team Insane, man, they've got so much trouble ahead of them, Johnny.
Yeah.
In the front's Team X-Pac. On the top, there's another team. They cannot make it out alive. And if they really do want to, then they need to make a massive smoke trail. But Team X-Pac, they're taking an exit from this entire scenario. Blind Esports, they're distracted. This is the opportunity Team Insane can try and steal.
Oh, this needs to be their game. They've worked so hard in this match. 6 eliminations already on the board. And the position that they have, all they need to do is avoid fights for the next few moments. Find a clear entry into the circle. But as I say that, Team Insane, the bodies are going to hit the floor. Dreams finds one. The finish is going to be secured as well, but Adi is there to stop him in his tracks. Sarang, the last man surviving as Jazzy goes for the push, and there it is. Insane, 2 more eliminations secured, and X-Pac eliminated from this matchup. But third party, it's instantaneous. There's no delay in this.
Well, light work for Team Insane, but then Gladiator Esports, they knock on the door with the third party. Justine's been knocked out, so of course it's going to be a point of concern for them. But Gladiator Esports, I should be on the prize. Team Insane needs to be eliminated if Gladiators, they want to stick to that comfort zone, and if they want to move on forward safely. But Team Insane, for now at least, they have managed to avoid the sight lines by the players of Gladiator Esports. But how can they try and make it in the safe zone? That's the main concern.
Well, that is definitely going to be a challenge for them. But Gladiators themselves still holding strong with all 4 players, looking to control of this hill away from the players of Blind. Will they be successful? That is going to be the question, but they get distracted by the players of Team Together Esports, trying to push in from that northern side. The first opening knock has been secured, but can this result in a squad wipe for the side of Team Together?
Pranal was knocked out. Senka is there to get the resurrection. Team Together Esports, okay for now.
Yeah.
I'm not really going to say they're in a good spot because there's just so many bullets that they need to dodge. Blind Esports, they need to take care of Team Insane. They actually climbed up. Team Insane, this is a 200 IQ move.
Well,
but unfortunately, they've lost out on the Adi, so that's not really working out that well for them. Hirsch is trying his best to maneuver around. He's trying his best to bob and weave against the opponent. He knows S-Power's got his hands on the shotgun. S12K, one single bullet, and Hirsch might just lose out on his life.
No, it's not going to be easy. The only reason Insane has been able to survive for so long is the fact that S-Power did not have any utility. But as soon as he gains the courage to go for the push, he runs up towards that summit and makes sure that there's just one flag on top of this hill. And that is the flag for the players, for the team of Blind Esports. But with just 2 players surviving, will it be that easy for Blind to secure the win of this game? We're down to the top 5 teams, 15 players surviving in this match.
Oh, Knuckle all by himself, carrying the flag for his team. Blind Esports, that separation that's there, it's going to haunt them in the later stages, and it's going to bite them in the back. Gladiators Esports, barely on the edge of the circle. Even they actually need a step foot inside the circle, so that's where the real problems are going to be met. And Entity Gaming, it was Salty's pick. They're doing quite okay.
Yeah, they are doing quite well for themselves. 2 players still alive. They made it into the top 5, and as long as they keep their heads down, they can hope for a top 3 finish. But look at this. Team Together Esports, we've been seeing them struggling for position, scrambling for cover out in the open for so long. And I believe Sevi is going to be in a world of pain as he's going to be spotted out by Shogun from the side of Gladiators. And another finish is going to be put on the board for the Gladiators. Team Together down to their last 2 players. And even those 2 individuals, it feels like Glitch is going to be the team that might have their number. But whoa, what an angle from S-Power.
S-Power from the top is just a menace. He also wiped out the entirety of Team Insane and now just keeps on looking forward to also take down another big name, Gladiator Esports. The utilities are definitely now starting to cause a lot of problem for S-Power because he needs to move up and get himself in a better spot. But there's just too many nades to try and dodge. Even Delta PG's cooking one up. And as soon as this nade's gonna find that sweet spot, it might just be it, and it actually does. Delta PG, good cook on that nade.
What a moment, what a phenomenal moment over there. But Delta PG, he is out of utility now. Just 1 Molotov remaining, realizes his team's closing in from that right-hand flank of his. And of course, his teammates are there to back him up. But what is Gladiators most worried about? Are they worried about the players of GLITCHREBORN who are still there with the numbers working for them? Or are they worried about that one man who is hiding behind this buggy? Knuckle, still undetected. Just playing this game in stealth mode this entire time.
Yeah. Before now, Gladiator Esports, they've got a decent amount of coverage to play with. And as you mentioned, Knuckle in the stealth mode. GLITCHxREBORN, 1 single step ahead. Knuckle can be spotted, but it's too risky considering Gladiator Esports, they're probably going to have their sight lines locked on the entirety of the arena. So they need to play safe. GLITCHxREBORN, Entity Gaming's position compromised. Utilities are tossed in the front. But Entity, even they're playing this one so safe and cautious. Every single person, every single player knows in this final few moments that how important it is to survive this.
Well, it is extremely important. Roman OG, smoke lobbed in his face, denying him the vision. But they shoot him in the back. A lot of damage received by Roman, but he's still surviving. Now Gladiators, the moment has arrived. They're going to be forced to push, forced to take the fight. But will they still be alive at the end of the match? In the meanwhile, though, as you keep talking about Entity in the back lines, they are there taking damage from the blue. But for how long will they be able to tank it? As Troy is down to a sliver of HP and he's going to be knocked down. He hits the floor. And Gladiators, they go for a push. The next man, the last man from the side of Entity to fall will be Shu. And we finally have the top 3 teams of this game. 8 players still alive. Glitch still with the advantage in their hands. But Gladiators, they have the firepower to work with.
Indeed they do. Blind Esports Knuckle, this one single man has been surviving for such a long time. And he is still being that sneaky assassin. He spots out one player. His position's compromised too. And they know he's in the front. But the DPS, he clicks down 2 players. Or almost did as well. But the shotgun in that range not really going to work out that well, Roman. And that's why he's catching so much damage. GLITCHxREBORN, they're down to a 2-man squad.
Oh!
But even once again, the press up comes in. GLITCHxREBORN, they have been wiped up completely from the game. And what a chicken dinner that was from Gladiator Esports. In the final few moments, they take it home. A complete turnaround of the situations. Even though it was an uphill battle, still Gladiator, they flipped things around. And I think so the biggest upset was that man was trying to take a shotgun fight from that far away.
It wasn't even that. Gladiators just outmaneuvered the side of GLITCHREBORN in that final fight. Instead of going from the top of that rock, they just went down south. They went downhill and came in from the rear. And Numen OG, I think, got a little too distracted trying to face off in that shotgun battle against Knuckle. But hey, that distraction is what costed them the match.
Well, I don't even know what to say, man. I did not think that GLITCHX is going to lose that fight. But once again, I guess you're playing against Gladiators.
Yeah,
they've got so much experience. They've got so much firepower. But I genuinely think pulling out an S12K, especially when you've got the high ground and the players are a little bit too far away from you, it was not really the best option.
It works out, especially in moments of desperation. If you know you have 3 players, you have numbers advantage, right? It's a 3v4 situation. You will trust your players who have the ARs to actually do the job.
So it was 3 players from the side of Gladiators, right?
Yeah.
And then they had 4 players. But that's where things are a little bit different. Because Knuckle, before he got taken down, he knocked 1 player.
Yeah.
So it was a 3v3 anyways.
Well,
I
what are
mean,
your thoughts on
to
this?
be honest, I just absolutely loved the game. It was thrilling. I was watching it as an audience instead of just watching it from an analyst perspective. I was in the crowd, and every single finish was being celebrated, no matter which team got it right. And every single finish got some massive cheers. And this is what we want to see, especially when you come down to AK Arena. You're here to kind of witness an extravaganza. And what we are witnessing right now is 2 young gentlemen. Look at that. This was the celebration that I was talking about. People picking up chairs. This is exactly what I was talking about.
Put the chair back, man. We're going to need it tomorrow.
Listen, dude.
Possibly they can just sit on the ground.
I mean, imagine someone just throws the chair away because his favorite team got knocked out.
No, I don't give people ideas, Necro.
Oh, wow.
But again, I mean, it was an intense game for sure. Gladiators, they're going to celebrate their win. But as we keep talking about GLITCHREBORN, right? Look at that. We were having this conversation about Glitch and them being confident, them being consistent. They have 9 eliminations in this match, and they get those placement points as well.
You know, to be honest, this team looks really solid.
Yeah.
And that confidence, I don't really believe it's confidence. They've kind of developed a mechanic, right? And how they kind of proceed to do things is they stay away from the limelight. Their circle rotations are absolutely phenomenal. And when it actually requires their firepower, they've got one of the best young players that you can actually have. So this team looks very solid.
Also, from the side of Blind, we have to give mad props to S-Power for securing 4 eliminations for his team, and Knuckle for surviving till the top 3 and completely ruining the day for GLITCHREBORN before he went out.
Exactly. I mean, Knuckle, in general, I would say he was kind of like the man that the players of Gladiator Esports needed to
Yeah, he was the
succeed.
4th player.
Yeah, exactly. And Knuckle, I feel like he could have done a better job as well if he did not shoulder peek that angle. As soon as he shoulder peeked that, his position was compromised. GLITCHX knew that there's a man, there's a foe in that corner.
But within the top 4 teams, there was Entity Gaming who almost ruined the day for Gladiators. That push from back with Sui and Troy, the last 2 survivors, it could have gone either way. Gladiators almost took a nasty hit, but again, they were so quick on the run downhill that it did not cost them much in that fight.
Yeah, to be honest, I did not really expect Gladiators to come up with such quick thinking, especially in those final fights. But this is the Gladiators we've always wanted, right? Especially since the BGIS days. BGIS, especially in the LAN finals, they converted that victory without chicken dinners, but now they have one in the bag. And I'm not really sure where they are going ahead from this point on.
A decent turnaround in this matchup. I mean, where the Gladiators are going to go, we are going to find that out. But I want to talk about a new team, because this was a new face we saw in the top 5 after this game. And again, this was one of those teams who we were talking about during the start of the day. Team Together Esports. Right out of the gate, in week 1, we saw them do phenomenal. Week 2 was a little bit of a slip up. Week 3, they made a comeback, finished in a decent enough position to qualify for the grand finals. Of course, that is why they are here. But in this game, it feels like it is that week 2 form that the team is stuck in again, where things are just not working out. Things are extremely slow.
I mean, some teams, they do not really need a lot of time to sort of get rid of those jitters. Some teams might need a bit more time, I guess, to get set into the LAN environment. And maybe Team Together Esports is one of those, but I still highly doubt that's the case. I think so they're just struggling.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, Necro. Teams need time to stabilize. But the problem is, and the fact of the matter is, we are not here for long. This was day 1. We just have 2 more days left after this. 2 games are done. You have 16 matches remaining over the next 3 days, 2.5 days.
4 more games. 16 matches is still a lot, Johnny. I mean, it's still greater than the entirety of the league stage they have played. right? And especially for a team like Team Together Esports, like Necro pointed out, I think it's just all about that one big game, one big chicken with a lot of big finishes. I think that is exactly what they're looking for. They've got savvy plays, so I am 100% sure that this team is in safe hands. It's just about, like you said, pointed out, like just shrugging off those initial jitters and getting comfortable inside the grand finals.
All of that is fine, but where did Team Insane disappear in that previous game? I mean, they were there in the late game, but then later on, they just disappeared.
I mean, we saw them in the early stages in the city of El Pozo.
Yeah.
And after that, Entity and Insane, both of them just vanished and they show up in the
I
end.
remember Team Insane, they moved up on the mountain. Then S-Power was the one who was taking the fight with the S12K. So, once again, Blind Esports, they just have these guys who are playing the spoiler, man.
But that was just 2 players. Where did the other 2 go?
The other 2 got eliminated like quite a while ago, especially with Gladiator Esports. They did the third party, if you remember.
Hey guys,
now that's a recap.
Relax, Miramar, it's done and dusted, right? Now we've got to move on forward.
Hey,
What do you mean?
we're
That's
just
a
super excited.
We were having a podcast. You weren't here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys were having a podcast. This is what you've always done. But now you're making me sweaty because look at all of that human. It seems like things are going to start. Dew is going to start. And like they're in cricket, right? There's always a dew factor. Do you think in BGMI there's going to be a dew factor?
Buddy, there's not going to be a dew factor, but you're going to sweat more on the next map. We are heading towards the tropical islands of Sanok next, if in case you have forgotten. So be prepared. We're going to see if we can help Salty out one way or the other. But ladies and gentlemen, in the meanwhile, we're going to have a look at the highlights of the previous match. Enjoy the action once again on our screens, because it was something else. We expected so many early fights, Necro, you and I, but our hopes were completely shattered. Every single time anyone got close, they just separated instantly.
And not just that, Salty predicted GENxFM, or at least he was talking about GENxFM quite a lot, and GENxFM lost out in that first man instantly as soon as the game started, so I guess Salty's the man to be blamed.
Are we doing that again?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's blame Salty. But he also did good predicting Entity, and Entity making it into the top 4.
I mean, maybe that's why they didn't win. Have you looked at it that way?
That is just brutal for Salty. But it was also brutal what happened to the players of Revenant. Look at this. Insane. Just the barrage of grenades dropped in their faces. And of course, so many third parties happening during the mid-game stages, right?
We got to say one thing, though, right? Even though Team Insane, they did not really get that chicken dinner, but still they're moving up with that consistent points. So that's something that Team Insane can always just look forward to, because in the overall standings, they're probably on the second spot.
Well, let's see how far are they going to take this in day number 1 itself. At least we are seeing some form of consistency develop from a lot of these teams. But this was another awkward fight. The players of Seoul colliding against the players of Numen Gaming. And Numen, even though they had the opportunity, Whiskey was doing such a phenomenal job taking the individuals down. Seoul was the team that eventually ended up surviving. But they did not survive for long, as the third party was instantaneous.
Yeah, but one thing is for sure, man. Team Seoul, Numen Gaming, Team X-Park, the struggle just keeps on continuing, huh? These guys are not able to find that sweet footing. Now, we understand the other teams, they're sort of new to the lane environment, but Team Seoul, Numen Gaming, and even Team X-Park, they've been here over and over again, but they're just not able to play that well.
But again, these are big names. We have to keep bringing Glitch back into this discussion, because Glitch is just doing something else. Consistent, you look at that first game of theirs, 10 eliminations from that game number 1, just 2 placement points, right? 12 points in total. In this game, they make sure that they have good number of elimination and also have the placement points in the bag. It was a brilliant performance. Again, 9 eliminations secured, a total of 19 points, I believe, from this match. We'll confirm that once we have the rankings on our screens, but still an incredible game overall.
I mean, indeed. Look at this fight from the side of Gladiator Esports, right? This is sort of like their POV all the way from the bottom, because as we know, GLITCHxREBORN on the top, they were of course dominating, but then those crucial knockouts that came in, especially even that 3v3 situation, it's something that really won them that game. But still, I would say the MVP of that previous game has to be Knuckle.
Yeah,
I kind of agree with that, to be honest, because sometimes those impact frags and the fact that you put so much impact just by surviving, it kind of outshines. But we know, right, inside of BGMI we do have that rule: whoever gets the highest damage numbers with the finish, of course, they will take away the finish, the MVP title, of course. That is how things have been working. But I'm pretty sure Knuckle has won a lot of hearts, especially with that performance.
Again, we were talking about teams being consistent. That man was consistent as well. Game number 1 secures the most number of eliminations for his team, puts them on that first position, and even in this game goes on to secure the survival points. Those 10 points were so important. plus the 5 for eliminations. That's 15
Yeah.
points. That average, if they keep that going into game number 4 or game number 5, imagine they do the same thing on Sanhok and they reach that map of vacancy with the same average. It is going to be something else, and Blind will sit there with a nice little safety cushion to work with at the end of the day.
Absolutely. But let's just have a look at the MVP. A
Yeah.
lot of theory crafting. In fact, it is going to be Destro from the side of Gladiators. 6 finishes and 46.1% finish contribution. Of course, this man has to be leading the charge right up front as a captain.
Exactly. Well, as you mentioned, finish contribution of 46.1. Being the IGL, he has stepped things up massively, especially when his team needed the most, because they lost out on one of their glorious players, but Destro is like, it's okay, I've got things under control. As you do move forward towards the top 5 players, S-Power Duke and Roman OG, and also Delta PG is going to be there. So pretty much the top 5 is being dominated by the players of Gladiator, Blind, and GLITCHx.
Yeah, I mean, it is so good seeing this dynamic duo reunite, Duke and Roman. We saw the impact that was there when Duke was missing. We saw the impact that was there when Roman was missing from the lineup of GLITCHREBORN. It seems like the core 4 of Glitch is what is needed for the team to perform. But of course, S-Power, the outlier from the side of Blind. I mean, we keep talking about Knuckle. In this match, it was him and his confidence that got them those 4 eliminations.
Exactly.
And it usually does happen, right? S-Power, he does have the tendency to overshoot sometimes, especially in LAN environments. We've seen he makes those micro mistakes, but in this match, he was absolutely flawless. And once again, we've been talking about how individual players has been taking responsibility. I think S-Power, and in his growth curve, he has started to take a lot more responsibility. He has started to take it away from Knuckle, and Ronnie has taken it on himself, and he's still performing, he's still delivering.
I mean, Johnny, have you noticed one thing that's quite unique?
What?
Salty didn't use the word extravaganza. I was waiting for it.
Why? What is your problem, Necro, with me? I have no clue, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen. But let's just have a look at the extravagant point standings, which is coming in front of our screens right now. Gladiators, 28 points in the #1 spot. A phenomenal job done over there.
Oh, it was phenomenal indeed, with GLITCHREBORN following suit with 21 on the board. Blind is going to be sitting on the 3rd position with 15 points to their name. On the 4th, we have Team Insane with 12. Entity on that 5th. The number of finishes, it seems, are a little bit more important for these teams, especially if you are going to play for survival. Make sure at least to walk away with 5 eliminations on the board.
Exactly. Even TT's over there, at least in the top 6, so I guess that's a decent ending, considering that was the 2nd game of the day. Numen Gaming, with only 6 points, that's not something I expect from a big banner like Numen Gaming. I expect them to play even a little bit more better, but as we do move on forward towards the 2nd page of this entire thing, we're going to have Team Seoul on the 9th spot. As I mentioned, Numen Gaming, Team Seoul, Team X-Spark, the struggles keep on continuing, but then Revenant Esports too has found themselves over there. This is a massive point of concern.
This certainly is a massive point of concern, because Revenant Esports, you kind of tend to see them at the very top. They kind of like that comfort zone right from the very start due to the disciplined gameplay. But I'm not really sure how this comeback story is going to come forward for Revenant. They need to kind of prove themselves. And we've seen on the map of Sanhok, something just takes on this entire lineup, and they do tend to go all guns blazing. So that Sanhok map, I think, for Revenant is going to be quintessential to prove themselves once again.
Guys, I just realized the upcoming map is Sanhok.
Did you just realize
Did you
that?
just realize?
Between the point standing and all that stuff, but unfortunately I'm not going to be the one to cast it, and that's my favorite map.
Well, that's good for us then, because we also enjoy Sanhok. We
enjoy Sanhok, right?
Hey,
He's missing out. I don't care about it. I'm going to be cast.
Trio cast.
No, Necro, you gotta leave.
Yeah.
Them's the rules. We did not make the rules.
Yeah.
And this time we are not going to break the rules.
And I mean, why do we even share the stage? I mean, Sanhok is for us, right? An extra person just coming in, intruding. I'm not going to take that.
Dude, you realize for me to actually intrude, it's not that hard. I can just push you back.
Hey, come on, man. Now you're going to use the mass in an equation, and that is not how Einstein developed that equation. Let's just completely ignore mass. Let's just talk about C, that
What
is
do
the
you mean
speed of light.
ignore the equation that sort of
So he's using his size as an advantage, right? He's using his size as an advantage, right? There's no advantage, Necro. I'm just faster than you.
That's the first time I've seen Superman be afraid of Batman that much.
Hey, guys. For a matter of fact, I'm not as strong as Superman. It's fine. I will be one day.
You let us. We started to believe you, Salty. We started to believe that you could lift up a planet and all of that, shoot lasers out of your eyes.
I'm not really sure about a planet, but I certainly can't lift Necro.
Guys, look. All jokes apart, though. All jokes apart. Now let's speak about the upcoming map, right?
Yeah.
Sanhok. Considering now Blind Esports, they like to go all the way towards the top right, top
Yes.
left. Mountain, and that's where they might just have the advantage. Because if there's a circle right there, then Blind Esports, a chicken dinner, easy.
And Blind
can be,
Esports, they've had a very good run so far. Rankin and Myanmar was decent for them. A chicken dinner on Sanhok possibly puts them at the #1 spot.
Exactly. They have a very good record of dealing with anyone who comes close to that Camp Alpha Island, and especially drop clashes. We have hardly... I don't think I can remember seeing Blind getting eliminated. I think it happened once, like 3 months ago, that they got eliminated on Sanhok in Camp Alpha fight. Apart from that, they've made sure that they bring themselves out of it, even if it's just with 3 players. Another thing that started to happen on Sanhok was us noticing teams prioritizing the northern part of the map a little bit more. We did see drop clusters happening towards the Hathin, towards Camp Bravo is where we saw a few extra fights, especially during the last few days of the league stages. But now, considering it is the grand finals, I think it will be a very predictable game that we might witness. Teams are going to know exactly where the other squad is going to go, and it will be very easy to avoid early fights.
I think there will be a very big inclination towards the heal battles. I think majority of the teams will kind of focus on the southern shoreline, but I think you have some ideas.
Heal battles will happen, but I think so. There's actually going to be drop fights now, not just collisions. There's going to be drop fights.
Where?
I think so. Because, look, I don't exactly know. Sanhok is much more of a smaller map.
There's definitely
going to be a drop fight. Maybe in Painan, I guess. Painan's like one of the hot spots.
It is. And Painan and Bootcamp is where we most often witness that early action. Bootcamp has been prime spot. I think on Sanhok it is one of the most opted spots throughout the entirety of the BMPS. We did witness a lot of the action throughout the league stages every single time. This is that one position where the games would commence, where the action would commence. But considering it is the grand finals, no one would want to lose those early points.
Exactly, and it would be very surprising for me if any team would prefer to take that bootcamp drop collision. Even surprisingly, Paradise Resort, which used to be a drop spot, which used to be a hot drop, to be honest, even before BMPS, it kind of died down, right? We did not really get to see a lot of collisions happen inside of Paradise Resort.
It's the same thing with Camp Alpha, right? The Temple Hill used to be a prime spot for teams to contest. Teams would go to Temple Hill, they would go to Camp Alpha, they would go to the northern edge of that Camp Alpha island. But since Blind started to go there, everyone just abandoned. It's the same thing with Paradise Resort. Since Gladiators started to dominate fights in Paradise Resort, everyone was like, nope.
That is the thing, right? And there's a reason why Blind Esports mostly wins when the circle is going to be on the Camp Alpha Island, is because as soon as they're done looting, which is like the first 60 seconds inside the game, they instantly just move up and take control of that island or take control of that mountain. And as soon as they have that control of the high ground, they can't just scout the entire lines.
Absolutely. And it kind of also depends where the circle does land. I mean, we've seen some very weird circles, guys, inside of Sanhok, especially on that tiny island in the trifecta. We've seen a circle pop out on that. We've seen multiple circles pop out on the trifecta region as a whole.
That was a fun moment, though.
That certainly was a fun moment. And I think it was Growing Strong who sort of dominated. I might be wrong. I might be factually wrong, but I think it was Growing Strong who sort of dominated that entire fight. But it always remains to be seen where the circle does lie, because it's sort of one extra dynamic on the map of Sanhok, which I truly enjoy.
You know what? One circle that I miss a lot is Tatmoth Circle. I want to see a Tatmoth Circle. It's been a while. I haven't really seen that circle. The only reason why I'm so desperate to see that is because the terrain around that is so weird. There's like a couple of rocks to play with, also some trees, and then the houses are just so scattered.
I mean, I was very interested in how you just said also some trees. I mean, it is Sanhok. There's so much foliage, but that is true. Tatmok, I mean, towards the southern side is where you find most of the foliage. Being on the shoreline, the city is a little bit isolated. One more zone that I think can be intense and of course quite entertaining is going to be towards Ruins. We have not seen an actual Ruins endgame in a while now, and we all know which team likes to drop in Ruins. And Seoul.
To be honest, Team Seoul, their performance inside of this competition so far is not exactly what the fans want, right? And they need to come up in some way or the other. I just dropped my cue card over there because I was just so devastated with Team Seoul's performance. I kind of wanted this team to do a little more. It's still fine.
Hey, what about Revenant, though? Even they're struggling, right? So I guess Revenant can also be a good point of concern over here, because upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok. And Revenant, if you remember all the way back in BGIs, that was the game changer for Revenant.
I was just coming to that.
That's just the old synergy clicking it salty.
Hey,
I'm
come
sorry,
on.
man.
I said this fact right now, right?
Guys, there's an update. It feels like there's something happening on the stage. We're gonna catch up with that as well. Let's head over
Thank
to
you so
Rohit.
much, casters. And यहाँ पर यही डिस्कशन चल रहा है कि कौन at the end of the day, at the end of the third day ये चमचमाती ट्रॉफी उठाएगा. लेकिन इस समय ये कहना बहुत ज़्यादा जल्दी हो जाएगा कि कौन एक्चुअली ये ट्रॉफी ले जाएगा. एंड जल्दी से याद आया, जिस तरह से ई स्पोर्ट्स ने अपना ग्रोथ दिखाया है इंडिया में, वो भी बहुतों को लग रहा होगा यार ये बहुत जल्दी हो गया यार. एंड इसी ग्रोथ में फ्रॉम द स्टार्ट कुछ लोग जुड़े हैं एंड अभी कुछ कमाल के लोगों को यहाँ पर बुलाते हैं. वीव गॉट मर्सी एंड थग जॉइनिंग अस ऑन स्टेज राइट नाउ. Alright, Ahmedabad, a huge round of applause for Thug and Mercy. Thug, welcome. Mercy, welcome. एंड अगर बात करें ग्रोथ की तो ये इस समय कहा जा रहा है कि इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स के इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा लैन इवेंट होने वाला है. एंड इनफैक्ट हो चुका है. इनफैक्ट अभी तो फ्राइडे की बात है, सैटरडे संडे और भी बहुत ज़्यादा क्राउड एक्सपेक्टेड है. तो थग, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, यू हैव बीन देयर इन द जर्नी राइट फ्रॉम द स्टार्ट. ये जो ग्रोथ दिख रहा है इस समय कितना कमाल का लग रहा है और आगे क्या हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं इसमें?
आई थिंक अगर 5 साल पहले की बात करें, कभी हमने सोचा नहीं था कि ई स्पोर्ट्स इतने बड़े स्टेडियम पे हो पाएगा. एंड सबसे बड़ी बात, हमने शहर चुना है अहमदाबाद, और आज हम देखे थे डे के टाइम में कितने अच्छे से भीड़ उमड़ के आई थी, पूरे BGMI के फैंस. सो बहुत अच्छा लगता है एज एन ई स्पोर्ट्स एंथुसियास्ट. एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर अगले 2 दिन हम लोग ये जगह को भर देंगे एंड वो चैंट सुनने मिलेगा.
मर्सी, आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? इस समय चांट्स की यहाँ पर बात हो चुकी है, 20,000 की यहाँ पर कैपेसिटी है. हाउ हैव यू सीन द ग्रोथ ऑफ इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स राइट नाउ?
काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है देख के, और मुझे लगता है अभी आने वाले दिन में इससे काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग आएंगे. टीम को सपोर्ट करने के भी काफ़ी अच्छी तरीके से खेल रहे लोग, और मतलब 5-6 साल से देखते आ रहा हूँ, ई स्पोर्ट्स खेलता आ रहा हूँ, और ये देख के बहुत काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है.
एंड कमाल की बात यह है कि इस यहाँ पर ग्रैंड फिनाले में भले ही आप दोनों साथ में आए हैं, लेकिन एक तरह से यू आर ऑल्सो कम्पीटिंग अगेंस्ट ईच अदर. तो ये यहाँ पर वो जो टेंशन है आपके बीच में, वो टेंशन कितना ज़्यादा है कि यार कंपिटिटर्स भी हैं और दोस्त भी हैं, साथ भी रहते हैं?
ऐसा टेंशन कुछ नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरी टीम ने तो चिकन निकाल लिया अभी, और आने वाले मैच में भी निकालेंगे. अभी इनके टीम को परफॉर्म करना है. अभी
चिकन निकालते बहुत टीम है, ट्रॉफी सोल ले जाती है.
ये थग का हमेशा स्टाइल रहा है, कम शब्दों में बड़ा इम्पैक्ट मारना. एंड यहाँ पर अगर बात करें अबाउट दी क्राउड, अब अहमदाबाद की अगर बात करें, ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पर ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा स्टेडियम भी है. आपको थग, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने अक्सर देखा है कि आप थोड़े से फ्यूचरिस्टिक हैं, आप हमेशा दूरदृष्टि रखते हैं. वो जो बड़ा वाला स्टेडियम है जहाँ पर 1.5 लाख की कैपेसिटी है, आपको लग रहा है कि कितनी जल्दी आपके हिसाब से वो स्टेडियम भी ई स्पोर्ट्स भर सकता है?
अगर अगले 2 दिन में हम ये भर दिए तो अगले 3 साल में वो भर देंगे, पर भर देंगे.
ये फिर से मतलब कम शब्द बड़ा इम्पैक्ट, हमेशा दैट्स थग्स स्टाइल. लेकिन थग एंड मर्सी, आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, आपकी टीम के अलावा, आप दोनों की टीम के अलावा यहाँ पर कौन सी वो टीम है जो आपको लग रहा है कि एक तगड़ा कंपटीशन दे सकती है, एंड जिसके लिए थोड़े से इंटिमिडेटिंग अप्रोचेस रहे होंगे दूसरी टीमों के लिए कि यार इनसे थोड़ा सा बच के रहना है?
आई थिंक इट्स ऑलवेज ब्लाइंड. एक ऐसी टीम है जिससे यू नो एवरीवन लुक्स अप टू देम, किस तरह से उन लोग खेलते हैं, काफ़ी अच्छा एग्रेस करते हैं. पहले 2 गेम में भी काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म करे. सो ऑब्वियसली दे आर ऑलवेज एन थ्रेट, बट आई वुड लव टू सी TX परफॉर्म एज वेल. वहाँ बैठे हैं उन लोग, तो TX से भी काफ़ी उम्मीद रहती है.
आई थिंक ग्लेडिएटर काफ़ी अच्छा खेल रही है. ये साल उनके लिए काफ़ी अच्छा गया है. और हाँ, TX एंड ब्लाइंड.
एंड ये फ्यूचर ऑफ ई स्पोर्ट्स की अगर बात करें, कमिंग बैक टू द टॉपिक, हाउ बिग डू यू सी ई स्पोर्ट्स बिकमिंग इन द नियर फ्यूचर? कितना बड़ा हो सकता है? क्या इतना बड़ा हो सकता है जो अभी इस समय 2023 दिसंबर के महीने में जो हम लोग सोच रहे हैं कि हाँ यार कुछ सालों में इतना बड़ा हो जाएगा, आपको लग रहा है कि जितना हम लोग अभी सोच रहे हैं उससे भी बियॉन्ड जा सकता है ये?
सी अगर इंडियन मार्केट की बात करें, ऑब्वियसली वी आर ऑन अ बुल रन. वी हैव सीन ग्रोथ ओवर द लास्ट 5 years. आई डोंट सी द ग्रोथ स्लोइंग डाउन. सो डेफिनेटली आगे जाते रहेंगे. मतलब आई डोंट सी कि स्लम्प होने का कोई रीज़न है या डाउनफॉल आने का रीज़न है. बहुत ही हमारी देश का सबसे प्रिय गेम BGMI, हमारी प्रिय ऑडियंस और ये सारे प्लेयर्स और सारे ऑर्ग्स मिल के बढ़ाते रहेंगे स्पोर्ट्स को. कोई टेंशन नहीं है.
ये हमेशा एग्जाम में जो होता है ना, एक सरप्राइज वाला क्वेश्चन तो होता है, जो ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन होता है. अभी मैं आपसे एक ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन पूछने वाला हूं. आपके हिसाब से, आप दोनों से, ये वाली जो ट्रॉफी है 2023 में कौन ले जाने वाला है? मर्सी, आपसे स्टार्ट कर.
8-bit.
आपके हिसाब से थग?
गेमिंग हाउस काफ़ी बड़ा है, ये आ जाएगा.
ओके. एंड इस समय बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं. फ्राइडे नाइट है, बहुत सारे लोग आफ्टर द वर्क, आफ्टर द कॉलेज, आफ्टर द क्लासेस आए हैं यहाँ पर. इनको क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप दोनों?
आई थिंक मैं तो अहमदाबाद के पब्लिक को शुक्रगुजार हूँ. मैं आज वहाँ से वॉक किया था और मुझे 5 साल से मैं ई स्पोर्ट्स में मुझे वो फील नहीं आया जो इन्होंने मुझे दिया. तो मैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि आप लोग ने इतना प्यार दिया. एंड मतलब वो गूज़बम्स वाला मोमेंट था मेरे लिए. थैंक यू सो मच. और अगले 2 दिन भी इन सबको आना है, ये आप लोग भूलना मत.
थैंक यू गाइस आने के लिए. और अहमदाबाद की जनता को मैं वही बोलना चाहता हूँ, ये बोलते हैं ना, ये कैमचो, तो वो मजामा वाला.
तो एक बार अहमदाबाद, ये आपसे पूछने वाले हैं कुछ गुजराती से. गुजराती में मर्सी आपसे कुछ पूछेंगे, आपको जवाब देना है. आप एक बार पूछ दीजिए, मजे में है कि नहीं, जनता आपको जवाब दे देगी.
कैमचो अहमदाबाद.
All right, thank you so much, Thug. Ladies and gentlemen, Thug and Mercy, let's have a huge round of applause and all the best. And ये तो पहला ही दिन है और अभी भी मैचेस बचते हैं, लेकिन आगे ये बाजी कौन मारता है और तीसरे दिन के बाद ये ट्रॉफी कौन ले जाएगा? वेल, इसके लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं गेम की तरफ. तो बैक टू आवर कास्टर्स.
Well, Rohit mentioned one very important thing over there, that matches are still remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 4 of them to be a little bit more precise. And the next map we're going to jump into is going to be the map of Sanok. Now, before we jump into the action, a tradition that we all have, predictions, guys.
Wow. I mean, I'm not even casting, so am I really supposed to give the predictions?
If you're not casting, you can say anything you want, right?
Oh yeah, that is actually a good point that you brought up. But you know what? I'm going to go with Revenant Esports.
All right. I give you the option of going for any team you can go for, and you pick Revenant.
Yeah.
Why? Do you not believe in them enough?
Because look, man, they're not doing too good anyway, so I guess they really do need some well-wishers.
That hurt.
That actually hurt me quite a lot. But I think one person who was very confident from that interview has to be Mercy. So I think possibly 8-bit will be my prediction for Sanok.
I mean, let's see what they will accomplish. Of course, the legends of Indian esports on the stage, they also, I mean, were on the same page as us. That this is history in the making, and of course, the trajectory that we are heading with is upwards, ladies and gentlemen. All because of you guys. Do make sure again, if you are in Ahmedabad, do drop down in the Eka Arena. We're gonna be here till Sunday. We still have 2 more days left, and even today is not over. But of course, there's one more thing that is not over. That is the amount of matches we have left for the day. So we're gonna jump into the action of the next game, but before that, let's have a look at the teams once again. We have decided our predictions. It is Revenant from the side of Necro. Salty, what was your prediction?
8-bit CS, of course.
8-bit CS. And again, I think I'm going to go with Blind this time around. I mean, Blind have been absolutely phenomenal for a long time. Even in the previous game, we did see them walk away with decent number of eliminations. I mean, 5 eliminations not too shabby considering you make it into the top 3, 15 points as we discussed. And of course, the big win from that game number 1. Not a win exactly, but the most number of points secured by any team in that game number 1. If they can do that in Sanok, this could be the decider. This could put Blind on that first position comfortably at the end of the day.
You know this. Sanok is supposed to be like the variety map, right? And Sanok always brings in that variety between the dominators.
Yeah.
For example, now if Gladiator has been dominating the entire stage, maybe in the Sanok, GENxFM can come through victorious. That is what Sanok's known for. So you never know. Sanok brings in that unpredictable nature.
But there's one thing very predictable, and that is if you want to tune into the broadcast live from anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, you got to do it on Loco. And all you have to do is get the Loco VIP so that you can catch the action 5 minutes before anyone else. And that will only happen on Loco. I mean, imagine your favorite team is playing, right? Salty, imagine this. Your favorite team, 8-bit CS, they are in this game of Sanok, intense fight going on. And you find out 5 minutes later than everyone else that they won the game.
Exactly. I mean, imagine if
Nothing
you're on
is better than
YouTube.
that, to be honest.
If you're on YouTube, you can pretty much see the future.
It certainly is, right? And I think everyone will be interested in that. But ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to be more interested in is going to be the next game of Sanok. And look at the intensity in the eyes of these players. You've got Team Numen right there, Gladiators sitting right next to them. Everyone is just duped in.
Well, everyone has to be tuned in because there's not a lot of time left, ladies and gentlemen. The game of Sanhok will be on our screens. And here we go. The big bird in the sky. And we're going to have the flight path in front of us. This one is going to be a fun one as well, Salty, because the fun gang is here for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path starting from the top of the city of Langkawi. And it will go towards the western edge of ruins, just a little bit north of Tambang.
Absolutely. I mean, this flight path is certainly not required considering Sanhok is such a small map, but at least it kind of gives everyone that even Stevens opportunity.
Yeah.
And look at all those birds just distribute and migrate themselves into the air. I really want to find out if there are going to be those initial collisions, because just like Necro pointed out, right, he has a hunch. Yeah. He has a hunch that multiple teams are going to drop down in Painan. So
I have
Painan
the
so
same
far,
hunch. It's empty.
it's empty. Exactly.
Insane is going to go there. I believe since they did not see any of the other teams heading in the same direction, they did take the glide towards the city of Painan and are the only ones present in that city. We've seen this happen quite often. Everyone thinks, all right, there will be a drop clash, there will be a drop clash, and in the end, there's not a single team dropping in that particular spot. But an early fight does break out, and this one is going to be GLITCHREBORN going up against the players of HYDRA.
Yeah.
Glitch, they have secured the first finish of the game, and this fight is not in any particular drop location. It's just a little bit northeast of boot camp, but Glitch, they are playing a four-man split early start to this game.
It's very risky, to be honest, Johnny.
Yeah.
It certainly is very risky to go head-to-head against HYDRA, but they've done it perfectly. I think it's time to kind of die out of that equation, just fall back and possibly regroup once again. The first pick has been found out, but look at this, AUTOBOTZ. In the middle of a collision once again, you've got Team Together Esports in the backlines, and Mr. Spray, does he have a clue that Kunal is just walking right next to him? Oh my god, he does not have any weapons, and Mr. Spray, he spotted him, Johnny.
Well, let's see. At least he has some information right now, but what can he make of this? That is going to be the real question. Kunal needs to be careful. I'm pretty sure backup has been called for from both these lads, but not an easy fight for either side.
Certainly not an easy fight for either sides, and it's very surprising to see if these two teams will actually take that fight, because Johnny, the first circle has dropped in, and right about the point we were talking about, right, the circle shifting towards either of these islands, either of the three islands, it certainly has shown us that we are yet to see the map in front of our screens. But ladies and gentlemen, from the feed that we have, the circle has completely ditched the mainland, Johnny.
Well, the circle has moved away from the mainland for sure, but there's another man who is leaving the mainland, and that is going to be Starboy from the side of HYDRA. On for a swim, is going to try and swim towards the Camp Alpha Island. But we all know, and we did talk about this at the start of the game as well, if you are heading towards that Camp Alpha, you have to make sure that Blind isn't there.
I mean, Team X-Park and Blind in very close proximity. I really doubt if those two teams are going to duke it out in the early stages, of course, because for now, they don't really have that compulsion.
We completely mixed X-Park also opting for that Temple Island during the mid stages of the league stages. They made that switch, and I have to say props to X-Park for adapting on the fly. They realized that Blind was also going to come, and they went for a four-man split drop towards the northern edges. But look at this, Akshat from the side of Soul sees the back of Freygaard, and a shot from the DBS connects perfectly. A brilliant knock secured. The first finish for Team Soul, but Akshat needs to be careful since he's all alone.
He certainly has to be careful, but the fun part is Parsh, he did not even sense Akshat's presence, and he had to leave out of that situation. Now if he does turn back and come charging towards Akshat, I think the time is gone. Akshat definitely has that mental advantage. He also has that M16 as well, so can take those mid-range collisions. The tap shots from the M16, very, very ruthless, but I think Akshat also has to regroup with the rest of his team, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, he will be forced to regroup extremely quickly, otherwise there will be a lot of pressure headed their way, considering they are very close to the center of the circle. In the meanwhile, though, switching focus to the players of Entity, who, like always, this time around as well, have started their journey from the city of Kampong. I think they did see the players of Growing Strong drop quite close to them, and they are making sure that they at least have vision or will be able to gather information of the opposition when they take that exit. In the meanwhile, though, Insane, quite close to the players of GLITCHREBORN.
They certainly are. Once again, GLITCHxREBORN just sensing their presence, moving out of this situation. But I wonder what Team Insane is up to, because they certainly are moving up that southwest island. But are they going to take that bridge and move towards the north? That is my question, because there are so many teams in the trifecta region, Johnny. it seems like that is the hotspot right now, and multiple teams are going to be charging next up.
Now multiple teams are going to try to charge forward, but it won't be easy for them. Insane. What can they do? They are on foot. Won't be an easy rotation for sure. Still not looking to stop anytime soon. It's just the fact that all four players are sticking together that can give them hope in those team fights. But ladies and gentlemen, this will not be an easy circle for them to deal with. There's a lot of water present inside of the circle right now. Look at HYDRA. Look at the split that has happened. You have Starboy sticking towards the northern side of boot camp, and then you have the other two players from the side of HYDRA who managed to breach the Camp Alpha Island, but Entity Gaming in a fight for their life against Growing Strong, and Troy and Gamla Boy together do manage to secure two phenomenal knocks. Growing Strong, they're going to be left bleeding out in the open.
Exactly, I mean, look at how Faith has been completely dished out in terms of damage. The nade is going to land right next to him. It's not going to be as deadly as you want, but I love the flank angle from Eclipse, and Sparky can certainly make something happen. Godbot has been knocked out, one of the crucial players, and it seems like Entity, they've suffered a knock themselves as well, Johnny.
Well, Entity, just one player knocked out. GS, Faith. Does he have enough faith in the native phase to secure the finish? And he does. Somraj put to his knees again. At least it's going to be a knock. He equalized from the side of Growing Strong. Troy in the back lines, still extremely low. Gamla Boy, look at him. He's trying his best to deal with the pressure. And it's just one man from the side of GS that has made all of this happen. The other players are yet to get involved.
You know, this is something which I've been waiting for, especially from Growing Strong. Eclipse going in on those flank angles, taking the responsibility on his shoulders, because Sparky as well as Godbot, they've been pulling massive triggers. But now, all of a sudden, Team Entity, they resurrect all of their players and they decide to fall back, even Growing Strong. They're not charging against them. Now, this is the peace treaty that I was talking about, right?
Yeah.
This is the hesitation in the decision-making. But now look at this, Team Numen. Fishes in the waters, but Team Soul is also under fire, Johnny.
Oh, Akshat. He's been robbed. Omega in the back lines also taken extremely low. Both these teams, they need to be careful. Team Soul and Numen. Numen in a very difficult position inside the water, as you mentioned, just fish swimming in the sea, and it will be very easy for a player like Goblin to secure these knocks. Shadow extremely low. He loses one gasp of air and he's done. He's going to get knocked out. Savitar, will the nade damage be enough? Well, it won't be. The nade falls a bit short, but Team Soul, they aren't done yet. They're still looking for those picks. There's the first and the second.
Oh my god, Goblin all by himself just takes down two of them. But now Team Soul, they have suffered massive collisions. Two of their main players, Neo and Akshat, have been taken down. This is the trifecta region that I was talking about. You've got Team Insane in the backlines, Team Numen up front, and multiple others charging towards them. It's not the ideal condition, but finally backup arrives for Team Numen.
Bloodgod needs to be careful. His position is compromised. He's trying his level best to save his teammates. It's not going to be easy. He has Pesky next to him. Savitar somehow managed to make it to the shoreline, but won't really stay alive to get that revive. The smoke has been lobbed, and I think all of that can change everything, but no. Omega secures the finish, but Team Soul, they also realize that there are other squads closing in towards the shoreline right next to them. Just from the back, you have the players of Insane and X-Park ready to pounce.
And I think the timing on that push will be very important. Whoever comes in the latest will have so much advantage. But once again, this is just stage one, Johnny. And so many players have taken an exit from this game. All I wonder is, why is everyone clinging to the trifecta? Why is no one trying to do something which possibly Team AUTOBOTZ have done, which something Gladiators were known for, and they're doing once again, just evading all the collision, taking a longer rotation and finding that safe haven on the northern part of the map.
Well, it's not going to be as easy as you make it sound, Salty, but teams have interesting ways, phenomenal methods of figuring out the easiest, the path of least resistance, if you will. But at least the early finishes are going to be something that will keep the hopes alive on the overall leaderboard. I don't understand this decision. You know, the shorelines at this point are compromised, right? The circle, the center of the circle is close to between that, the intersection of the three rivers.
Yeah.
And everyone's going to be keeping their eyes on the water bodies, waiting for the swimmers to arrive. Why did Numen make that play?
I've no clue,
Was it a
honestly.
play out of desperation?
Honestly, I think I'm not going to blame them blatantly because this is still the first stage, and I think Numen kind of felt the rotation was very early on in the game. Nobody would be focusing on that trifecta all that much. But it kind of backfired because everyone is thinking the same thing. At least for Numen, ClutchGod and Vixki, they're still alive. But look at Team Xpark, look at Team HYDRA, look at these players who are acting like absolute Baywatch. It's going to be so hard. Just Blind and PSYCHE are going to be the most comfortable in the entire lobby.
Well, for sure, Blind is definitely going to be quite comfortable. We have seen them walk away with big wins from similar circles, and this time around as well, they will look to control the eastern slope of that Temple Hill. If they can manage to do that, they can secure a lot of eliminations from the teams lurking towards the shorelines, just west of Bootcamp and north of Ruins.
You know, one team that I'm really impressed what they're making is GLITCHxREBORN. Look at that rotation once again, getting inside their vehicles. This is something that they do on for the Western circuits every single time. Just find that sweet spot. The timing is right, and now they've got so much space. Once again, now it's not just Blind who is in a comfortable spot. GLITCHx as well.
There's one team that has started to get comfortable from the start of the game, and that is Entity. We just saw two players. They're trying to approach the zone. The other two players are still in docks, by the way, and that game plan is very simple. They are already heading for a heal battle. It has been decided.
I mean, possibly. Team Entity, they've always done that. And I'm very surprised that Gamla Boy is in the front lines because he's sort of been the man for those heal battles, but we'll find out. He's also been the flag bearer of aggression as well, so Gamla Boy has to be in the front lines alongside Troy. But I'll find out if Su will be able to make it through. On the other side, you've got Team AUTOBOTZ as well, just comfortable on that main line. I think this is one of those teams, after that initial collision where they lost the two players, they've never really engaged in any sort of firefight so far. But I think slowly and steadily with Gladiators and Team Together Esports starting to rotate, I think AUTOBOTZ might face a little bit of heat right now.
It's going to be a situation that is forced upon them. They will have to react, and if their reactions aren't perfect, this team is going to fall in a blink. But it's going to be interesting to see what Mr. Spray and Servi can actually pull off. Mr. Spray, especially one of those players who has been, I mean, a lot of experience on both these players, to be a little bit more precise. I mean, Mr. Spray himself has been in the community for a while. Servi, we all know the kind of exposure this man has had and the kind of impact he has left behind on the BGMI scene, and hopes and dreams for their squad are going to be alive. But there's one more team we haven't talked about yet, and they are one of those squads who were there on that Camp Alpha Island from the start. Team PSYCHE, Ronnie spotted out, Saad trying to take a few shots, but the distance is a little too much for that red dot.
You know, it's very surprising, Johnny, because Team PSYCHE was not in the Northwest Island as soon as the game started. They dropped on towards the Tatmok region. Team Xpark, meanwhile, Team Xpark and Blind, they were holding the Camp Alpha region. But now Team Xpark, they proceeded southwards, and Team PSYCHE, they've made their rotation. It's been an exchange of space. And I think Team PSYCHE is doing a very good job holding this periphery of the circle.
That is true.
Their prime opposition will be Blind throughout, because majority of the cavalry which is going to come in from the mainland, Blind will be the frontliners, and Team PSYCHE only has to worry about any outliers from Team Blind looking at them, trying to take them down, and that is going to be Ronnie up front. If Ronnie is taken down, I think Team PSYCHE, they're going to have a free sail throughout this game.
But look at this, AUTOBOTZ. As we talked about it, the players of Team Together Esports, teams have begun to arrive, and AUTOBOTZ, they hear them headed towards their direction, and things might have been made easy as Rolex gets himself knocked out. AUTOBOTZ will have a 2v3 available to them. In fact, make it a 2v2, because even PSYCHE from the side of Team Together Esports was picked off a few moments ago in this match. But I believe AUTOBOTZ, they don't really have all the information, so they're going to stay and take a step back. They will play for survival. In the meanwhile, growing strong, need to be extremely precise, because the team that they will run against or will run into is going to be the side from Gladiators. You see them up north, but where is the next circle going? Oh my god, Blind, they're going to be so happy.
They certainly are going to be happy. But I think majority of the teams, especially from the Southwest Island, they know that their game is done, Johnny. They cannot find a way up north. There is no way of swimming your way up inside the circle right now. There are so many fishes in the waters. There are sharks. And of course, there are the fishermen as well. I think GLITCHxREBORN, the rotation that they made, they're going to find space for themselves. But also, they have to be very careful of Team Xpark's presence. On the other side, you still have Team Insane on towards that Southwest Island, and like I said, right, for them, they're thinking of possible solutions to the problem that there is. How do they make their way on top, enter the circle? Because right now, The problem is evident. They've got Team Soul right up front, they've got Numen up front, and on the other side of the island, they've got Team Xpark. How do you take down so many oppositions?
Well, it's not going to be easy for them. At least Sparsh is already on his knees. But Xpark, they have the numbers to work with. The distance between the squad, between the knock that they have secured is what is keeping them at bay. And it will keep them at bay for a while at least. It's not safe to get out. They know this. They're holding themselves back. If anyone comes to rescue Sparsh, they're going to hit the deck as well. In the meanwhile, Revenant on our screens looking to find at least some way to access that Camp Alpha Island or another way to get inside the circle. But Revenant is going to run into a lot of challenges now, Salty.
They certainly will. I mean, crossing over from here on, you can see from the X-ray as well, Team 8-bit CS is right on the other side and Ronak is placed in position. Initial shots will be taken. Sensei fears that Team 8-bit CS, they have a bridge block up front, and that is why they have been stopped dead on their tracks. Now it seems like a battle, an entire war is about to break out.
Oh, it is going to be a war. And look at this, Ronak, he stays hidden. Lets the first man pass. Juicy from the backline is going to try and take Sensei down.
Oh!
But a moment of desperation, Sensei just pummels his vehicle inside that river in order to survive. And Revenant, they've kept all 4 of their players alive. But 8-bit, they have split the firepower apart. Will it be enough? The answer is no. PS finds the opening. Ronak hits the floor.
He certainly does, and Juicy is still there to kind of protect him, to kind of amplify the numbers, but it seems like Revenant Esports, at least on top of the bridge, they are outmaneuvering Team 8-bit CS, slowly progressing forward. I like the smokes that have been displayed, and Juicy, his position has been marked, but Revenant Esports, they're going to be having a chokehold from the blue zone, Johnny.
Oh, they will definitely be choked in a corner. Juicy, greedy for that nade, steps out in the open, takes a lot of damage, a nasty hit to the face. The first hit, it needs to come in right about now, because look at this, utility in the hands of MJ, and he's looking to lob that nade. Fails to connect. Juicy backs off. Revenant still in control of the bridge. 8-bit still blocking their way. Both these teams, the rotation is going to be delayed, and the next stage is going to be stage 4. The damage from the blue zone will definitely take sides in this fight.
You know, it's a deadlock which is going to suck the lives of both these two teams right now.
For sure.
I mean, Revenant Esports, they know their time is out. Sensei is bleeding out as well. Juicy is bleeding out. None of these teams can actually back off. Possibly 8-bit CS can make that wise call, but I like what Face is doing. He has definitely been spotted. If he does get up, it's going to be Juicy just making an absolute hell out of their lives.
Well, Juicy is there on the shoreline. He heard the bodies drop. He saw the players take that swan dive, and he is prepared. See his fear, switches over to the DBS. The first man goes down, but Juicy is going to be traded out instantly. Ronak in the backlines, and Juicy are the only people remaining from the side of 8-bit. Ronak and Mighty Fish, my apologies, Leo White, he was knocked out as well. But Revenant, even they have taken a nasty hit. But look who is finally here for the third party, and who caused 8-bit to panic, who caused Revenant to panic. It is Gamla Boy from the side of Entity Gaming, and it's 3 players from the side of Entity who have united together, finally realizing that they have an opportunity for the win in this match as well.
Absolutely, I think this bridge was so essential for them. Apollo, of course, will be stuck. He has no manpower whatsoever, but Troy and Sue, they need to heal themselves up very, very quickly. They have to understand how important it is to retain your manpower, especially when you enter the circle up there.
Yeah.
Sue is going to get taken down, but Team 8-bit CS, I like this decision making already. They have focused, cut down on their losses. Look at this on the other side. GLITCHxREBORN, they're going to wipe the floor with Team Psych. But the point, Johnny, I was trying to make is that 8-bit CS, they made a very wise call to cut down on their losses and focus on what lies ahead.
That is true. It gets them at least very close to the southwestern edge of the circle, and they won't have a lot of trouble to deal with, apart from the players of Blind, of course. But GLITCHxREBORN, absolutely phenomenal on throughout the day. They will also look to convert this match off Sanok. And meanwhile, Starboy, he's a snake off Sanok, but he has the players from GENxFM crawling in the front lines.
Oh.
Dionys is spotted out. Starboy needs to be careful. Is he hiding in the grass, or is Dionys just not able to see him? Dionys is ignoring him.
I think he's being ignored.
Yeah, that's
to be
what
honest. Dionys was ignoring him, but not Crypto. He was like, all right, fine, you want to lie in front of me? I'm going to finish off those reptiles as soon as possible.
Yeah, doesn't really like snakes, I believe, but...
Nobody likes them.
I mean, some people do.
I mean, if it does get you some good positions like Nakul does or possibly Mania does,
look at this.
that's nice. But look at this instant replay. Team PSYCHE just been chased down by Gladiators. But I wonder where exactly did it happen, because Gladiator was on the mainland, Team PSYCHE was on the edge of the westland.
Gladiators, I mean, look at the nerves these players have. They backed up on the man who was knocked out.
And this is what they do all the time. And now look at this, AUTOBOTZ.
AUTOBOTZ.
The Molotov was perfect from Mr. Spray, knocks down both of them. And now even though he's taking so much damage, he has an opportunity to finish them off. Does have those crates lying in front of him, so he can stock up on the meds because he desperately needs them.
It's the same bridge. It is the same bridge where we saw the fight with the players of 8-bit CS and Revenant. And by the way, talking about Revenant, Apollo, he's managed to stick around all this time. And is he causing trouble for AUTOBOTZ? I mean, Mr. Spray, what was that? Apollo
With one shot is going to find the connection. Finally finds a little bit of crates. 4 first hits on the go. Man can still survive for a while.
Yeah, he can still survive for a while. Plus, I mean, AUTOBOTZ did half his job for him. They picked up the players of Entity Gaming. So there's going to be more first hits. And Apollo, he has full freedom to go for a heal battle now in this matchup. But ladies and gentlemen, we are up to stage 5. We still have too many bodies in this map of Sanhok, just floating around, insane, still surviving in this game. All just because of one player. But we'll come back to that individual later. Team Together Esports, well, they will die together in this game at the hands of Gladiators.
They certainly will, but Gladiators now have a massive opportunity on the other side. GENxFM, they're preparing themselves for an absolute warfare. Team Xbox, they're charging. Look at the way Pokar and SprayGod are moving, Johnny.
Oh, SprayGod gets dropped, but the trade comes in. GENxFM, they haven't given up yet. Wishu's going to be the last man surviving, and he's going for the push. Sarang, shots connected through the smokes, and through the smokes, he's going to make sure that GENxFM, they disappear. Xbox, 8 eliminations on the board.
They certainly are proving themselves right now. The fans are cheering. Team Xbox, they're marching towards victory because there's nobody to interfere with their movement right now. There certainly is Insane's Harsh, who is in the back lines, might actually prove to be a deadly counter. But Team Xbox, with 3 men, they have left one of their players behind as a sacrificial pawn. But the rest of the 3 players, they are going to be making a very long climb. But look at this, Team 8-bit CS slowly taking positions on the flank, and Mania has spotted Pokar.
All that control on the Temple Hill finally has started to pay off for the lads of Blind, as Mania spots out not just X-Spark but also the individuals from the side of 8-bit CS. Puka somehow is still surviving, finally steps out from the smoke and still manages to stay alive with just a pixel, but it's not even going to matter as Sarang hits the floor, and the pressure is going to be felt by the players of X-Spark, not just from the side of Blind but also from the side of 8-bit CS.
I mean, we'll find out if 8-bit CS will be able to take down Team Xbox with just 2 players. Pokar is the only one now who is still surviving. And Team 8-bit CS, they have done a very good job in focusing on the utility and the resources that they have. They do not have the manpower of 4 players, but with 2 sticking together, they've found the teamwork of a dream. Pokar can only hope that 8-bit CS do not come in tandem. They give him isolated fights, but on the other side, we've missed this team so much. GLITCHxREBORN, they have 6 eliminations on them already. They have the favorites of the circle, and all 4 of their players are still alive. This team, especially after this game, might actually take the big chicken.
And hey, look at this, Delta PG, 8 first stage remaining, has gone for a heal battle, has made sure that his team will be there at least in the top 6, a few extra placement points. And this drop from the side of Blind will help the players of Glitch. Look at that! They drop to their demise. A kamikaze move. No one takes us down, apart from ourselves, of course.
I mean, that is what Mania said right yesterday. But on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a 1v1 right now. One player from Team 8-bit CS, Ronak. I mean, he certainly is smiling. Why not? That was a very ballsy move. But look at this, Pokar just holding on to his position. He knows he can isolate that fight. But from the backlines, I think GLITCHxREBORN is sort of working with him, making life easier. Johnny, what do you think so?
Well, I mean, he's going to make life easier for the players of Glitch, of course. I mean, they have the numbers advantage. At this point, we know who's going to win this game, right?
Yeah.
Glitch, they have 4 players. 8-bit is down to 1. Xbox is down to 1. But I think the fans of both these teams, 8-bit CS and Xbox, will definitely be happy with the fact that their teams have made it into the top 3. Mighty, last player surviving from the side of 8-bit CS. Puka is going to be the last man surviving from the side of Xbox, and Glitch, well, it's just a formality, lads. Just push, get those 2 finishes if you want. and then the chicken dinner is yours as well. They get one. Chris OP finds Puka. Mighty is going to be the last man surviving, gets spotted out, takes down one at least, has no healing utility, so he can't really bring his HP back up to be a part of the action any longer. He needs to secure this point before he goes down. 6 eliminations, 12 for placements, 18 points on the board for 8-bit. Deny the finish point. And he is not able to do that. But anyways, GLITCHREBORN, phenomenal control of the zone, phenomenal rotation, and a phenomenal chicken dinner. They've been trying for 3 games. They have been very consistent. And the same things we said about Blind now apply to this team as well, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, a chicken dinner that they wanted is theirs.
Absolutely. I mean, what a game it was. We talked about their movement. We talked about the way they managed their resources. And once again, this team has proved it all. That the structure that they have with which they play, focusing on rotations in the early stages, and finally kind of amplifying that firepower. It seems like GLITCHxREBORN have found the perfect recipe of success, and that is one of the reasons why they are being successful. But we do have another man who is back on the desk. When did you appear, man?
Hey, look, man, how did you like my zone prediction?
Both of us, I mean, made the same prediction. Yeah, we're on
The
the
Camp
same page.
Alpha zone, I mean, it's something that I was speaking about. Unfortunately,
it's very
Blind Esports
obvious.
decided to just fall down to their own death. Like, how does that even make any sense?
Yeah, that does not make any sense. I wonder what was that call. I mean, you need to realize the damage from the blue, it was stage 6, it is going to be immense, right?
Yeah.
You will take that fall damage for the first 2 seconds of the fall, and that is, I mean, that drop does last a second at least, so that 1 second of damage will be enough to drop your HP, just enough that the fall finishes you off.
I mean, Blind Esports, they possibly just wanted to reserve their points, right? Not just give it away to possibly GLITCHxREBORN, because Blind again, right? Blind is contesting against GLITCHxREBORN for the #1 and the #2 spot, right?
If what you're saying is true, then that is a 200 IQ move. Deny 3 points to the opposition, just finish yourselves, and that is it.
I think Blind, again, right, just sorry to cut you off over there, but I think if they have been constantly reading the finish feed, they would understand that, all right, GLITCHxREBORN, they are right in front of them with fall 4 players standing, right?
Yeah.
And Blind also do understand that GLITCHx has only been the team to kind of try and contest against them for the #1 spot. It only makes sense. Why would you give your finishes away, especially when you know they have a better positioning?
But I mean, again, like, understand this. That's why I always say, when you're going to be taking any type of high ground control, make sure you've got a vehicle with you.
That
if you
is
want to
true.
drop down, you can just sit inside the vehicle and then drop down.
It is all about having that exit strategy already in your hands and it being prepared. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the IRL highlights, the reactions of the players as they were getting eliminated, and of course as they won the game. But look at this. This is the moment all 3 of them hit the floor and also were sent back to the lobby. And I am pretty sure Knuckle over there was speaking to Mane and being like, yeah, why did you make us do that?
Sometimes the unfortunate stuff does happen, and sometimes the Grim Reaper just knocks on the door, and I guess that's just what happened with the players of Blind. But I guess, hey, consistent finish, and that's all that matters.
Oh, that's true.
That certainly is true. I mean, Blind, they've been consistent, and like you said, right, the Camp Alpha Island landing on top of them, they've never really struggled to contest for space, right? We've seen, right, majority of the times Blind are left completely uncontested. Nobody tries to even go and drop clash them. I felt like Team Xpark would have done that in the early stages, especially when they both dropped in close contestation. But again, Team Xpark, their movement was very weird.
Exactly.
I mean, coming in, dropping in northwards of Blind, and then rotating downwards towards a trifecta. I did not really see that movement coming.
But Xpark, I think one of the biggest challenges for anyone that lands on that Camp Alpha Island is trying to avoid Blind. Xpark did a phenomenal job. They moved along the shoreline, just picking off a few eliminations here and there, and managing to make it into the top 3 was just phenomenal.
But one thing is for sure, GLITCHxREBORN, they have learned from their past mistakes.
That is true.
Man. With the way they're playing, first game consistent finish, second game consistent finish, third game just a victory off the board. But as I mentioned, Sanok brings in that variety, and I guess GLITCHxREBORN really took an advantage of that. Let's move forward and take a look at the highlights.
Well, here are the highlights of the previous game, and this game of Sanok was filled with a lot of hilarious moments. First of all, that shot in the back. How could he not see Akshay just standing there in the corner? Did he not check the shack completely?
I have no clue, to be honest. That felt really weird. But again, the fact that his teammate also did not come back to take a fight, that again was just a weird fact. But look at this bridge fight, right? Once again, Revenant chiming in, 8-bit trying to block them. But we remember the monstrosity that went down the line on this bridge, right? So many teams just coming in, trying to make their mark, trying to get a couple of finish points on board. But Apollo, this man, was an absolute god, an absolute Greek god himself.
God.
This chase was another story altogether.
I mean, you're talking about Gladiator Esports, and you can never run away from the Gladiators if you have stepped your foot inside the arena.
That is true. And this time around as well, they were again and again just trying to look for the oppositions to secure those eliminations, but you can't really win every single fight, as the players of GENxFM found that out. The fight against X-Park not really going their way. 8-bit CS, this was a phenomenal move from Mighty, just rotating with a wide flank, swinging for the high ground, and then making sure that there was no way for the players of X-Park to actually control that flank, in result pinning X-Park down that slope.
Absolutely. But again, right, 8-bit CS, you've got to talk about this team as well, right? From that bridge block, from the point when they kind of had to face a Revenant Esports also countered them beautifully. But then to make that decision, right, all right, fine, boys, it seems like we are losing the control on the bridge. Revenant have been constantly pushing us back.
Yeah.
So now we have to make a decision. Do we go all in, or we completely get out from this particular situation? And also to kind of remember the fact both of these teams were on a chokehold because the blue zone appeared as well. I felt 8-bit CS, that was the wisest decision that they could have made over there.
Exactly. I mean, speak about making wise decisions, right? Of what Blind Esports did, I don't exactly know if that was the part of the plan. Like, I'm not even joking over here. If they actually wanted to die, like, over there at that moment. But I don't know what they try to do. One thing is for sure, they're still quite comfy in that overall ranking.
Yeah,
so that's something
that is
Blind
true.
Esports can rely on. Team Insane, unfortunately, I had so many expectations from them, even Revenant Esports, but I guess Revenant Esports really just got stuck on that bridge, and they did not really expect anyone to camp them.
It wasn't just Revenant. I mean, Revenant ran into the players of 8-bit CS. 8-bit CS, just as Salty pointed out, outsmarted them, and they were like, all right, you guys stay here. We're going to bounce off. Apollo stayed back. Entity show up out of nowhere, and then Entity get third-partied by AUTOBOTZ like 2 minutes late. What was Entity doing sticking around for so long?
I mean, for Entity, if you remember the rotation, right, I think Entity has pulled off one of the longest rotations possible. They
From
dropped in
docks.
exactly from docks towards the southwest island, and from the southwest island taking the bridge up north towards Camp Alpha Island. That was one of the longest rotations that they could have pulled off. The timing was almost perfect. I mean, they were almost at the edge of the circle. They kind of tanked the blue zone damage because all of the meds from the south, they had it for themselves. But when they were about to cross over, AUTOBOTZ just appeared.
And they appeared, and they rolled out in style as well from
Yeah.
there. Or they were actually forced to roll out by that one man who had built his own little house underneath the bridge, Apollo. He was there for a good 3-4 minutes looking for more first aids, and out of nowhere, with Entity being wiped out by AUTOBOTZ, he found those first aids.
Yeah, but Johnny, the struggle, the question still remains. Some of the top dogs are still on the latter half
Yeah,
of the board.
true.
Revenant Esports, Numen Gaming, Seoul, not being able to perform, even inside the game of Sanok, where we expect these type of teams to perform, considering
true.
if you're not really able to perform in general throughout the day. But now the upcoming game is going to be Weekendy, and I think
Weekendy.
so. At the start, we know things start off in a really slow way. And if I'm not wrong, I'm casting that with Salty, right?
Yeah, you are.
Salty, remember the good old days?
The good old days, my man. The Weekendy podcast hours. I'm so glad to have that back once again. But it's not about just the podcast hours. You know, there are multiple teams, I think, who have a set strategy for Weekendy right now. Even though the circle shift is still going to be slow. But one thing which is not going to be slow, Johnny, I think you should do the honors.
Exactly. That is us moving with the stats, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the MVP of that game of Sanok. And it is going to be an interesting one because we have Sarang from the side of X-Park surviving for the longest time. 5 eliminations secured. Finish contribution to the team, 62.5%.
Exactly. In general, Sarang, of course, once again stepping things up from the side of X-Park, and X-Park desperately needed this type of performance. At least that one single team, they have managed to escape the depths of hell, so they can sort of take a massive sigh of relief, but still they should not, in my opinion. Now, as we do move forward towards the top 5 player, you've got AUTOBOTZ Mr. Spray, Trish OP from the side of GLITCHxREBORN, 8-bit Mighty, and then you've got Delta from the side of Gladiator Esports.
I mean, to be honest, Sarang has always been the flag bearer for Team X Park. I mean, Spraygod definitely had his limelight. Initially, Aditya was there as well. But it seems like this man has always been consistent in leading the team from the front. But have a look at this, right? You've got Mighty from Team 8BTS coming together. You've got Mr. Spray coming together. It feels good that the players who were kind of in the shadows are coming to perform in front of a massive crowd.
Let's see the rankings from the previous game on our screens, and Glitch, the consistent run, the win in this game gets them 23 points, and the safety net for Blind Necro that you were talking about, I think it has just vanished, considering Blind just has 6 points from this match. What?
It's not that bad though, still, considering the first 2 games were quite consistent, so I guess these 6 points, yeah, it is a bit of a drop-off in the performance.
It's Blind!
But at least they have got some points, right? Now take a look at the latter half of the board. There's a couple of teams that do not even have a single point.
Hey, I mean, come on, guys. This is just the half of the day, right? We've just had 3 matches so far, and we still have 3 more games to go. And I think a team like Blind, they kind of focus more on the maps of Miramar and Rangel. Glitch on the other side, this is their strongest map. So it is always certain that this team will take the lead.
Oh my God, Psych, Hydra, and Growing Strong. 3 teams with no points.
Yeah, GS is not having a fun time at all today. I mean, even in the first game, they tried their level best. Miramar did not really go their way, and even in this match was just... I don't even know what's the worst possible word we can use for a horrible performance.
I mean, Growing Strong is one of those teams that sort of dominates in the online phase, right? And whenever it comes to lane, they're just not able to play.
Look at this, we have the overall rankings for the first time on our screens, and Glitch, look at them, 56 points secured. Gladiators and Blind tied up 42 points for both these teams.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, one little update. This is still probable that the standings might change just because of the fact that the first match, it is still not confirmed. We will come to a decision at the end of the day. There might be a possibility where the first game might be rehosted tomorrow. So that means this cumulative standings might change. But for now, let's just consider that this is the final standings and this is how we're going to moving forward. Certainly, Growing Strong, Team Soul, GENxFM not having the best of times.
Growing Strong have just grown weaker, it seems like, on
That's
land.
True. Yeah. These guys are not able to grow strong on land at all, and it's not the first time. It's been happening time and time, even in the past. But you know what? Another thing that I want to point out. Now, look, Numen Gaming, it's understandable. The first game was not in their hands. But then, in the leftover 2 games, they did not even get a lot of points. So that really makes me reconsider. Even if the first game is going to be rehosted, are they really going to be able to pull off anything?
Well, they can. They probably, but that would also mean that Blind and Glitch take a massive drop in the rankings.
I mean, well, a lot of things can change, especially when a game gets rehosted, guys. We'll have to live up with that fact. But for now, of course, let's just consider that the game is done and dusted, and we will carry that forward from here on. GLITCHxREBORN, a great start, but Gladiators on that second pot, I felt it was unexpected.
It was unexpected, but Gladiators, I mean, the win from Miramar did bring them into a decent pot in the overall ranking. But ladies and gentlemen, look who has arrived, the OG of BGMI himself. Scout is in the house, but again, I was about to bring some fun facts about
Johnny. Not just that, Scout also brought his Mustang over here.
Oh,
it's in the arena right there in the backstage.
Did he drive all the way?
Yeah, he did. I saw it.
My goodness.
His Mustang is right there in the backstage.
Wait, what?
Yep.
I'm going to see if I can hop a ride, considering we have been friends for a while, but that's going to happen later. As I was saying, some fun facts. I mean, we were talking about the top 8 at the start of the day, right? Soul, HYDRA, GS, AUTOBOTZ, all of them in the bottom 8 right now. GS struggling for points, and of course the struggles are going to continue as we move on with the matches. But hey, there's the man, everyone, a lot of his fans came out into the Eka Arena to meet him. And if you guys want to meet Scout, well, Eka Arena in Ahmedabad, that's where we're at. We're giving you the address.
Absolutely. I mean, this man was phenomenal, even for his team, right, when he played for Marks Gaming
What is Dark Lord doing there? Doesn't he have to play?
I'm not really sure. Possibly that's just the jersey, Johnny. You still can't see his face, right? You can't make out that that person is Dark Lord himself. But the point I was trying to make is that Scout, this time around playing in from Marcus Gaming Zero, definitely had a little bit of an impact.
Oh yeah, true.
It definitely did. And well, speaking about Scout, some of the legends, even Sid is over there. You guys saw him. Yeah, even Sid was right next to Scout. So in general, man, if you guys are missing out on this vibe, just come over here in Eka Arena in Ahmedabad. And if you're already in Ahmedabad and if you're still not over here, man, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? Just get here. We are here as well. Salty
so many seats are empty. Just look at it. So many scenes.
Hey,
Just
Necro.
come on.
Hey, Necro, you calm down, man. You invite people. When you invite people, you get way too aggressive. You've got to be very welcoming.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah,
them.
welcome them
Join
with
us. Join us,
I
ladies
feel
and
like
gentlemen. But
some people do like aggression.
all right, let's do one thing. There's one place we're going to go. We're going to head towards the next matchup. Look at the teams that are going to play the next map of Vacandy, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, I mean, it's the 16 teams that we witnessed in the last game as well. But this time, considering we have had a look at the overall rankings, I'm pretty sure both of you might want to re-strategize about your predictions.
Johnny, weekendy predictions are something that are so tough to make.
That
And
is true.
I am actually going to go with Team Insane.
What about circles? Circle predictions. Salty, you do a circle
Mount
prediction.
Kresnik, so the spot between Mount Kresnik and Villa, that is exactly where it's going to end, but I want to know from you. It still remains the same, all right? The good old days of Weekendy, they haven't changed at all.
Yeah, I mean,
That
I
is
still
true.
remember you said you like to meditate on top of that mountain and all that stuff. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Soon enough, the game of Weekendy is going to be dialed in. I'm super excited. My prediction is going to be Team Insane. Salty, I want to know your prediction quick.
I mean, it's going to be tough, to be honest, but I think I'm going to go with X-Pac. X-Pac were pretty brilliant on Weekendy for a while. It seems like that form might come back, especially with someone special coming in inside of the stadium.
I mean, that someone special brings with him a little bit of pressure for X-Pac specifically, but I believe that, well, I don't know what I believe in, to be honest, but GENxFM, I believe, have a brilliant strategy as well on Vacandy. I'm getting a little bit confused between GENxFM, X-Pac, and the players of GS, because I have a feeling that this game of Vacandy might just work out for GS, because think about this, right? Vacandy, you don't have to complicate things. You look for first aids, you play for survival. You survived in the top 3, you get a few eliminations, pretty decent game.
Yeah.
It sounds pretty easy when you say it, but when you try to execute it, it's not that easy, Johnny. Because the more the teams survive in the late game, the more the trouble is going to be.
Vacandy, you just push for the center.
That is
The
true.
circle never moves.
That is true, but then later on, even if you are in the center, there's going to be so many of the late breachers that can cause the problem.
That is what the 21st aids are going to be for, Necro. See, we came up with a
21st aids.
brilliant game plan over here.
Johnny, I like your humor, man. You are definitely funny, but look at who is vlogging the OGs.
Hey, the
All
whole
of the-
gang has arrived.
The big gang from SADUL, all the content creators. You've got 8-Bit Mamba, you've got Kashvi, you've got Scout, just coming in, enjoying this extravaganza.
And of course, while the excitement is there in the arena. Did you just say extravaganza again?
I said extravaganza once again.
Alrighty, Salty has learned a new word.
What?
We discovered
Wait.
yesterday, but
Why don't we do an extravaganza counter throughout the tournament? Why don't you guys do
alrighty.
it?
Alrighty, we're gonna do it. Right now it's at 2.
3.
3? Alright, 3.
I mean, I've got too much work to counter stuff, man, so I'm not really going to do that. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game of Weekendy is going to be starting soon, because here we deep dive in the map. This is a map that we all have been waiting for. For some teams, it is a strong suit. For some teams, they have been struggling on this map time and time. But as the plane's going to hit the skies once again, and as the plane fly path starts all the way from Trevno towards Milnar, this is going to be an interesting one, because the plane fly path is equally dividing two halves.
It certainly does, right? And it will be very interesting on where the teams are focused on, because right in the pre-show we talked about how the circle always stays in the Mount Kresnik and the Villa region, right? Castle might also be in contention. Yes, the teams will move towards the peripheries, possibly towards Krichos, possibly towards Abava, but majority of that focus is going to be nearby the Villa region. So I still wonder if there are going to be some initial drop collisions, but for now it seems like there is not going to be any.
Oh yeah, I mean, speak of the drop collisions, Team Insane dropping all the way towards Peshkova. Interesting location to be opting out for. Then you've also got Gladiator Esports towards that centric spot of the map, 8-Bit 2. You like to take a look at Mount Kresnik. Team X-Park is actually going to be the one towards Mount Kresnik. But as usual, Salty, your predictions just do not really come true, because I highly doubt this circle is going to be on top of Mount Kresnik.
Hey, come on, man. I mean, it's not about the predictions. This is for the first time we have witnessed this circuit. So let's just be happy for a second and not sad and not cruel about the fact that our predictions are not coming true, because heck that, we are going to have a blast, possibly for the first time. We just might see the circle move towards Dobromesto. I want to know your thoughts. Do you think it's going to go towards Dobromesto?
I don't think so.
It's very far away.
It's too hard of a shift.
Yeah.
It's too hard of a shift. Maybe Movtra over there, maybe Villa. There's a possibility, but not towards Dobromesto.
look at the cluster on the southern end. I mean, you've got Team Soul, who is playing on a very wide split. You've got Team Blind, who's also playing on a very wide split. And right next to Omega, there is Team AUTOBOTZ. So I'm pretty sure that these teams trying to make an exit, trying to make an entry inside the circle, they certainly are going to have some problems, Necro.
Indeed, speaking of having problems, AUTOBOTZ right next to the players of Team Soul, and then Blind Esports is too close to them as well. Team Soul, they're one of those teams that likes to drop all the way down south, and they've done it once again, but AUTOBOTZ is way too close to comfort. Another team that might just have a potential drop collision is going to be in the name of Entity and HYDRA, but you can clearly see Starboy's on the run. He does not want anything to do. He does not even want to stay in the nearby vicinity of that team.
Just moving away from that location, but HYDRA Esports, where exactly are they headed? Because they certainly are in the middle of nowhere right now, Necro, on towards the brown lands of the Kendi, the barren lands. And it seems like Team Entity are right behind them. Have a look at the radar, right? The green dot represents Team Entity, and they're very close. In a while, I think Starboy might get spotted, so I truly wonder what is the objective of HYDRA Esports in this location. Once again, just a little bit of a history. HYDRA Esports, they were so phenomenal inside of week 1, but now it seems like that firepower is lacking.
Yeah. And speaking of the firepower, Entity Gaming as well is one of those teams that has not been looking in red hot form. So I guess both these teams are on the same page. HYDRA needs to catch up. Entity needs to catch up. Overall standings, both these teams are not doing too good. And I guess right now, Entity Gaming's on a move. Now look, we all know inside the map of Weekendy, you just need to get as close as possible to the centric spot because the circle just does not move in the first 3 stages. So it's quite a slow start.
It definitely will be a slow start, but I wonder if while moving, right, we talked about the southern cluster. I wonder if when that cluster comes to a deadlock, there will be some fights which might get forced. Now, of course, the teams might decide to disengage, but for now, I think that's not going to happen. You've got certain teams who are inside the circle. Meanwhile, Team PSYCHE, I think, is in the best of positions. Numen is also progressing towards the central part. You've got Growing Strong, possibly for the first time playing in from inside the circle. It will be very interesting to see if this team can make a comeback, because like you mentioned, I think they definitely do need a big performance right now.
They indeed do. GLITCHX in front of us, and Chris OB is one of those guys that has been looking quite good. In general, the entire team is looking in a red-hot form. They've got a good mixture of controlled aggression, and that's something that's been helping these guys really well. Roman OG, Ralph, Duke. This lineup is just stacked up, and it's proven wonders. It's making wonders up till now inside the grand finals.
Well, we've definitely had a slow start, Necro, and it seems like it's time, man, to live those good old days. The podcast hours, once again, might just be coming back very soon, but I'm still wondering. I mean, looking at some movements here and there, 8-bit CS, they're still at the center. They've got capture over Goroka, as a matter of fact, complete control. You've got Team X-Park coming in from their right-hand side, from the sides of Mount Kresnik. They've always had that control over Mount Kresnik, but it seems like this circle is going to force them out of that location. No compulsion for the teams inside of the circle to just move around. It's only the teams who are going to be playing from outside the circles who will make those micro adjustments and find their places inside the circle. But we know, Necro, the first and the second circle inside of Weekendy, there's barely any shift.
Yeah, even the third one.
Kind of.
It's like kind of a shift, but it's still something that's not going to affect these
The
teams,
real
right?
game starts after the fourth circle.
Yeah, it does. I mean, DBS is something that's a weapon to be feared. Especially, I'm a big fan of the weapon when it's in my hands.
I mean, everyone loves it at this point. There was a brief history when DBS used to be inside of the drops, and I kind of felt like that a weapon of this caliber should be inside of the drops. But then, again, when it just got usual, the players were like, all right, fine, let's just make good use of it, and everybody just adapted themselves.
I would say if you really do want to nerf the DBS, just make it super rare.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. Just make it super rare, because nerfing its damage down it's just going to kill that weapon. So I might as well just say that just make it super rare to find on the map. But
yeah,
speaking about Team Soul, Now, this team is one of the big dogs, as I mentioned a while ago, too.
Yeah.
And they're still struggling, Salty. If you're Team Sol's coach, what are you going to say to them?
I think they will have to kind of focus back on the basics once again. Just kind of go away from all the strategy that they pre-planned once again, go back to the basics. You remember the time when Team Soul used to predict the circle so accurately. Omega's rotations used to be so flawless at that point of time. It seems like Team Soul are missing that once again. They've struggled to make the rotations work. They've struggled to find those peaceful mid-rotation pit stops. They've always found themselves in the middle of nowhere without any cover, without a lot of mobility as well. And that has come back to hurt them.
Yeah.
I think if they go back and watch today's games, try and figure out where the rotations exactly went wrong in every single map, they will be able to kind of come back because they know they have the secret recipe for success, basically.
Indeed. And speak of the secret recipe for success, Team Spark, they have managed to get out of that dirt in that previous game because they had a decent one. But still, you do not want to slip back in. Just like how Blind Esports did from that on top of that mountain.
Oh, look at that. We do have a knock, which is
it's not going to be a push.
I mean, I would have loved it if it was a push because it's Revenant Esports, right? And they definitely do need those points. And I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Revenant Esports, we expected that shift in play, the shift in gears to come inside of the map of Sandhawk. But since that did not happen, possibly on the map of the Candy, but it seems like your call is going to be right. They are already on their vehicles, already on their merry run.
That knock was more sort of like to show the dominance. They just want to assert that dominance at the top of the team, so making sure that Numen Gaming is not going to dare to take shots against them.
Yeah.
Because Revenant Esports, they've already made their mark towards that territory, but for now, Sensei, shots are taken by this guy. Sensei should realize that the compound on the front is completely empty. If he wants, he can go and try and invade that compound with his teammates.
I mean, Team Revenant Esports, we always talk about the rotations. We always talk about how Sensei finds those gaps amidst multiple teams and figures out a way, carves out a way for his team to follow up. But it seems like today specifically, those strategies have not worked for them. I possibly wonder what is going wrong. But I felt like the map of Erangel, it was such a good affair for them. Myanmar and Sanhok did not really pay off, but now on Vikendi they need some big numbers. Currently hovering around Team Soul right now. Revenant Esports, I think they have, especially Sensei as a matter of fact. I think he senses the fact that Team Soul is present over here. He can possibly hear those footsteps and the pot shots which come across their way. And Team Soul, as a matter of fact, their eyes are locked on Team Psych, Necro.
Oh, Saad, so lucky. Those bullets just whizzed past him. Whenever I see this man, Saad, he just brings back so many memories to me, man. He's actually a pretty solid player too, so yeah, Saad is someone that has been performing pretty well for the team from the past, and now that he's back once again, let's see how much of an improvement Team Psyche's going to be showcasing. So far, they're quite okay in the overall standings. And as I mentioned, on day one, all you need to do is try and be more consistent. Day two is sort of supposed to be the day of comebacks. That's where you can try your best to take down some of the top dogs. And then day three is where you just try a hit or miss strategy.
Exactly. I completely agree with you. I think day one, they will be testing waters. They will have a proper idea of what's working and what is not. And to sort of make a comeback in day two, you've got to work on those mistakes that you were making. But for now, let's just have a look at this, right? Team X-Spark and Team Together Esports both taking damage from the zone. On the other side, you've got Gladiators and Team HYDRA. It seems like Destro is all by himself and the entirety of HYDRA. They are charging against him. 4 Deadly Dragons, Necro, up against 1 Trophy Magnet.
Trophy Magnet, Gladiators. The arena has always been claimed by them. But maybe the Dragons this time can prevail. Who knows? The nade was way too close. It's going to push Destro back in the Molotov. HYDRA managing to flush out the man up close and personal. And that's why Gladiator Esports is such a world of trouble. They've lost out on the IGL Destro. This is going to be a big handicap for the side of Gladiators.
Exactly, I didn't really understand because initially always Justin was the one who would go up front, try and do those scouting missions, but this time Destro took that responsibility on his own shoulders, and that is one of the reasons why that did not pay off. He went way too close to HYDRA, gave his position away, and he was completely locked on over there. He couldn't have possibly moved, couldn't have possibly fought. And HYDRA Esports, of course, with the utility usage, they completely dished him out. But look at where the circle is going. I mean, barely initiate once again, but, well, let's just hope for the best, Necro, don't we?
Well, that's what the players and the teams got to hope as well. Looking into the gaming, still tanking the blue. I guess the main strategy for these guys is probably to go for a mid strat. The upcoming circle's not going to be that much of a drastic shift, so no issue should be over there. We only saw one elimination hit the deck so far in the name of Destro. Gladiators Esports are called that a complete overconfidence moment.
Possibly. Again, right? Just getting that information inside of the map of Vikendi, it's so much more important. It kind of felt like Destro pushed a little too much. He pushed that edge way too much. So I kind of agree with the fact that you mentioned they were a little overconfident over there. But now they have to restructure once again, figure out how they plan to make their move. As of now, just two players are together. In fact, all the three players, they are together on that western edge. But the circle might shift towards on the right-hand side of Villa. And that is where majority of the cluster is. So Gladiators, they don't really have a lot to worry about as of now.
Oh, speak about things not to worry about. GENxFM, though, they definitely have so much to worry about. There's a lot of troubles currently lingering on top of their heads. And, well, I guess we did miss out on quite a lot of action. Team X Spark, they were involved in one against the players of TTE. Then we also saw Gladiator Esports Destro get wiped off the bat. But, yeah, even GENxFM right now is actually in a big world of trouble. They're on the receiving line. So GENxFM, they desperately need to get back in that comfort zone.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, speaking of comfort zone, majority of the teams, they definitely will not be in their comfort zone right now because there basically is no distance in between these teams right now. If we do have a look on the map, if there is a possibility that the map will be available on our screens, you would realize that the distance and the player density at the center of the map, it's way too close. And now look at this, 8-bit CS taking those spot shots against the likes of GENxFM. Almost connecting on that one. One play extremely low from the side of GENxFM, but the fearless Marathas, I think they're not going to back down, especially in a position where they can possibly fight. They have got the stronghold of Goroka, and I think they're going to be there for a while right now. The circle is not going to force them away.
Juicy in the front. This is the players of GENxFM right there. 8-bit is not a team you would want to smoke against. And right now, 8-bit, they're definitely looking for all the smoke they can get against the players of GENxFM. Soon enough, the next circle is going to hit the deck. As I mentioned, it's not going to be that much of an issue for these teams. So once again, it's just going to center on up. Revenant Esports in a really comfortable spot. Numen Gaming 2, quite close to him. PSYCHE, GLITCHxREBORN, AUTOBOTZ, a little bit in the off-centric.
Yeah, but I think for GLITCHxREBORN specifically, the way we've seen them making those maneuvers, it should not really be that difficult to make that last-ditch rotation, acquire that central spot right when it actually matters. So you have to watch that out always, but have a look at the map, ladies and gentlemen. You've got the likes of Team Blind making an entry from the southeastern side. You've got Team Entity finally entered the circle after tanking 3 back-to-back zones. And now, from the other side, you've got Team X Spark entering it to Team Together Esports. But on this side, you've got a 1v1 turned into a 1v2. Team Insane, they certainly are struggling. Apollo, he has to deal with this entire fight all by himself.
Apollo is a man who has pulled out a lot of clutches in the past. And he's also got that deadly weapon in his hands too. But even his opponents have the same weapon. And that's why Hirsch is going to be the one to shut him down. Revenant Esports, that was a massive collision. But unfortunately, it works out against them. Yadi is still locked out in the outskirts, and that's why Revenant Esports, they're here to press on the charges. They're here to get the confirmation roll up. But the problem is, Revenant Esports, they have lost out on a mid that provides them such a massive firepower. But the same thing can be said for the likes of Insane.
Exactly right. I mean, Apollo will be one of those crucial players, and Revenant Esports from the backlines certainly have done a little bit of a damage control, but where do they go from here on is the question, because HYDRA as well as Insane approaching them from the backlines. But now look at this Team Numen. It seems like their safe hold, stronghold has been invaded by the likes of Team PSYCHE, slowly and steadily making a move, crawling right underneath their noses. As of now, no shots being fired from the side of Team PSYCHE, but they're slowly making their numbers game strong, and once they are ready, I'm pretty sure they will pounce on top of Numen.
Speaking about pouncing on top, smoke's tossed up. PSYCHE is way too close to comfort. And that's just giving them a bit of an anxiety. Speaking about Psy, Numen Gaming, even they are not willing to invade the territory, but if they do want, they can definitely make a push happen on Arva.
Team Psych still holding on to that position, but from the back lines, look at this. It's Team Revenant who's approaching, but in the front lines, Saad has made a massive error. Wixky going all out as well. Even Orsi was almost about to get taken down, Necro.
That's a big blunder, as you mentioned. A massive error indeed. Saad, he thought that the sidelines are completely clear, but unfortunately he did not decide to check him, and that's why instantly gets caught off guard. Numen Gaming, beautiful stance in the fight. They know exactly what angle to look at, they know exactly how to cover it, and that's why Numen Gaming now, they're on an upper hand inside the fight because they've got the man advantage to play with. Wixky, he's got the elimination point to start things off, and Numen Gaming probably, they want to make this push happen. They now, Psych, they're now quite in a big wall of trouble. Psych, they're getting dismantled slowly and steadily as they're going to lose out on the second man too. And Psych with the final two players, what can they do?
I'm not really sure. I mean, Numen, with the way they have opened the floodgates, it seems like for Team Psych, survival is going to be of the prime importance, but it shouldn't really be that easy. They definitely have made an exit from this compound, moved to the next, but Team Numen, they're hot on the chase because when one player was down, Team Numen, they were still hesitating, but down they know that it's a 1v2 for all the players that they have. It's a 4v2 situation, certainly. It's additional numbers for Numen, which is doing all the talking, but they also have to worry about the fact that they have to keep their 4 players safe and sound for the end game, Necro.
Safe and sound, it's going to be tough, especially this late inside the game. Clutch God makes that push. Orsi's in the front. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but both of them actually miss out on that opportunity. Orsi, beautiful cover fire that was, but unfortunately, it's not going to work out that well. Now, Team Psych is being pushed in a corner inside the building, and that's not a good news. Team Psych, they need to be a little bit more dominant, gain some control back inside the fray.
Exactly, and I love the fact that they've used the Molotovs and the nades to perfection. The explosion almost took down the players of Numen. A chokehold was prepared, but Striker, I think now he is being pressured more than he can handle.
Oh, the DVS could have been so close. Striker had the opportunity to strike, but he missed out on that opportunity, and now he's going to be struck down himself. Shadow, he makes that run in the nick of time, in the crucial time, and he actually comes out on top too. Team Psych, one last man alive in the name of Orsi. What can he do? A 1v4 scenario sounds definitely doable when you've got your hands on the TBS, but not in this way. What was that angle being created?
I love that from Wixky. That was so genius from Numen to just leave a player in the back lines, not commit all 4 of them in a fight, because again, anything could have potentially happened. That off angle, something which never expected from the other team. Team Psych, they never saw that coming, and that's why they're going to have to bow down. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll still have 15 teams left in the competition. This is exactly why Vikendi gets interesting, because now it's stage 4, and all of these teams, they're going to be duking in some massive wars.
Speak about the Duke. Starboy in front of us. HYDRA with all the 4 players looking so confident. And now, as we do know, they've just got this little terrain to play with. Just got to hope that there's going to be no nade sailing in. If they do, well, that's going to be a confirmed knock. And speaking of that, these utilities definitely dealing a lot of damage. Starboy. Oh, it just keeps tossing in those nades, and the utilities are doing so much damage. Team Soul even from the back. The problem's now starting to hit them, but eventually a nade from the side of HYDRA. It catches them, but then instant return too onto Starboy. It's going to sort of bring things back in their favor. Team Soul, they've got one man knocked out, but it's completely okay. HYDRA's not going to make that push at all, but Team Soul have got their own troubles to take care of.
Exactly, Necro, but I'm not really a big fan of where Team Soul is heading, especially with this fight against Team HYDRA. Look at the radar right now. From one side, you've got Growing Strong. From the other side, you've got Team Numen as well, charging in. It seems like they're going in a deadlock, a sandwich situation from which they might not be able to survive, and a wiser decision would be to just fall back. But look out on the other side, you've got GENxFM and AUTOBOTZ. Certainly 2 new young guns, but they are duking it out for their lives out.
Speak about duking it out, AUTOBOTZ. Mr. Spray. Oh boy. I mean, right now, AUTOBOTZ, they are pretty okay, but GENxFM, they're right next to him. So I guess the threat is still there. You cannot really overshadow that. Even Gladiators somewhere else on the map, taking a couple of pop shots against the opponents, are actually being quite successful as well doing so. Team Xpark in the front lines, making that quick move. Unfortunately for them, they're outside of the circle, and that's why they're making that smoke trail. But Sarang, what a knockout that was! A quick peek and a shutdown.
Exactly, and now Team Xbox, they have the space to actually move about, making that huge rotation inward inside the circle, and nobody was able to counter that. Sarang and Puka, they are in the midst of this fight, but will they be able to hold on to the pressure coming in from GENxFM? I'm not really sure. Nate being flushed in, Mogs, he still survives, Necro.
Oh, this is not too good. GENxFM, yes, they did find the knockout, but then the return trade is something that's really causing a big problem. GENxFM in the big sandwich situation. From the front, it's going to be the players of AUTOBOTZ. From the back, looking to invade, it's going to be the players of Xpark. Bakar being knocked out. That's going to give a big sigh of relief for the players of GENxFM, but for how long? That's the question. Soon enough, Bakar's going to be back up on his feet, but AUTOBOTZ, they're looking forward to make this push happen, and they've already pushed up close and personal. GENxFM, too much trouble to take care of. I would say GENxFM, they should just try to play this one as quiet as possible.
And to be honest, I think their positions have been marked. They understand that they are in a sandwich situation of death, and the Grim Reaper is smiling on top of them. There's no way this team is making out of this situation without a miracle. With AUTOBOTZ and Team Xbox chiming in, slowly closing in the distance, I wonder how will Team GENxFM just try and make it work. Have a look at this, the bird's eye view once again. Team Xbox just holding their ground. I like their discipline, but for how long? The circle has shifted away from them. All the three teams will have to make a move, Necro.
And speak of making a move, Team Xpark, so close. Nade being tossed all the way in the back. AUTOBOTZ just looking over against the players of Xpark. Inside the house, Xpark looking cozy. But GENxFM on the top, just so anxious. And considering it's a constant bombardment with those utilities, GENxFM, they're just not even getting any time off inside this job. Another nade tossed inside the hole, and it's actually going to connect perfectly. The room's going to be filled up with so much smoke after that one. And Xpark with that final pop to the head with the shotgun to seal the deal. That's going to be it for the side of GENxFM, completely being wiped off the route.
Yeah, but next up in line is going to be Team AUTOBOTZ, and Tharang is definitely in red-hot form. But now look at this fight, this deadlock which happened between Team Soul and HYDRA. It seems like the Rockets and the Dragons, they certainly are colliding, but who's going to fly higher? We'll find out in just a wee while. We've got Neo who's still standing, Omega was still standing as well, but from the side of HYDRA, it seems like they're not a very, very comfortable. Dora is the only man who is having all the hopes and responsibilities on his shoulders, but Necro, we have seen what he can pull off. We know his capabilities, his individual capabilities.
Exactly.
His adrenaline in those clutch situations. Man can turn around the entire planet if it's required to.
Dora is known as the problem child.
Yeah.
And he can cause a lot of problems for Team Soul. They need to be so cautious. Need to be safe in these moments. Blind Esports with all the four players, two in the front, two in the back. Sabotage chip down low. Clutchgod's way too low as well. Another nade tossed in. Why is Clutchgod still moving up close and personal against the players of Blind? Knuckle, another nade comes in, and yep, that's going to shut down Clutchgod. One of the biggest mistakes Clutchgod could make when he's so low was to push up close and personal, still was to keep on pressing the charges, and that's what he did, and that's why he got knocked out of the game. And now Numen Gaming, they're on a massive run. They do not really want to take the fight anymore.
They certainly do. I mean, look at Shadow just coming out of that situation, just trying to make that big rotation work. But he's been spotted from the back line. His power is going to engulf him. And not just him, the focus is going to be on Team Entity as well, because Blind, they certainly have a massive advantage for themselves. But it's been snatched away. Look at where the circuit shifts. Team Blind now will have to force themselves into rotation.
Soul in the prime spot, looking so good. Let's see how well they're going to be able to convert this circle. But unfortunately, yes, the spot is quite prime. But the terrain that they're playing with is not too good. That might just work against them. But let's see, you're talking about Team Soul, one of the most experienced lads inside the tournament. They can flip things around. Entity Gaming up against that one single problem child from HYDRA. Sue is the man. This time, if he pulls this 1v1 off, he should definitely do a Su.
He definitely should celebrate like that, but look at this. Ronnie trying to fight it out against Team xPark. xPark just way behind in terms of rotation. They will have to make a big move in order to enter the circle right now. Right in front of Team Together Esports and AUTOBOTZ CV. But look at this, it seems like CV has been spotted and Mania is gonna take him down. Team Blind, they are slowly progressing. Look at their formation, all of the players, they're following Mania's charge. This is the amount of confidence this man yields in the team. And now it's about time when Team Soul and Team Blind, they're gonna be duking it out.
Exactly, it's about time indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Su, another nade tossed in. Way too far away from Mania. But look at Team Soul, as you mentioned, slowly and steadily close to the opponents. Blind Esports, yes, they have made it inside the safe zone, but you can clearly see that separation between those guys. A 2-2 split is something the players of Blind Esports are working with. And all the time they have been playing with the same split, but now finally they decide to close on up. The sidelines are way too exposed, and because of that, you always need to keep yourself pinned down in these moments. And oh, the nade was so close. Ooh! Eventually gets knocked out. The second nade from Neo is going to catch him. Knuckle and Ronnie still in the front lines. They will probably try and do something. They'll probably try and hold the players of Team Soul on the bay, but it's not going to matter. Second man sails in, knocks down another man, but then Ronnie with a two-piece by himself.
It's a positive trade for Blind Esports, to be honest, because they had the numbers advantage, Necro. They're always going to have the numbers advantage, and Team Soul, they need a miracle, to be honest. This utility warfare has extended way beyond, and now Blind Esports, they're starting to spread themselves out, have multiple angles, but the only team that I'm worried about is going to be growing strong, because from the backlines, they can do so much, but Goblin with the nade, he takes down Mania. I think this might be just be the start of the end.
Might just be the start of the end indeed. Team Soul, what just happened? So many utilities flooding in. Blind Esports, now they're starting to crumble down. A big problem in the way of Blind Esports, but OS Power, he peeks out in the nick of time, shuts down Goblin. A man who tried to make it up close and personal is not alive anymore, and now it's all down to Neo. A one-on-one scenario against the players of Blind Esports. What can S Power do? Right next to him is another team in the name of Entity. These guys have been keeping themselves anonymous for a while now, but finally, it's time to showcase your gun power.
You know, I love Espar and his confidence in this situation. Man is the only player who's still surviving, tries to make that nade happen. But Team Entity, they're going to shut him down. 3 players still alive. A massive numbers advantage in their arsenal. But look at this. Another team also has a similar footing. It's growing strong. All 4 players still alive. And Team xPark might just be the final thorn in their way to their first chicken dinner of the grand finals.
Let's see, you never know. Things can flip around. Things can switch around quite easily. Team xPark, this is their strong suit. This map is something Team xPark likes to rock on. But Entity now, being on that same curve, it's definitely going to be a massive point of concern for these guys. Team xPark, slowly and steadily just proning in towards that circle, but eventually growing strong, they lose out on 1 man. And now this is going to sting them quite a lot in the future stages. Because Entity, they have managed to take down the players of Growing Strong on just a 3-man. And this is where the problems are now going to start. Doors, Entity Gaming out of nowhere. It's a big turnaround from them. I was speaking about them showing the firepower, and definitely they're doing a great job in showcasing the firepower. But unfortunately, the sidelines were too exposed, and that's why Glitch managed to sneak in that nade.
You know, to be honest, Somra should have healed himself. He had 8 first aid kits to work with, should have kept himself safe. Entity could have survived for a while now. Look at this. Prey God is being electrocuted by the blue zone. He is finally going to succumb. Sparky spots him, takes him down. Growing Strong certainly in good spot, but Sparky, in return of doing that, he himself gets himself spotted. A massive amount of damage that has been dealt. And Entity, they certainly are looking to dwindle down the numbers of Growing Strong. And amidst all of this, there's one little man in the form of Neo from Team Soul who is still carrying hopes on his shoulders.
The Wall of Death is making these players so cautious. It's making these players so anxious. And Neo too from the side of Team Soul, as you mentioned, that one little man keeping his position unknown. But this nade, oh, it's not a nade. Oh man, it just scared me so much. It was a flashbang. But I don't know what he was doing with that nade, or with that utility. But Growing Strong, one thing is for sure, they're trying to throw whatever they can get their hands on. Entity Gaming now finally they need to move in because the wall of death is shifted away. Growing strong, first man gets caught. Godbot is out in the open too, nowhere to go. Finally he's gonna find the cover too. Dashes in the perfect time, but Neo in the front. This man is single-handedly shutting down the entirety of Entity. But eventually from the back is going to be the last man, Troy, and that's it. Growing Strong's going to be the one to take it home this time on the map of Weekendy. What was going on in that final moment?
I mean, nobody understood. It was all smokes. Everything was so much in chaos. But amidst all of that, Team Growing Strong, they certainly lived their moment. And look at the pyros go, because this team, they certainly deserve that moment of pride, don't they? I mean, of course, another man who does deserve a moment of pride has to be Johnny, who predicted that Growing Strong are going to make a comeback on Weekendy. Welcome back, man.
Wow.
It was exciting. To be very honest, I was scared in that final few moments. I thought Entity was going to snatch away that win. But again, it's a simple, tried and twisted strategy, right? You push for the center, you hold on for your dear life, and then you just hope you win.
But to be honest, that's almost slipped away from their hand.
Yeah,
and the only reason why they actually won that game was because of Neo. Neo single-handedly shut down 2 players, if I'm not wrong, and then Troy in the back was also taking so much damage from the wall of death. Nowhere to go. Troy got taken down by the wall of death. Growing Strong, easy, peaceful chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal game. I mean, the chicken dinner in the end was something that was closed very easily, but the mid stages is where we saw a lot of chaos. Like always, it is Weekendy. That is what is going to happen. But again, a brilliant comeback from Team Soul as well, because GS and Soul, we saw them in the bottom 3 of that overall leaderboard, and now this game will definitely help these teams bounce back and at least catch up to the 10th position, I hope. 10th or maybe the top 8.
Certainly, right? And I think with this game itself, Soul might be making a lot of climb. Team Growing Strong as well, just like you mentioned, possibly inside of the first page as well. But that is not just where they would want to end, because it seems like this time around, the circle did play a part. The other fights also play a part. But you've got to give it to Team Soul for surviving on that dip for so long. When they were up against Team HYDRA, they were up against Team Blind, they were up against Team Entity. Nothing actually shook them from their position.
That is true. But for now, let's have a look at the reactions of the players throughout the match and see how things went down from their perspective and from their faces, of course. Team Soul, I mean, they're going to be so glad that Neo, his survival instincts kicked in the last moment, helped the team to a top 3 finish. And this is that one team that just simply does not care. Xpark is having fun. They've had a few brilliant games for themselves at this point. They're feeling comfortable about themselves.
I mean, they should actually feel comfortable too, right? Even this game was quite good for them, I would say. It was quite decent for them. So Xpark, they're doing quite a great job. But teams now, they're starting to fall away, man. I mean, I'm talking about Gladiator Esports. Yeah, they are currently on the first half of the board. They were doing quite decent before this game, even Team Insane. But you speak about that little bit of a down curve. It's starting to increase now.
I mean, I think the fight, right, where Gladiator Esports lost this entire game would be the fight against HYDRA, where Destro actually pushed up. He was completely caught out in the open. And we've been talking about, right, it is usually Justin who takes those scouting missions, but this time it was Destro who took that responsibility on himself. And he just went too close to the opposition.
And it's a very rare sight to witness as well. Usually Destro is the man who's just standing right behind the 3 frontliners that he has in the form of Delta and Shogun, of course, being the 2 important players for the side of Gladiators. But when the push comes to shove the IGL, he has his teammates back. And Destro is a phenomenal IGL, don't get this wrong. But this time around, I mean, along with GS, along with Soul, Entity Gaming, now, we are seeing some signs of consistency from the side of Entity. Miramar, they did manage to secure a top 4. There weren't a lot of eliminations on the board. In Weekendy as well, they do have that top 2 finish, which will give them a lot of points.
That is true. Entity is definitely showing a lot of signs of consistency, and that's something that should keep on carrying on forward. I guess it's just getting rid of those jitters, and now that they have done so, they're actually able to perform in a pretty good way. But still, there are a couple of these teams that are not able to step up to the occasion. I'm speaking about Numen Gaming, man. They're still on that struggling phase.
And even HYDRA, I mean, our expectations from HYDRA after the league stages were massive. But until now, the team has just failed to deliver. Of course, we have fans alongside
Everyone is
who
just
are
waving their
definitely
hands.
filled with a lot of energy. And of course, we're going to wave back to the fans as well. But wave to you guys as well, sitting and watching us on Loco.
Exactly. They're watching on Loco. They're 5 minutes ahead of the curve. So before we wave to them, I think we're waving to them. No way, that's not how things work.
That's not how time works.
No, listen, they're actually in the future.
I mean, I just made a massive mockery of myself, ladies and gentlemen. Don't trust my IQ. It's sometimes takes a little bit of a dip. But let's just talk about the game highlights to witness all of the action once again. And it did start off from Team XPark once again, right? Sarang is just so consistent throughout the day. It's absolutely crazy.
Exactly. I mean, look at this. This is the moment that you were talking about, right? Gladiator Esports just struggling so much because of this entire moment, because they lost out on their IGL itself off the bat. So, yeah, that's definitely a massive point of concern. But then Numen Gaming winning the fight against the players of PSYCHE, it was also another moment that we all saw coming.
I mean, as a matter of fact, Numen Gaming, they definitely flushed the likes of Team PSYCHE wonderfully. But from that point on, they never really looked comfortable. And then this was the fight that I was talking about, HYDRA Esports and Team Soul. They held on to that tip for such a long time. And then the trifecta, GENxFM sandwiched between the likes of Team XPark. Yeah, all of it went down, Necro. You might remember from the knock that came from Sarang, right, that hit back onto a GENxFM, and that allowed that massive rotation to happen.
I love this new rendition of XPark. There is so much aggression, so much confidence, so much belief in each other. They are not afraid of anything. They don't care they get wiped out. They just want to take the fights together.
And that's the type of team that I like, you know that.
Exactly.
And that's why I liked Insane as well, but so far we're not really able to see that Insane that we saw in the past. I guess Insane, they definitely do need to do a couple of more tweaks in the gameplay, or maybe we just need to wait for day 2, because that's where maybe Insane can strike back.
You know, possibly, right? For Team Insane, like I've always said, right, this is a team who is facing the audience possibly for the first time.
Yeah.
And yes, they did mention the fact that this is their first LAN event in front of the crowd. The jitters will be there, the first day struggles will be there, but it seems like they've done a very good job in terms of the rotation. It's just the nerves which are taking over when they're taking those firefights. But look at this, right, growing strong in spite of just being spotted. They did a very good job in being anonymous throughout the game, didn't they?
Oh, they did, and I think, again, this is the perfect game plan for the map of Fake Indy. You just play for survival, play to protect your numbers, play to stay alive, and towards the end, if you do manage to hold on to the numbers advantage, if you do manage to keep all 4 of your players alive, the end game will be an easy one for you to win.
Exactly. I mean, speak about the end game. Yeah, inside of Weekendy, it's just all out war. It's an absolute chaotic moment. Even Blind Esports, a team that was alive in full force, even they got easily dealt with just behalf of their utilities. So anything can happen in maps like Weekendy, but the upcoming map is definitely something that can bring in that consistent approach.
Of course, I mean, we're going to jump into Miramar after this one, the second last map of the day. And of course, after that, we'll have one last wrangle for today, ladies and gentlemen, that will decide where these teams fit into that cumulative leaderboard. But for now, let's move forward with the numbers. Let's have a look at the MVP of this game. Who do you think it's going to be?
Once again, Sarang.
Sarang? All right, it is going to be Sarang. You are correct, Mr. Salty. And for this correct answer, you get absolutely nothing. Apart from a round of applause from us.
What do you want?
But yes, 7 finishes on Sarang with 87.5% finish contribution. Of course, quite important because the other men, well, they had just 1 elimination within all of them combined, I believe.
Absolutely. I mean, Sarang has been consistent throughout the day. He's always been consistent throughout this team's success, and now he's leading the team from the front. But we do have the top 5 players, and there are familiar faces, aren't there, Necro?
Of course there are. I mean, speak about the top 5, of course, S-Power's over there. Sue's over there, too, from the side of Entity. Then you're going to find Manya as well, and Goblin, too, from the side of Soul. I mean, in general, Soul did a fantastic job. XPark was doing pretty good as well. Entity, they're now finally finding themselves in the mix, as we had a conversation a while ago. It's definitely something that we all like.
Exactly. It's slow and steady, but as long as they keep it steady and consistent, they will be able to make it to the top 5 eventually by the end of tomorrow, I believe. But the frequency in which they finish within the top 3, or at least the top 5, needs to go up a little bit more. Today, it has just been 2 from the last 4 matches that they played. They're about to jump into the 5th game, and if you remember that Miramar, if they can bring this game back, I think Entity will take a leap into the top 3, and they'll be sitting in a nice, decent position over there as well.
They certainly will, but I mean, this game also wasn't really all that bad. We'll have to find out how many points did they acquire, and that is the point standings of the game. Entity right at the very top.
I take everything I said back. Entity is doing phenomenal. They're going to take a massive leap on the overall leaderboard, and I believe now either they're going to be on 2nd or the 3rd, or maybe on the 1st as well, because considering I don't see, well, Gladiators is there, Blind is there, Glitch is not there.
Well, I mean, speak of massive leaps, even Growing Strong's going to be taking that leap. 18 points accumulated. Team XPark with 16, just trying to stay consistent in the race. Blind Esports as well with consistency, delivering on the board. Team Soul finally sort of getting their hands out of their graves and now doing okay. But as we do move on forward towards the second half of the board, PSYCHE, 8-bit 0-0.
Yeah, PSYCHE and HYDRA especially still struggling to find points. HYDRA from this match is securing 3 points on the board, and PSYCHE, there is nothing from this game. 8-bit CS, at least they had a wonderful game before this one, so they're going to be happy with that win at least. The first win of the day did go in their hands, and that victory, those points, will still keep them alive. But apart from that, I mean, it is going to be a journey filled with a lot of challenges.
It certainly will be challenges all across the way, ladies and gentlemen, but let's just have a look at the cumulative standings right at the end of match 4. You've got Blind, who has taken the lead from GLITCHxREBORN without any chicken dinners. They're right at the very top, 58 points. GLITCHx 1 point behind, 57, and then there's a massive leap. Gladiators and Team Entity. Entity made a massive climb, just like you mentioned, Johnny.
We have one of the best battles happening on the overall ranking. The first and the second position, Blind, a team hailed by many as the best in the country, one of the best squads in the country, going up against a team which is playing their second LAN, by the way. GLITCHREBORN have been phenomenal, but GS, look at this leap. They were sitting so low in the rankings, dead last, but now they brought themselves on that 9th spot.
Hey, we completely forgot to talk about Revenant Esports. Revenant Esports is a team that we completely forgot to talk about because they're the latter half of the board on the 10th spot. Even they were not able to do that great in the previous game. So, yeah, Revenant Esports, so much pressure to live up to in the upcoming Miramar. They are a pretty solid team in Miramar as well, but so far with how things are going, it's really tough to root them.
They're taking a lot of fights. That's like, I'll give them that. I mean, they are being aggressive, they're being a part of the action, they're trying their level best to secure as many finish points as possible. But in the last 4 matches, they just have 5 placement points, and that is definitely not going to cut it.
I'm pretty sure for Revenant Esports, right, their problem is not their gun power. Apollo has been leading the shots. He has been getting finishes left, right, and center. And even in terms of Sensei, right, when you actually look at the rotations, his intentions are right. His intentions and his motives are right, but it seems like somewhere down the line, it just feels it's not working out today specifically.
But you know what's working out though is the fact that we have a brilliant host on the stage who has something special prepared for us, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go and see what is happening.
यहाँ पर तो मैं ये थग से भी पूछ रहा था, मैंने मर्सी से भी पूछा कि ये हिंदुस्तान के ई स्पोर्ट्स के इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा लैन इवेंट है. हाउ आर यू फीलिंग द वाइब राइट नाउ?
I mean, it's the first time I am watching something like this live with this experience. It's definitely amazing. मैं घर पे बैठ के देखती थी मेरे PC पे, and the vibes are amazing. The crowd is beautiful and the setup is amazing. Couldn't have been better.
एक्सपेक्टेड है कि 16,000 लोग इस स्टेडियम को फिल करने वाले हैं और अहमदाबाद की जो एनर्जी है वो यहाँ पर हम लोग एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे. लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो इस स्ट्रीम को देख रहे हैं, लोगों में देख रहे हैं, यूट्यूब पर देख रहे हैं. लेकिन इस समय जिन लोगों को आप कुछ कहना चाहती हैं जो इस समय अहमदाबाद में हैं, जो एका स्टेडियम के बहुत नज़दीक हैं लेकिन यहाँ पर नहीं आ रहे हैं, वो बस बोल रहे हैं कि यार स्ट्रीम में देख लेंगे, आप उनको कुछ कहना चाहती हैं, उनको यहाँ पर बुलाने के लिए कुछ कहना चाहती हैं?
अरे શું કરો છો તમે લોકો? અહીંયા આવો, બહુ મજા આવે છે. અમે લોકો સાથમાં જોઈએ सॉरी थोड़ा सा गुफा हो गया एंड में, बट आई नो 80% गुजराती, सो थैंक यू.
आई थिंक 80% इज क्वाइट गुड. ये मैं अपने आप को कहता हूँ क्योंकि मेरे उतने नंबर आए थे. बट इस समय आपसे एक बहुत मुश्किल सवाल पूछने वाला हूँ साक्षी, एंड दैट क्वेश्चन इज, आर यू रेडी फॉर दिस? आप वहाँ बैठे किस टीम को इस समय सपोर्ट कर रही हैं?
Okay, so I would say Numen, but I have a few friends and I know like some players who are playing, so I would say like Scout and Kashvi are my friend, and so I would say TX also. Like I have a few friends in Soul also, but mainly obviously Numen. I would want the boys to do well, so yeah.
इज देयर एनी पर्टिकुलर रीजन कि आप न्यूमन को सपोर्ट कर रही हैं, या ऐसा कुछ आपने अच्छी तरह डॉज किया है कि हाँ यार जहाँ पर जो दोस्त है मैं उनका नाम डायरेक्टली नहीं लेती हूँ? इज देयर अ पर्टिकुलर रीजन व्हाई यू सपोर्टिंग न्यूमन?
देखो मैं गॉड लाइक से हूँ, फिर Numen भी और like say and plus I know them also. I've seen them working hard. So दूसरे players का मैंने इतना देखा नहीं है तो एक personal थोड़ा सा हो जाता है. So which is why I'm supporting Numen in the first position.
I told you I'm going to ask you a difficult question, लेकिन यहाँ पर क्योंकि you've already invited a lot of people to come here and experience the magic of LAN right here in Ahmedabad. इस समय in general आपको क्या लगता है कि e-sports का future आप कैसे देख रही हैं, इंडिया में कैसा होने वाला है?
I think it's definitely gonna become a bigger thing. Like esports is also officially become like certified as a sport by the government. So I think it's definitely gonna be increasing. A lot of new games are coming up also in 2024. So new kids that are there, they like playing games from their childhood. So I think it's definitely gonna be very big and very amazing. And the future in esports, I think, is very, very bright.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Shakshi joining us and she'll be supporting her favorite team and her favorite players. And अगर आप भी अहमदाबाद में हैं तो आ जाइए एका स्टेडियम में लाइव ये आप देख सकते हैं, एक्सपीरियंस कर सकते हैं. बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छा माहौल है. लेकिन अभी देखिए माहौल ऐसा है कि विंटर्स का माहौल है लेकिन यहाँ पर गर्मी लग रही है क्योंकि माहौल गेम से काफ़ी ज़्यादा गर्म हो चुका है. तो लेट्स हेड बैक टू लाइव गेमिंग एक्शन, बैक टू आवर कास्टर्स.
Thank you. I think I believe Rohit 100% when he says that it's getting hot on the stage because he's standing in the midst of all of those players and the players are getting heated up for sure.
They certainly are, but I think the most heated up would be growing strong right now because they're starting the ascend from the bottom to finding themselves on the 9th position, and now from this point on, I wonder what the journey lies ahead. One more good game on the map of Miramar, I think this team is set.
Yeah, I agree with you, but Necro, is that actually going to happen? Because last time around, the struggle was there, but one of the teams that was struggling, or at least is not struggling now, is Entity. They did well on Miramar before.
That is true. Entity, they've definitely found that strong footing, but speaking about growing strong, as you mentioned, yeah, they are going to be quite heated up, but I hope they do not overheat, because if they do, then once again, all the momentum they've got is just going to come downwards once again. The same thing's currently happening to Team Insane. They're not able to find that footing anymore, and that's why they were on the 6th or the 7th spot in the overall standing.
That is true, and it is definitely going to be a struggling position for them to actually take the leap to the first position, considering that Blind now has figured out how to be a little bit more consistent. Even Blind was present in the top 5 or the top 6 of the previous Miramar that happened, by the way. So, and of course, Gladiators was the team that ended up winning the match, winning the chicken dinner. So we definitely have a lot of the teams that are trying to stabilize their momentum by the end of day one itself. But things can only work out for one.
Things can certainly work out for one. And I think this time around, there might be a shift of things. If you ask me my prediction, I don't know, I have a hunch. Someone who is completely been left stranded. GENxFM I'm talking about, they might just be making a comeback because once again, like we said, right at the start of the show, GENxFM, their backs were against the wall inside a week through. They managed to bring their best out of it.
Let me break it down for Necro. He looks a little bit confused. I'll give you an analogy you understand, Necro. All right. Imagine a lion, right? A lion that's wounded is the deadliest. Now you get it?
I understand that.
GENxFM is that.
You've got to explain it in his terms, right?
But then once again, you need to understand another lion who is much more stronger in the name of Entity is also wounded.
That is true. So we get to see the lions fight it out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, my prediction's going to be Entity.
You know, I think these two lions also need to fight it out between themselves, the differences that we have.
Are you sure you won't take that fight, Salt?
I mean, I can try. Like I said, sure. I mean, there is a difference, but...
You know, he will actually push you down.
I don't want that to happen. I mean, any day of this land...
If you want to watch it happen, without any delay though, do it on Loco. I mean, all you have to do is get the VIP pass. 5 minutes ahead of the rest of the world is how you will witness the action. Of course, if you want no delay between the action, between Salty hitting the floor and you catching that moment, you got to come down to the Eka Arena in Ahmedabad, ladies and gentlemen. You can stand there and watch him fall.
Yeah, exactly. The fun part is, well, I'm not promoting myself falling, but the fun part is you can literally stand right next to us. The English desk is right next to the audience setting, and it's absolutely crazy how everyone around have been so excited throughout. For sure, it seems like it's been a very fair occasion. Everyone just coming together, having fun. For example, I'm also going to wave to some people right there who are waving back at us. So it's a very back and forth banter which keeps on happening, and I'm so happy to be here, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be having a fun time here as well.
Join us. Why not? I mean, today we have 2 more matches remaining, so you don't really have a lot of time left. But if you do make sure to drop by and say hi. If not, there's tomorrow and day after as well.
Drop by and say hi. That actually rhymed pretty well. So I guess that should be like a slogan for the land. Just drop by and say hi. Why not? I mean, you might as well try to do that. But yeah, getting back in the nitty-gritty of the things as well. Now, upcoming map, being the map of Miramar, the previous Miramar map was quite interesting, right, Johnny? Considering in the final few moments, it was just an absolute chaos. Entity was in the final few moments, but once again, we did see that moment where the players of Revenant Esports sort of pushed the top of the hill. S-Power was over there with the shotgun to shut him down, but I genuinely think so. Revenant Esports is probably going to have a greater chance of winning this game.
Revenant Esports, definitely. I mean, the opportunity will be there for them. Lost Leonis, they know for a fact that they might get challenged early. They know 8-bit is going to be there joining them. Gladiators is going to be there. PSYCHE is going to be a little bit down south. They know about the cluster. All Revenant needs is the circle to be close to them as well.
But even if the circle does not come up, right, Sensei has always managed to find a way. Like I said, right, it's been just today where his luck, it feels like he's been out of luck, but I hope that when it actually comes to the map of Miramar.
Hey, I'm going to stop you right there. If you're an IGL and if you're relying on luck, you're in the wrong era, my friend.
Agree with
you should not do that. As an IGL, you should never hope that the circle is going to be on top of you. Instead, no matter what the situation you're going to be put up in, you should be able to adapt. And that's why we say one thing. An IGL should always have that adaptive nature, and he should try to implement that adaptive nature even in his teammates. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming map of Miramar is going to be on the way soon enough, as the plane's probably going to be hitting the skies.
And it is going to be an exciting game for sure. But Necro, before we jump into the action, I believe we're going to have this discussion when we have our own podcast hour during this map of Miramar, because there's another team that I want to talk about. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the countdown with us. The action is about to begin. We're about to hit the deck and the plane is about to hit the sky on top of this map of Miramar. The desert lands shall appear on our screens right about now.
Well, here we go. The plane flight path starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards the opposite side, which is going to be Loco Prairie, right next to Oasis. And speaking about Oasis, Johnny, it's been a while. We have seen an Oasis circle, right? I'm so desperate to look at it.
I got to experience that.
Hey, you're drinking tea all by yourself? Didn't even ask me to drink?
I'm sorry. I don't share the tea. I don't spill the tea.
Guys, listen. He is now caught live on camera. These days, just because I wasn't here for the entire BMPS, I'm being treated like I'm not
Really?
Like
Wasn't it the last time both of you were piling on me for being the oldest one on the desk?
Well, I mean, you
Deal
still
with
are.
that, Gen Z.
You still are, though. Nothing's changed.
No,
right?
not
You still
anymore.
are.
I mean, I've just realized there are a lot more people older than me.
Wait, who? Who are you talking about?
Well, Spiro on the Hindi desk.
How old is he? I don't even know.
He's older than me.
How old?
I don't know exactly.
Well, it doesn't really matter how old is he, because currently, speaking about the planned flight path, as you mentioned, towards Los Leones, it's going to be the players of Revenant Esports taking an exit, and you've also got the players of 8-bit quite close. Gladiator Esports towards Impala, HYDRA towards down south, which is Puerto Paraiso, growing stronger all the way towards the southern side of Los Leones, actually, and they're probably going to be looting those scattered compounds.
Well, let's see though. Early start, no drop clashes yet. And it will be an interesting game for sure, but Revenant this time up against AUTOBOTZ. What? Did not expect this to happen. And of course, HYDRA as well, dropping in Puerto Paraiso, as you said, along with the players of Growing Strong, Gladiators present up north. Where did the players of PSYCHE go out in all of this? They are landing towards Toriamuda. It's a big switcheroo this time in Miramar.
Well, I don't know about that. Before now, we've got AUTOBOTZ in front of us. Oh, this could have been so close.
Yeah, it is.
MJ with the AKM, one single headshot, and that could have been a knockout.
Yeah, no armor in anyone as of now. That will definitely cause a lot of trouble for a lot of these players, but AUTOBOTZ, they are on the run, Revenant on the hunt. Revenant, they know in a situation like this not to overexert themselves, not to overcommit. They need to be careful about the third team that's present in the city of Los Leones. We've already said their names a couple of times, the lads from the side of 8-bit CS.
Revenant Esports looking to assert their dominance inside Los Leones. It's a massive city, so I guess you cannot really have all of it. Still got to let the rest of the teams have a bit of the Los Leones. It's tough to gain control over all that city, but Team X Park in front of us. X Park, they know that there's one single man somewhere. They're just not able to spot that guy yet. Spray God with the Winchester. I like the confidence, but I hope he's not going to be digging up his own grave.
Oh, we're going to find that out in a few short moments. Xbox, I mean, have been in a phenomenal form all this time. And even in this game, the fans, they are cheering for them, cheering for a chicken dinner for this team. But look at the radar, quite close to the opposition. They have the numbers advantage, at least to pick off Shadow. But even Shadow is going to call for backup, and it has arrived in the form of Savitar from the distance. Trying to connect the spray, does not really succeed. But what is this? A massive blunder. Shadow catching Dream off guard, but he whiffs the shot and could be punished for this.
Oh, but finally he might just buy a knockout as gets pulled out. Shadow is whipping a lot of shots with that DMR. Oh, he had an opportunity to shut the man down to the front, but eventually finds the second guy too. But Sarong picks out in the nick of time and shuts down Shadow. Team X Park once again gaining that control back in the fight. Bukar pushing up close and personal as well, and that's going to be the confirmation followed up onto Shadow. But then an instant knockout once again from Numen Gaming. Things are just going so back and forth. It's really tough to say what exactly is going on.
Well, let's see what is going to happen, but it is going to be an interesting one for sure. The action about to commence. Numen, GLITCHGOD and X-Park. Well, GLITCHGOD is going to take a leap of faith, goes indoors. The players of X-Park still hanging out on the outsides, and SprayGod, he's going to be spotted out. GLITCHGOD trying to hit the shot, but Sarang, the bait is successful. The knock is secured. Sarang extremely low. Whiskey, he's standing in his face. The crosshair perfectly placed, looking for the shots. But as we have this fight coming to an end, and X-Park being eliminated from this match, let's see how far will Numen be able to take this.
This is quite tough, really tough. Numen Gaming eliminated the likes of X-Park, but I guess, ladies and gentlemen, we've also got a rehost in the lobby. Maybe some issues going on, maybe some connectivity issues going on, but I don't know what exactly issues that are, but hopefully we're going to get them sorted.
Exactly, the issues are going to be fixed, and we're going to jump into another map of Miramar this time around, and it is again going to be fun. But this one, I wish we could have just played this match out to completion. X-Park and Numen colliding in the start. AUTOBOTZ going for a drop clash against the players of Revenant, and still managing to make it out alive. Not just avoiding Revenant, but also the players of 8-bit CS. And it was just because of network issues that the match is going to be restarted.
Hey, guys, you've got to be a little optimistic over here because, see, I mean, I have no clue, to be honest. I was signing some autographs down there.
Oh, wow.
Wow, you're going to flex. You're going to flex like
you know
that.
how to sign?
Wait, what? I mean, I was giving everyone best wishes, man. I love all of you guys, and for sure I'm going to send my best wishes across. But the problem is, I mean, while I was doing that, Necro was calling me, and I'm like, wait, what just happened? And
we were desperate. We missed you.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's understandable. We've become a small little family with 3 wives. And
what?
Yeah, it's all 3 of us taking care of each other.
What is he talking about?
I have no idea, but he just says it and
3
I just roll
wives.
along with it.
Yeah, this is a running joke, guys. This is a running joke. Internal joke, but yeah.
Salty's jokes are too... I've told you this before. Your jokes are too
bad.
New for me.
Your jokes are just too bad. I mean, even I'm a newer version. I mean, even I'm
Newer
new, but I
version.
still don't understand.
Necro 2.0, ladies and gentlemen, with us right now.
I mean, even I'm a Gen Z, but I don't understand his jokes sometimes, man. He just brings them out of thin air. But you know what? Speaking about bringing things out of thin air, that previous game, man, that being rehosted, once again, Team X-Park, they're going to be so happy they've got another shot at taking the game home.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, they just got destroyed by... did not get destroyed. They got 1 pick from that fight, but they did lose that collision. And as you said, it is a second opportunity. It is a second shot at the chicken dinner. Salty, do you think the mistakes are going to be fixed? Because it's going to be a new flight path, a new circle this time.
Exactly right, and as far as when it actually comes to every single rehost that we've witnessed in this tournament, I think majority of the times the errors that were committed early have always been fixed. Right, it is very evident, right? You drop down on someone, you realize that this is not the fight that we're supposed to take. You kind of change that drop location once again, change your strategies.
One thing just clicked in my mind. Now, we saw Growing Strong traverse quite close to the players of Revenant Esports. This time, if they drop once again, he lost the be honest, they can cover that area and shut down Growing Strong in that track.
Exactly, go for an early fight. I mean, it's not just Growing Strong. AUTOBOTZ did try to pile on the players of Revenant as well. And Growing Strong, I mean, I think they were a little bit late with that drop, so they were forced to the city of Puerto Palacio. But, I mean, it is going to be an interesting change of pace, of drops, of flight path, of circle, change of strategies that will happen when the Miramar rolls around. But will that change your prediction for the win, Salty?
No, I'm not really going to be changing my prediction. I have sort of said that to the fans around in the arena as well, that my prediction is GENxFM, and they were like, oh, really? Is that what is going to happen?
Salty,
they were like,
don't,
some expert is giving his opinion, possibly that might happen, but I just pulled it out of thin air once again.
Right.
I just felt GENxFM, they've got something in them.
Did you just call yourself an expert?
Yeah.
Johnny, do you think he's an expert?
Salty is an expert. I mean, he's been here long enough. He has played at a professional level as well.
You remember, he was speaking about GENxFM in the previous game, and it did not really work out that well for them. And now that he's picked him up, I think so GENxFM might just be the first one to be eliminated.
Oh, I hope that doesn't happen for GENxFM. But ladies and gentlemen, as we are still trying to jump into the action, we are going to fix the issues, and it is going to happen extremely soon. For now, we're going to take a very short break. For you guys watching us online, just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back after this.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक, हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाटपूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे?
वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना? वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है।
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion.
Help!
तुम लोग गिट गुड कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना?
You're asking for it? You're dying for it? Got it?
Sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
BGMI. It's not an easy game.
Hi guys. Chico!
मम्मी गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाटपूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे?
वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना? वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI. It's not just a game. It's an emotion.
तुम लोग गिट गुड कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
You're asking for it? You're dying for it? Got it?
Make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of the BMPS 2023. I'm Super Johnny, your host and caster, and joining me are two amazing personalities, Mr. Salty and Mr. Necro. We've been enjoying the action of the previous 4 games, but now it is time for us to head towards match 5. But before that, let's give a little bit of a recap of what the day has been through.
Yeah.
We started off on Erangel, 8-bit CS. They got too comfortable right from the get-go, but Gladiators, they made an impressive comeback on the map of Miramar. But how did Sana go?
I mean, to be honest, Sandhawk was always GLITCHX's kind of terrain. They've said that this was their favorite map, this was their strongest map, and they proved it. And just because of the fact that they were consistent on Erangel and Miramar as well, couple that up with the winner-winner chicken dinner on Sandhawk, GLITCHX, they certainly have made a statement with the second position that they are in.
That is true. And GLITCHX, I mean, they've been doing phenomenal. But then again, in the previous game of Vacant-D, we had a surprise winner arrive in the form of Growing Strong. They were sitting there on the last position of the overall leaderboard, but now they find themselves in the 9th position, and they're knocking in the top 8.
Exactly. As you mentioned, they're knocking on the top 8, but just knocking. They haven't really entered yet.
True.
And speaking about the Wounded Lions, too, we know Entity Gaming is one of those Wounded Lions, and currently they were definitely be looking forward to get the redemption down. And right now, speaking about the redemption, there's so many teams in the latter half of the board. Also, Numen Gaming is one of those big dogs that will try to do something.
And a team that we are hoping at least performs in one match today is GENxFM. We were talking about them at the start of the day. GENxFM, they had a phenomenal run, finishing 7th overall in qualification. Out of 96 teams that played in the league stages, GENxFM, they made it to the top 7. And yet, when the grand finals begin, they find themselves sitting on that 16th position after 4 matches. Will this match 5 be theirs?
I mean, you know, I had a conversation with one of their players, right? He said that the initial jitters are going to be there for the first 10 minutes, and after that it's going to shy away. But I did not really counter him at that point, but I knew this was going to be a problem. Possibly this map of Miramar, they get the victory for themselves.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Miramar now clicks in on the screen as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again. And the plane flight path starts all the way from water treatment towards down south. Now, this plane flight path is going to be an interesting one because it's not that much of a problematic one.
Well, it is going to be not so problematic as you said. It's right down the center, but it will give a little bit of a trouble to the teams looking to land towards that southwestern edge of the map, especially anyone looking to drop towards Valle del Mar is going to be questioning where should we go looking for those vehicles. It's not going to be that difficult though. Let's see how the teams deal with the early challenges. But again, one of the early challenges that we have been talking about are those drop clashes. Specifically, before the restart happened, we witnessed something phenomenal and intense at the same time. A drop clash in Los Leones with AUTOBOTZ, Revenant, 8-bit CS, and of course the players from the side of Growing Strong also being present.
That is true. I mean, speaking about Growing Strong, you've also got the players of GENxFM now taking an exit, ejecting out of that plane. 8-bit as well, quite close to that. Revenant Esports, we know they like to drop inside Los Leones. Now, there can be a close call between the players of Revenant Esports and Growing Strong, but then Growing Strong, they just like to go down south, so I highly doubt this time they will try to make that close call.
Well, let's see how close this call is going to be. Of course, who will be able to avoid this as well, but there's still that Los Leones cluster. It has been thinned out a little bit. 8-bit CS, we know Western Los Leones is going to be theirs, especially considering now we have a very interesting circle. You remember that first fight, X-Park versus Numen, Necro. The incentive to force that early fight has just gone up. X-Park and Numen, we know they land quite close to each other, and now whoever wins that water treatment Hacienda and the San Martin fight will get to control a huge chunk of the land close to the center in the early stages.
They will. And right now we've got GLITCHxREBORN on the screen making a move. Probably trying to get their hands on some vehicles, and yes, that's what they're going to do as well. Getting as many vehicles as possible in your hands so that in the later phase of the game you're not going to have any problems if you want to traverse through some deadly terrains. And speaking about GLITCHxREBORN, this team has definitely surprised all of us. Being the undergods, they're doing a fantastic job so far. In the overall standings, in a really comfortable spot too in the first page. I hope GLITCHxREBORN, they just continue this entire momentum they've got.
Well, let's see how far will they be able to take this. Although Blind's a team leading the charge on the overall ranking, sitting on the first position in the overall leaderboard, is a team that everyone's eyes are pinned on, along with Insane, the 7 chicken dinners during the league stages don't really do much if you can't really be consistent in the finals and insane. They are hoping, they are trying their level best to bounce back, to bring themselves back into the action. But the struggles, the troubles, they just don't seem to stop.
And I highly doubt they're going to be stopping anytime soon.
That is true.
They are going to keep on continuing, and it's just the day one, man. You've still got one more game after this one, and 2 more days to go. 6 games each day. So yeah, ample amount of chances, at least on the day 2. If you want to establish a comeback, you better make it on day 2. That's the only chance you're going to get, because on day 3, it's going to be hit or miss.
Oh, for sure. And it's not going to be easy to even hit and connect those shots. But talk about connecting shots, and there's going to be no one connecting, or at least trying to connect their shots on the players of Entity Gaming. This Miramar, they find themselves as the sole occupants of the city of El Pozo, and they're going to be quite happy about that. But 8-Bit still in Los Leones, still looking for the players of Revenant. And it seems like these two teams have settled their differences at least. They've decided, all right, this is your part of the city, this is ours. We're going to take a fight now. This is the time when we don't take a fight. Everything's been completely organized between them.
I mean, speak of taking a fight, 8-Bit, this is one of those teams that is looking so confident. At the start of the day 2, we had a talk about this team. We mentioned that currently the ball is in their court.
Yeah.
The wind is in their sails, and that's why they're clearly looking so confident on the land too.
But let's take this back to the podcast hours of Miramar, Necro, because based on where these teams are, I don't think there's going to be an early fight happening anytime soon. But as we were talking about Wounded Lions and you brought up Entity, before we went on the break, we were having the same conversation, and there was second Wounded Lions in the mix as well in the form of GENxFM. We have watched them struggle throughout the day, and in this game, I hope GENxFM, they manage a top 3, top 4 finish with 5 to 6 eliminations and at least are able to bring themselves back into the competition. Otherwise, they'll be left way too far behind.
And not just that, another Wounded Lions that I need to talk about is Revenant. This team too is not doing fantastic at all, if I'm not wrong. They're on the 10th spot in the overall standings, and clearly the struggle is being seen. They've only got 21 points or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, Revenant Esports desperately needs to try their luck no matter what. They need to do anything that they can. Psych in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And Psych for now, they're just trying to find a comfortable spot. They're already quite comfortable all the way up north, but maybe trying to do something else, maybe trying to get as close as possible to the center.
Well, let's see. Let's see how far and how close to the center will they be able to go. Psych, they have good control of the northern part of the map, absolutely no one close to them to challenge them. And they have the opportunity to play from the northern parts, at least to stay north of Cruz del Valle and stay safe till the mid-game stages. But HYDRA, again, a lot of expectations from HYDRA before they began their journey of the finals. But the struggles for this team as well are quite prominent, and as of now, I don't see them breaking through. They're going to have to wait till tomorrow, wait for the soft reset of the day, and maybe tomorrow they find their composure, find their confidence, and bring themselves back on the overall rankings.
Hey, you never know. Maybe this game can be the game where they can bounce back. You have made it in top 16, Johnny, out of 96 teams. And that in itself is a remarkable statement. That means you do have some sort of a potential because you have managed to outshine the rest of the teams.
That is true. But still, I mean, just qualifying for the grand finals, Necro, you and I both know it. It doesn't cut it at the end of the day. If you are not the one with the trophy, with the pride of calling yourselves the champion, everything else, doesn't matter if you were second or third or even dead last, it's going to sting. It's going to bite you. This time though, Team Soul, they're looking to bite the heads of the players of X-Pac off of their bodies. And although a few of the individuals have been called out, now is when the shots are going to be fired. Neo trying to connect the spray on Sarang, does not really succeed. Spray God as well. Does manage to make a clean escape.
Indeed. Goblin in front of us. And speak of Goblin, Team Soul comfortable another one of those teams, another wounded Lions that still needs to make a mark. It is a fan-favorite team, and imagine if they do win a game. The crowd's going to go crazy. But so far, Seoul's just not able to find that sweet spot. GENxFM, a team Salty went with, and I highly doubt they're going to be able to pull off anything now.
Let's see. Oh, that's a clean little jump, but that is not what GENxFM are looking for right now. They want those points, finishes or placement, anything goes. The loadout on the players looks quite decent. I mean, they have a lot to work with, a lot of utility. Armors have been found, first aid utility has been found as well. Scopes are lacking, I believe. All right, 3x on Vishu, on that Scar L should be good, at least for the mid-game stages.
Speak about things being good. HYDRA in front of us. And HYDRA, they're on the move all the way towards the back. So yeah, they're probably going to find that safe breaching point, but unfortunately for them, there is one team that is quite close towards that terrain, towards that area. But HYDRA, they're actually taking all the way wide curve,
look at
so
this.
It's complete fine. Look at all the way down south too. There's Team Insane growing strong.
Exactly, exactly. That is what I was talking about. I mean, growing strong is still fine. The rotation up north from Ladriela is an easy one. You have an highway. You can just boost your vehicles through the entire way. Insane though. That is definitely an insane approach. So they played a split start from Los Higos and Minas del Sur. That is the island they start from, and now they are planning to take the southern highway, move through Porto Palacio or Los Leones, move up north. They will run into a massive cluster of teams on the southern edge, on the southeastern edge of the circle. Even if they manage to make it through all the way to El Azhar, there's going to be a massive challenge. Look at them, they change directions now. Jazzy is leading the charge, and it seems like the team plans to enter the circle from either Picardo or Power Grid.
Indeed. 8-bit, I mean, considering they're already inside the circle, that's like 50% of the problems just cut off, and now all they need to do is find a cozy spot, find a good spot, a good compound to play with. And considering there's not a lot of teams just yet towards that centric spot, so definitely a decent amount of compounds are still up for grabs.
I mean, there aren't any big clusters towards the northern side. It's a lot of open land that you have to deal with. Only the ridges, the terrain itself can be utilized for cover, and that is why the teams are going to struggle in the late stage of the game. If the circle just completely moves up towards the northern side between Cruz del Valle and the crater fields of La Cobriera, but for now, GENxFM, just a ridge, just small little hill of sand separating them from the players of Team Seoul. But on the other part of the map, we have Entity. The first man to go down, hit the floor, is going to be Gamla Boy, and the knock was secured by the players of X-Park. And look at that squad, that Doom Patrol out on the prowl. Gamla Boy, there is no escape. Wait, what? All right, now, that is it.
I mean, it's fine. They do not really need to eject out in the open, right? If they do, imagine the teammates are close. And if they're out in the open ejecting and going for the confirmation, that can be a big problem. But Entity Gaming, still, as I mentioned, the players, the cavalry is definitely over there. And because of that, once again, the opponents are pushed back a little bit in the defensive stance, but Entity, they've already lost out on the man number, and that is a big problem.
And even on the radar, look at that. Blind sitting up north means Entity can get sandwiched at any time, so they need to be careful. They need to put themselves in a position from where they can't be spotted by either Blind and X-Park, and they just stay hidden for the mid-game stage. But over here, we have GodBot from the side of Growing Strong. It seems like he was able to spot the players of AUTOBOTZ, and he did not just spot them out, he drew all of their attention upon himself, because AUTOBOTZ, they have stopped in the middle of their rotation and are just completely focused in on the same compound where GodBot is. But the problem with this situation is the fact that the other players from the side of GS were looking to reposition, but no, Skrill staying back has made sure that the flank is going to be spotted out. And Faith and Sparky are at their position. Their information is now compromised.
Speak of the information, AUTOBOTZ. Currently, they're trying to play this one passive. And it makes a lot of sense. It's just way too early inside the game, and if you do decide to take a fight right now, then yeah, a lot of problems will start knocking the doors. The next circle shift's going to be in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Shifts a little bit on the right side. GENxFM, they found themselves in the lucky side.
Well, they are going to be quite lucky. They are quite close to the center of the circle, but they are going to be challenged extremely soon as well with HYDRA moving from the northern side. You have Team Seoul quite close to them as well. But look at the cluster of teams that are going to move in towards the zone, and look at how quickly Blind wants to push through, but not really a decision that they wanted, and well, not how they wanted to execute it, especially with Manya getting knocked out instantly as soon as he reaches the compound. Luckily for them, they will be able to recover. A smoke is going to be locked. Oh no. Does he actually make it through?
Oh my god, he's so low! Oh, sliver of HP. Manya will be back upon his feet. Blind Esports. This could have been a massive blunder.
Yeah.
But Numen Gaming, they're just constantly peppering. They're just constantly going for the spam shots inside the smoke. It's not going to find any connections, but this could have been so bad. Manya was down on a sliver of HP.
Well, not an easy position for players of Blind to be with, especially look at that, his armor was gone. He has replenished that, even finds a new helmet. Quite lucky for the players of Blind. But as I was saying, the quickness, the swiftness in how they moved out from outside the circle towards the center, just not really caring about who sees them, who takes a shot at them, shows how confident this team is in their skills, in their team play. But in the meanwhile, it feels like a fight is about to break out. It is the players of GLITCHREBORN pushing on the players of Xpark now.
And speaking about pushing up, Team Xpark, they've got a clear line of sight against the players of GLITCHxREBORN. A massive man hits the deck. Roman OG shut down GLITCHxREBORN, a team that was staying so consistent throughout this entire day. Now they're starting to fall down. UMP45, of course, up close and personal, but the DBS will always prevail.
Well, the DBS shall prevail, but GLITCHREBORN, their job in this game is not yet done. Look at that, Chris OP finds the important trade that they needed. SprayGod takes one more down and the next as well. What a phenomenal move by SprayGod. Just one man remaining from the side of GLITCHREBORN. Ralph in the back lines has been brought down to 50 HP, but he still finds another pick. Dreams, he's too far away from his teammates. And what just happened? GS growing strong. They just show up out of nowhere for a third party. And it's not just them. Revenant has decided to join them as well.
Exactly. And speak about joining up, growing strong, up close and personal. Apollo, he's a man to be feared, a name to be feared. He's got the AKM in his hands, but can he really pull off a clutch against the shotguns? That's my question. Revenant Esports, they are indeed the wounded lions inside the fight. But the same can be said for the likes of Growing Strong. What a beautiful nade that was from Sensei. And that's going to find the opener. The desperation that was needed from the side of Revenant Esports is now finally found. This man
He's burning alive.
on fire. And that's it. Revenant Esports, they flushed their opponents out of that compound. But at what cost? They lost out of one man.
It was just one man, still worth it. The trade going in their favor. But four teams colliding one after the other. They just piled on top of each other. And Revenant ended up getting a little bit luckier that Faith in the last moment decided to just run through the fire and the flames to pick that fight. But I don't think it's over. Insane, quite close. And Revenant might have an opportunity to catch them off guard, but Insane, they just stopped midway, right in the edge of the circle. And now, with the help of the house that they have, can actually gatekeep the players of Revenant, just force them to stay out.
I mean, Insane, they have been quiet, but still, you need to remember their team Insane. You can't just challenge a fight like that. All the four players, they're mechanically gifted. And if you try to go up against them like that, they will definitely come out on top. The only way you can try and outmaneuver or outplay the players of Team Insane is if you try to do some big brain moves. If you try to flank them from the back or something like that. But if you're going to go for a head-on-head collision, a 4-on-4 fight, the Team Insane will always come out on top.
I mean, normally I would agree to that, but today has just not been there. Insane still looking to bounce back on the overall leaderboard, just like GENxFM. We did talk about them in the early stage of the match, going for wide rotation, trying to move in from the northeastern edge. But it seems like they are also going to find themselves in the midst of a massive cluster of teams. You have Team Together Esports and Team Seoul present quite close to the players of GENxFM, and Moksh, he's just scrambling around, running around for some cover where his teammates can actually regroup safely. Hasn't really found anything yet.
Speak about finding stuff. GENxFM, they're definitely going to find a foe that's quite close. Yep, as soon as I say that, that's going to happen. PSYCHE gets knocked out. And instantly, there's one man that's quite close to get the confirmation float up. Oh, so many shots being taken from the side of GENxFM, but speaking about the connections, this time it's going to be in the name of Team Soul, finding those. TTE in a big world of trouble. Nowhere to go. They're just so desperate to find that safe rotation, and because of that desperation, they're now starting to lose out on that man number.
Well, it's not going to be easy for them to survive, as you mentioned. Omega from the side of Soul is going to be dropped, and especially PSYCHE as well. PSYCHE are actually inside the circle, and they will have a line of fire available towards this fight, at least till where the players of Team Together are. And because of that, they should be able to secure a few extra finishes, but it's not going to be easy considering even Blind has their back. But as we were talking about PSYCHE, look at this, Striker and Saad, they get pushed by the players of Numen. And Numen, a team that has been struggling throughout the day, finally it feels like they have picked up at least some momentum in this match. 2 finishes secured. How many more can they get?
Speak about securing knockouts and finishes. Goblin gets knocked out. GENxFM, wow, I love the confidence from this team. Challenging some of the big dogs. GENxFM, I understand they haven't really been able to do that great, but now they're trying to chew on something that can be tough. And that's why they're getting picked up. Introduction. But the second knock, GENxFM out and over. Now the tables are being flipped. But still, things are back on equal stances because even Team Soul, they lost out on 2 players themselves. Another nade tossed in from Omega finds the knockout. Now it's a 1-on-2 scenario. Omega tried to push up, but is this push really gonna be worth it? That's my question. One single misstep and things can be flipped apart once again, and that's what happens. Team Soul, one last guy alive from their team. And if Akshat messes things up, that's it. Team Soul will be eliminated from this Miramar.
The nade that was lobbed did overshoot the opposition, and Moksh now has an opportunity to bring Insidious back. But still, Akshat is getting distracted by players. Gladiators, and the spray was perfect. 2 players knocked out, 2 more in the backlines. It's all down to the clutch by It is GENxFM from the flank. A team, a set of players he completely forgot about that become the reason for the early demise.
Oh my god. But Delta PG with that off angle shuts down GENxFM too. What's going on in this random terrain? No one expects fights over here. But this time, Gladiator Esports, GENxFM, and even Team Soul, they collided.
Out of nowhere, it's just the Entity and Team Insane who are there in the circle with good numbers available. Look at that, Justin sitting on top of that car because he is knocked out. Delta is going to try and get him to safety, but yeah, manages to get that revive, and that was just barely an escape.
Oh, Gladiator Esports. This is like rebirth for them inside the game.
Yeah, true.
All the 4 players, ooh, they were in such a critical spot, in such a critical condition too. But now finally they have managed to escape that spot. Savitar, beautiful nade, spray got shut down. HYDRA, still 2 players in the back line, so let's see what they can try to do, considering they're also out in the open. Numen Gaming, the constant barrage of nades just never stops. It's like an artificial red zone in that little spot.
Yeah. Also, fog machine unleashed around the shack where Numen is hiding. So many smokes lobbed for some soft cover. Still, their priorities, it looks like, are going to be quite clear. Just pick off the players of HYDRA one way or the other, secure the points and move on. Oman has poured out in the distance, and well, a few easy shots. Numen, they secure another pick, and Blind, they get eliminated from this match.
Numen Gaming. 3 players in the front lines, even from the back, is now going to be the players of Team Insane. We're just constantly taking those shots, peppering up in the front. 8-bit, Juicy will get the confirmation against the foe, but Mighty was caught out in the open, and instant confirmation follows up. Entity's, of course, going to be the one to sort of knock on the doors of 8-bit. Molotov tossed up too. Juicy is safe for now.
Well, just for a few more seconds, I guess. He's going to be forced to step out in the open in the next few minutes, and that might result in, well, it will for sure result in him getting eliminated. There's nowhere left for him to run, to be honest. Look at him, quite close to the players of Numen, just a smidge outside the zone. He's going to try and see if the nades can clear up the position for him. If he actually manages to pull off this 1v3, it will be absolutely incredible. But look at this, the players of Numen hiding in the small shack of theirs, and at least it's going to be their home for the next few minutes. But Revenant from the back lines do help Juicy out, as Savitar is going to be dropped.
Oh,
going for more.
Sue Oh, he ejected out in the open, Johnny. This could have been so bad.
Oh,
Once
true.
again, now gets back in the vehicle, keeps on moving up. The 6x spray, just so precise. And that's fierce to you, ladies and gentlemen. But somewhere else on the map, even Numen Gaming, they're getting knocked out. 2 players being knocked out so far. Actually, it's the players of 8-Bit who are up against them.
Well, let's see. Revenant Sensei. Eye spin on the players of Entity. Nade lob from Sui to force Sensei back, but we all know Revenant, their strategies, if they get the flow going, are unbeatable. And even now in this matchup, Revenant, they are doing quite well for themselves. 7 eliminations already secured. Entity, they need to be careful down to their last 2 players, Sue and Somraj. Somraj in the back lines trying to close the distance, or at least it feels like he wants to go for the revive on Troy, but just the pressure from Revenant is not allowing him to move any further.
Indeed. And speak about the pressure. This nade's going to be adding on to that pressure even more. Sue chipped up. Another nade tossed in. It's just a little bit of back and forth going on, but nothing lethal yet. And speak about lethal, Jazzy from the back steals
nice.
one elimination point away. But finally, the nade finds the connection. Fierce is, of course, going to be the man. Another nade tossed in the front lines. Entity on the verge of getting eliminated. It's all down to Sue. And finally, his position's compromised too. The only thing that's saving his life is that buggy. But from the back, it's going to be the players of Insane to once again steal that elimination point.
Revenant and Insane are just phenomenal in this matchup. Revenant, especially the way they were able to bait out Shu, force him into an awkward position, and Insane just stealing that point away. Absolutely incredible, but we are down to the top 5 teams, 11 players still alive. Insane in this game with all 4 players still present. Revenant down to 3, Numen, last 2 players left. And of course, 8-Bit, CS and Xpark, guess what? They are still here with 1 individual surviving from each side. But Revenant looking quite strong, 8 eliminations as we mentioned. Sensei, oh no, he's going to be dropped by Dark Lord from the distance, and this can actually spell trouble for the players of Revenant.
Speak about spelling trouble. Sensei in front of us. The Resurrection's now finally being stuck onto him, but Team Insane, they're in full force. We're speaking about Team Insane sort of left out of the competition, but Team Insane, they're here with a complete retention plan. AK-4X spray, that's not something you see that often. And he's also got limited bullets, only 5 left in spare.
Well, not a lot of ammo to work with. Look at Dark Lord, just 62 in the bag, 40 in the mag. Numen still out in the open. Revenant as well, no cover left. And Insane, it seems like, have stopped caring about cover at all. They just want to pick this fight against the players of Revenant, who up in behind the blue. The nade from Fierce, this is perfect. The opening knock secured. The second one comes in instantly. The third nade from the hands of Fierce. It feels like can convert it into a few finishes, but before anything can happen, Dark Lord retaliating in kind, and Revenant have lost 2 players from their side as well. It's just down to the IGL Sensei himself. Can he save his team for perdition right now?
He needs to fill up a big shoe. Usually it's either Apollo or Fears in the clutch, but this time it's Sensei. Can he provoke his clutch genes? Can this situation provoke Sensei's clutch genes? That's the question. Team Insane, so much problem to deal with. Even the Wall of Death now starting to move up. Dreams is the man from the side of Team Xpark, who's trying to make it inside the circle, but Dreams, he shuts down the last guy of Team Insane. And just like that, Team Insane, they've been wiped off the bat.
And out of nowhere, Numen now also have a big probability of winning this game, considering Revenant have lost Apollo. Sensei, it's just down to the IGL. A 1v2 in front of his eyes. And if he wins it, the chicken dinner will be there. Revenant, they are desperate for this win. Both the players from the side of Numen step out in the open, and Sensei, he needs to line it up. He has the ammo to work with as well. No utility left. His armor is almost 1/3 gone. His helmet almost 2/3 gone. He has 2 first aids, 4 energy drinks. Everything that this man has to work with has been laid out in the open. But Numen, they have that one important thing, throwable utility in their hands.
Indeed. Numen Gaming, 2 players, backs against the wall.
Look at that.
The next circle is right in center. It's right in between for both of them, but that's it. Numen Gaming, both the players peek out in 2 different directions, and they do a fantastic job of shutting down the last guy. Numen Gaming, we're speaking about this team being deactivated throughout the entire game, but finally they decide to wake up in this game of Miramar. As I mentioned, some teams just take a bit more time to activate.
Well, yeah, and it seems like Numen was one of those teams, of course, but
have to give props to Revenant. They were able to control this match for the longest time. Just play it according to their will. Be it the rotations, be it the fights, everything that Revenant wanted, they did get. And the one thing that they slipped up on was that chicken dinner. But I believe Insane is the one we are supposed to blame for that. I mean, to be honest, Revenant Esports, you've got to give props to not just Revenant, but also Numen. I think you guys pointed out perfectly. And now, all of a sudden, the floodgates have opened. And it seems like the tournament right now comes to a standstill because majority of the teams who were struggling on the second page, now they're also coming up and we have even grounds. Exactly. One team that has now become a little bit more consistent, XPAC. What is happening to XPAC? They are just there every single time.
Exactly. I mean, X-Park, the consistency now starting to flow in. I guess this is the X-Park we all wanted to see. Yeah. Even if you do not really get the chicken dinners, as long as you're still going to be in the top 5, you are in a good spot. You just need to be in the top 5 in the overall standings too. Yeah, that is true. And X-Park was impressive. But another team that we wanted to talk about, we were talking about, like, all right, top contenders coming in from the league stages. Everyone was hoping that they were going to win it all, but today wasn't really there. Team Insane, they brought themselves back in a nice manner in this match. And to be honest, this was always expected, right? But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the moments from this game. And it certainly was beautiful, right? I mean, Johnny, look, as I mentioned, Salty picked up GENxFM.
Oh, so we knew they were not going to win, right?
Yeah, we pretty much knew that they're not going to win. Because look at this, right? GENxFM, they won the fight against Team Soul, but then still, how unlucky of them that they got third party by Gladiators.
Yeah. But talking about the Gladiators themselves, I mean, this wasn't really the game we were hoping to witness, but Gladiators, Blind, all of these teams, including Team Together Esports, they faced the same trouble. All of them just overshot the circle, and then they were forced to come back down. It's okay, Salty. Do you need a bandit?
Possibly, yeah. Because there's a big injury in my heart.
It's okay, buddy.
Yeah, no, you just need to stop going with GENxFM. Like, the first time you did it...
Hey, come on, man. They're a good team, right? You can't blame me for going with them. It's just that my prediction
You say something different to them.
This has been happening for a long time now, Salty.
Yeah.
If this happens once, it's completely okay. But you have been cursing teams all over from BGIS. You need to understand, you genuinely do have a curse.
It's fine. Somebody has to be the bad guy, and I was the devil, right? Throughout the league stages, I'm the devil here as well.
Well, what is Necro then?
He's the middle ground.
Yeah, I'm like a bit of a...
He's a messenger between the devil.
He's a human being?
Nah, he's a messenger who sends the message between the devil and
he's the lion. He's the share on the desk. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to witness the highlights of the match once again and see and relive the action. Of course, Entity, not really a game they wanted. They were just completely caught off guard and obliterated in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly, but still Entity then being able to perform till that late game scenario, I would say it's still something that they really did a fantastic job in executing.
Yeah.
One thing that is for sure is that Entity, now things are really starting to slip away from their hand, at least in that previous Miramar game. But I'm really happy with the Revenant's performance.
I mean, the foot has begun to slip for Entity, but Revenant, this fight in this broken building was just way too intense. As I said, 4 teams, one after the other, just collapsing on each other's heads. And Revenant Esports, they were the ones to survive. Had FaZe just stayed back, you never know, anything could have happened. But it was that Molotov and the nade in tandem that was forced upon him. It forced him down, and PSYCHE, this was the execution of Team PSYCHE.
Yeah, not just that. Did you see? The man ejected out of the vehicle a little bit too early and he just fell to his own death.
It happens often. We saw 3 players take a dive to their own device. Not just 1, 3.
But maybe that was because of the zone, but this was something else.
It wasn't because of the zone. This one, I wasn't either.
I don't even know what's going on today, man. I guess these guys are taking the day one a little bit too casual.
That is true.
Nah, man. I think that was just an accident. The door lock was not locked properly. The door wasn't locked properly.
I don't know, Salty, which game you playing, buddy?
The game of life. That is what Salty loves to play. That is his thing, but... talking about things, one thing that happened, Juicy, he happened to Numen. Look at the amount of utility this man was able to lob. And he forced Numen to stay outside behind that haystack for so long that Insane out of nowhere, they were just able to line up their shots, and Numen, they had nowhere left to go.
I'm just happy for Numen, though. Like, they finally do make a bounce back in the overall standings, right?
Yeah, true.
Throughout the day, these guys have been so deactivated. Now that finally they have got their hands on the chicken dinner, I guess they're on a good feed. But now, one thing is for sure,
Yeah.
at least on one day, you need to get one chicken dinner
That
and
is true.
consistent finishes. That means that's going to keep you in the top 5 easy.
Exactly. I mean, even if it's not in the top 5, I mean, Numen, it will be difficult for them to break into the top 5 even with this performance. I think the goal should be to stay within the top 8 at least at the end of day 1. Day 2, you're going to try and break into the top 4, and for day 3, well, the trophy. That is it. Nothing else will suffice.
You know, I think in terms of how teams will try and prepare themselves, just like you guys mentioned, possibly the best case scenario for a team is to be inside the top 5 at the end of day 1.
Yeah.
But day 2 is all going to be about the teams in the second page. There are going to be some erratic gameplays. We've seen that happen in prior lands as well. I hate that devilish laughter every single time I say something. This man has a counter to it. He's preparing all of those stuff in his brain.
What made you smile this time, Necro?
Yeah.
I did not even say anything. I'm not going to say it at all.
Look at his face!
I did not even say it.
Get me zoom on Necro's face.
I was just smiling. I can't even smile now. Guys, come on.
No, smile like you normally do, not like...
Yeah,
The evil smile,
He
yeah.
has some hidden meanings right behind. But again, the point that I was trying to make is day 2 will be the day of comebacks. And day 3, I think, majorly will be the fight between the top 8. There is nothing else which is going to take it away from them.
But there's one thing that we are going to take away, and that is, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our show forward towards the MVP of this game. We're going to find out who that individual is going to be. And we don't have to wait anymore. We have the answer in front of our eyes. It is Savitar from the side of Numen Gaming. Of course, faster than the Flash, so he is definitely going to secure those 6 finishes. 54.5% contribution.
Wow. I mean, faster than a flash, but I'm pretty sure it's not faster than the nun.
What?
I mean, again, right, guys, jokes which do not make any sense.
You guys have not seen the Ghost movie, The Nun?
Savitar from Numen with 6 finishes. I'm just going to ignore Necro right over there. You've got Fierce as well from Revenant Esports, 4 finishes, 44.4% contribution. I think Fierce needs to come back as well as Apollo. Both of these two players can individually bring back a Revenant from the brink of death.
Something happened. Something just happened right now. I mean, I just heard screams behind me, but if you guys want to find out, just like us, because we are also trying to figure it out, tomorrow at least, or at least for the last game, if you are in Ahmedabad, anywhere close to Eka Arena, do make sure to drop by and say hi.
Yeah.
And of course, tomorrow is going to be day number 2. You guys can join us as well. But rankings, Numen 26, Revenant 21, Xbox 17.
Wow.
I think it's just Blind that will take a move up. Move forward in the rankings.
I mean, Blind at this point should be on the first spot in the overall standings without a doubt. But as we've got the second half of the board, Team Soul, once again, the woes continue. You've got GENxFM not being able to do that great, and then AUTOBOTZ as well. Oh, man, tough outing for a lot of these teams.
True, but let's have a look at the overall rankings and confirm what we are believing in. Of course, Necro, you are correct. Blind is still there on the first position, 62 points and no chicken dinners. But Glitch, they somehow managed to retain that second position for themselves. X-Park today are having a pretty decent day for themselves. Third position with 57 points. But this game was about Numen. They have broken into the top 8. Finally, they are there.
Finally, they're there. And even 8-bit CS, as a matter of fact, they're still in that in that 7th spot. But inside of the second page, ladies and gentlemen, you've got 2 teams, especially Revenant, who has made a massive climb.
Yeah.
And then look at the drop-off between Revenant and Soul, 42 points and 26 points, Necro.
No, this is a big point of concern. Team Soul, as we mentioned this too, right? Team Soul likes to play passive. And usually countering a passive team is quite easy. All you need to do is just read the map and do the research, and it's quite easy. And that's why I guess Team Soul are now getting easily predicted. Everyone knows how Team Soul is actually playing. Everyone knows their pit stops.
But still, that difference that is there between Revenant and Soul, that is something that has to be a massive point of concern, not just for the teams that are there on the 10th position or the 11th, but for everyone beyond the 10th position. Because now you will have these brackets develop in the overall leaderboard, right? From the 16th, you can't do what Numen did. You can't just take a leap into the top 8. You will first have to crack and bring yourself up to that 10th position, and then you will take a leap within the top 8, and from there you will move on into the top 4. And of course, if you just are consistent on 5 games, then you will be on the first position.
You know, I think the most difficult jump will be the second one that you mentioned, right? To break in from the 10th spot to the first page, possibly in the 8th spot as well, right? You've got to make yourself a jump of more than 20-30 points and kind of hope that the other team does not go forward it does depend on somebody else's performance as well. Makes you a little dicey, but I'm sure there are teams who can certainly make it work. Possibly they will be able to do that again.
Maybe, they possibly might just be able to do that again. I mean, if Numen Gaming is able to breach inside the top 8 out of nowhere, then anyone else should be able to breach.
Yeah.
And usually day 2 is supposed to be the day of comeback, so I guess in day 2 it's not going to be that big of a deal for them to make the comeback.
We're going to find out if it's going to be a big deal or not. I mean, you need to be at least consistent in 2 matches to make that leap. And so far, the teams at the bottom have been struggling to even perform in one. And even if they do perform in one, it's just going to be one game. We saw GS so low in the ranking with a chicken dinner in their hands. And that can clearly give you a picture as to how bad their games were before Vacantly happened.
Yeah, and inside the top 5, I think so. It's just the players of Entity Gaming, and there's one more team who hasn't really got the chicken dinner.
Blind.
Yeah, Blind Esports. No, it's not Blind. It's someone else.
Blind did not get a chicken
dinner.
Okay, then yeah, Entity Gaming and Blind, I guess.
Yeah.
They're the 2 teams inside the top 5 that hasn't really got any type of chicken dinner. So I guess they're going to be on the hunt.
Well, they're going to be on the hunt. So we know one more man who's going to be hunt for the chicken dinners. It's going to be Adi, the IGL of Insane. No, not Salty.
Yeah.
I mean, we know you like protein. You like to build a lot of muscle. So you
but you don't hunt.
Yeah, you don't hunt.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the only
I
difference.
just fetch myself more protein, ladies and gentlemen. And I think even Adi can fetch himself a little bit of a chicken dinner himself, right? He has done that in the past.
He has done a lot for those chicken dinners. 8 chicken dinners in the 15 matches, and that is just from the league stages. If he gets a few more in the finals, I think what we said before we actually came to Ahmedabad, that the best IGL should just be changed. Adi's prize money. We might actually have to do that by tomorrow if Insane secures like 1 or 2 more wins.
I think for Team Insane, the only thing which is stopping them is their end game jitters. You've seen Team Insane kind of drop in nice little spots. They're pretty good when it actually comes to taking those initial fights. Even their mid-rotation fights have also been pretty good. The only problem is, inside of the final circle, sometimes Insane do tend to overshoot themselves, they lose bodies and eventually extinguish.
That is a good point that you brought up. Overshooting themselves, over-aggression in these moments, and that's what is sort of causing a lot of problem for Team Insane. Now, Team Insane needs to understand one thing. Yes, they were dominating completely in the group stages, but considering the groups were being shuffled, Team Insane had a big upper hand because they were sort of unpredictable. Because now over here, only 16 teams are playing. Everyone's done their research on every single team. They know how Team Insane plays.
But again, if you are relying on research, then the league stages would have been horrible for you. Everyone was unpredictable during the league stages. It's like a double-edged sword.
But that's where Team Insane gets the advantage, because they rely on their mechanics so much.
Just
they
the
go for the
fundamentals
fights.
fundamentals of BGMI. That's what we call them, not just mechanics, because it's not just one player. It's team communication, it's team play, it's the IGL deciding where the team reaches the circle, where they hold, and all of that stuff did help out Insane. I do agree with you on that. But of course, when you reach a stage like the grand finals where you're playing 15 teams consistently, what Necro said is absolutely correct, that the amount of research you put in plays a huge hand in how the results are going to be.
Absolutely. Exactly. I think for Team Insane, all that they have to do is just figure out the way they played Week 3, right? Week 1 wasn't perfect for them. Week 3 was absolutely perfect because they found that right balance between positioning and aggression. Week 1, they went in all out, got as many finishes as they potentially can, and that did work in the early stages, but then there was a dip inside of Week 2 and they had to readjust. I want that Team Insane from Week 3. That is all that I've got to say.
Well, I want that Team Insane as well. I want Team HYDRA that was there in Week 1 as well. HYDRA during Week 1 was absolutely, they were just flawless. I mean, as we said, chef's kiss on HYDRA's performance during Week 1. But after that first week, they were nowhere to be seen, to be very honest. I mean, they've just completely vanished. Even in the finals, not really visible.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, HYDRA Esports, they kind of placed themselves properly after that first week when they crossed 100 points. Yeah. They knew that 1 foot was always in the grand final, so they did not really have to try very hard inside of Week 2 and Week 3. And I think that down grip kind of held their performance back. I've always been talking during the league stages, right? Your performance curve will always, in fact, should always peak at the grand finals. Should be a constant upward curve. That's why majority of the teams have been successful. Insane have been successful, but HYDRA Esports is going down, and that's not ideal.
It peaked once during Week 3 when HYDRA and specifically Duora gave us one of the best moments of this BMPS, ladies and gentlemen, the 1v6. Is that going to happen again as we jump into the last match of the day? But before we do that, for one last time, lads, what are going to be your predictions? Salty, what is your prediction?
Blind.
Blind, Necro, quick.
Well, I'm going to go with Insane.
All right, let's see if the prediction from the casters come true, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to jump into the action as the plane will hit the sky and the map of Erangel will be on our screens very soon. It seems like the players are prepared for the action and we are all set to see this face-off as well. But Salty, what do we want to witness in this last game of the day?
You know, to be honest, I want some teams who are reeling at the bottom of the overall standings to make a comeback, to make a statement. Even if the comeback is not complete, I think making a statement actually does so much. It seems like we're still waiting for the game to begin. Every single player, they are sort of preparing a little bit of hesitation here and there. But look at this. I mean, the beautiful stadium once again just lit up in all colors.
Well, let's see though.
You've got three amazing talent. Three amazing talent.
You know, I heard one thing. We call them amazing and they are amazing in fact, but apparently people are correlating Anki's outfit today with the old school Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson one, where he has a turtleneck, has a fanny pack in the front. Have you seen that outfit where he's just posing, like holding on to the fanny pack?
I mean,
if you think about it, Anki does look like that today.
You know, Anki does look like that, but this particular outfit we've seen on Necro a lot. This man always wears that turtleneck with that little bit of a chain.
But he's built like The Rock himself.
Yeah, he certainly is, right? And if you gain some muscles, Necro, I'm pretty sure you are going to be fabulous, man. I mean, look at him, right? So handsome, so brilliant. He's got that accent as well.
Tall.
Yeah, he's definitely tall.
Just looking like a wow.
Just looking like a wow, in fact. You guys do make sure to insert memes here and there, don't you? Like,
yeah, for sure.
I mean,
you're a meme
yourself. That's why you're inserted on the English desk.
All right, now I'm a meme myself, ladies and gentlemen. But what basically happened was that the players are facing a little bit of a discomfort over there inside of the game. That's why we're going to start it once again. So, yeah, basically,
discomfort?
The discomfort is basically when he got into the flight, he wanted to kind of exchange his seat with someone else.
He wasn't allowed.
Yeah, he wasn't allowed. He did not want to sit in the middle seat. He wanted to actually go for the window seat instead. And that's why we had to kind of change the plane altogether. We'll have to fly once again, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to board another flight now.
Yeah, we're going to board another.
A plane usually has a lot of seats though, right? I mean, just 64 players.
No, this is a military aircraft. This is a military aircraft, Necro. You only have got space.
But this plane seems even bigger than the plane that we go in.
Yeah, because there's a lot of different things, just like airdrops and all of other things, right?
If you ever in your life wanted to witness a useless argument,
it's not an argument. It's a podcast.
It's a podcast, right?
It's an informational podcast. Even the viewers get to learn quite a lot from this, right? Now they didn't know.
Really?
So many things.
Alrighty. We'll find that out in a few days, I guess. We're going to get a few messages, of course, about how useful this conversation was. But talking about things that are actually relevant right now. We kept talking about the teams. Let's talk about the individuals as well. Right now, I mean, we spoke about X-Pac and their run throughout the day. One man that was responsible from the side of X-Pac, and we spoke about him before we began our day, Sarang. Even today has been absolutely phenomenal.
He certainly has been phenomenal. And I've been saying time and time again, Sarang always is like the torchbearer for this team, right? He is in the front lines, creates space for the team, and not just creates space, right? Gets those impact frags as well.
True.
And it's all about building a team around him. I think Spray God, the only reason why I think Team X-Pac have not been able to reach their absolute peak performance is because Spray God is being held back. Remember that time when Spray God and Sarang were both playing phenomenally. Spray God just absolutely took a game of Erangel into his own grip. He was like the Grim Reaper himself. I want that team.
Exactly. It was just one song playing in the background. Can't touch this. Two players came charging forward with ARs and the man just zigzagged left and right, dodged both the mags with the DVS, took both of them down, went outside the barn house and destroyed that entire squad. Again, another historic moment that was witnessed in this BMPS 2023. And again, we have seen a lot of individual moments like these throughout the entire league stages, right?
And it's specifically from Spray God, you know, Necro. I think Spray God and Sarang, this is why I've been saying this is a very deadly duo. Potentially, they will be the prime assaulters in any team that they go at their prime form right now, which is currently happening. But it's only been a dip from Spray God, I think, which has kind of held them back. Even Pucar, as a matter of fact, I remember the time when he was leading from the front lines. Even while IGLing, he was getting those finishes. He was getting those massive points on board. Now now he has been lacking quite a bit.
I mean, look, speaking about Pucar in general, he has been quite like that big brain guy, right? And we know this guy being the big brain, we know what he's capable of as well, but sometimes having too many things on top of you can really bother you inside the game as well.
Yeah.
Having the opportunity to IGL, having the opportunity to guide your team, but at the same time going for that fragging power, it can be a bit too much on your plate.
Yeah, but we still have to give him props where props are deserved. I mean, Pucar has been a phenomenal IGL, and not just in this tournament, but every single tournament for the last few months that we have seen X-Pac in. And he has been, for me personally, I believe, has been one of the best improved IGLs throughout this year, has been one of the best performing IGLs as well throughout this year, with how he leads his team. Only one man comes close. Well, no, a few people do come close, but all of them are going to be either Manya, Destro, and all of those sorts. And X-Pac, it feels like now have finally started to deliver on what the people were expecting, and just a few steps away from that first position as well. But with Blind, let them take that away from them. That is also a question.
I mean, these Twix are definitely something that's working out for them, right?
Yeah.
Speaking about Blind too, I mean, it's understandable. Yeah, they were playing with S power all the way in the ancient days as well, but now that S power is back once again in INKR, they had a bit of a problem in readjusting with the strategies, but now they are once again back in that groove on the same page, and I'm loving that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, S-Power's addition, we know this man is filled with confidence to the brim, and he knows how to utilize that. He knows he's mechanically gifted, and he knows how good he really is. Because of that, he's been allowed a little bit of freedom, but you have to say, when S-Power wasn't there, Ronnie and Knuckle, they did such a phenomenal job making sure Blind holds on to that title of the most aggressive team in BGMI. And still, with this man, they haven't changed a bit. Even now, they are all into every single fight that appears.
You know, I think whenever we talk about Blind, right, one player always takes a backseat, and that is Joker.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to talk about Joker specifically because he's not in the playing four right now. He is the substitute. But, you know, you've got to give credits to this man, because when S-Power was not there, he was still phenomenal. He filled in those shoes so perfectly. And now that you mentioned, right, you're very correct over the fact that S-Power has been given freedom. Knuckle and Ronnie have changed roles right now. They are more responsible. They are more stern in their formations.
Hey, they were responsible before as well. Come on, don't say that.
They were supposed to be the aggressors, right? They used to get a lot more finishes. Now as well, they do so, but it's like they are supposed to be the secondary assaulters.
So you pretty much mean that they're setting up S-Power first for those glorious plays?
Sometimes, yes. Not sometimes. Well, it does happen quite a lot often, because even they know for a fact that if you set this young prodigy up for success, he will succeed. All you have to do is just make sure you clean the path along the way as he goes. And these two players, and it is a team game at the end of the day, right? You will do whatever it takes for the team to win. You will do whatever it takes to get all four players to win the chicken dinner together. And this is why Blind has been phenomenal over the months. No one in the lineup cares about themselves. All they want is just the win.
Absolutely. They are certainly prepared to take the win, and that is something which even Mavi mentioned as well, right? They're here to win, they're here to take the championship home with them. This has been missing for a while, but ladies and gentlemen, it is time when the Big Bird gets back up on the skies for one last time inside of day one in BMPS Grand Finals 2023. And this time around, we do have a different flight path on board as well. It does start off from the right-hand side of Yasnaya Polyana, moves towards military base, a lot of stress on that right-hand side. Do you think that the teams will be able to glide on towards the left?
Oh, I mean, it is definitely going to be a big challenge for them, but I am praying for a military circle right now, Salty. I hope we get to witness, at least the last game of the day coming to an end towards the military island. But let's see how this game is going to turn around. We have the players of Team Together Esports taking an early exit from the map. Oh, look at Yasnaya Polyana. It seems like we might get to witness at least some early action towards that big city. It is going to be the players of GES. We know they have been able to control the city of Yasnaya for a long time, but it's not going to be easy this time, especially considering this is the last game of the day. So a lot of these teams are going to look to cause at least some chaos before they go down.
Exactly, that's something which I was looking for as well, like chaos incarnate. And one team that can certainly do that is Blind, but dropping down at school, they should play their decent game, their default game as well, because once again, it's kind of a risky maneuver to go and cause chaos when you are at the #1 position of the point standings, right? Getting yourself those 10 average point is something which I think Blind will be looking for. You've got two very close contestation as well. You've got GLITCHxREBORN and I believe the likes of, not really sure, I think it's AUTOBOTZ who have dropped in very close, and look at this, right? AUTOBOTZ missed a spray, just barely manages to escape from Team Glitch and their side, just crossing over that little bridge. But for now, it's still going to be a stalemate. All players are still going to survive. No utility on AUTOBOTZ as of yet, not a lot of weaponry to work with, but they certainly are charging towards GLITCHx. Wait, what exactly is happening? Chris OP wants to get away from this fight.
Well, they're trying to make a run away. And, well, Chris wouldn't want to face off against 3 players on that tri-bike. You know, this is the most riskiest vehicle inside of the game. And if you see a squad riding around like this, you know for a fact they have stopped caring about what happens a long time ago.
And I think for AUTOBOTZ, this is going to be one of those teams. They certainly know on how to go aggressive. Their team fights are absolutely brilliant. For sure, I've said multiple times, right, this team struggles when it comes to their rotational skills, but when it comes to taking those fights, they never really back out, and the tricycle certainly is going to help them as we witness some early movement, ladies and gentlemen. Majority of this is because of the fact that the flight path was skewed towards one side, so teams will try to separate themselves, get away from the curve, get ahead of the curve. But it's not really going to happen. It's not really going to help anyone, Johnny, because the circle that we have is a very default circle.
Yeah, it is a pretty standard circle, we know. Comfortable for everyone. No incentive for those early fights. But mid-game, in situations like these, mid-games usually become extremely chaotic. But at the start of the match, at least, there is hope for at least one collision. GS, are they aware that the players of Numen have breached their city of Yasnaya? With Shadow lurking around the compounds across the road. Quite close to the players GS, Eclipse and Faith. They have managed to avoid the distance of the footsteps, at least for now. But a Shadow keeps pushing up north. He might just give away information to the opposition about a new set of players that have arrived in the city.
That's going to be growing strong because the shotguns are in position already, but Shadow still lacks that little bit of a mid-range weapon. Possibly will be looking to change that UMP, and he finally does. Still waiting for that initial contact against growing strong, but as of now, I think Numen, they are aware that Yasnaya Poliana is all for their taking. It's just how growing strong approaches this particular fight will dictate if we're going to have that early collision in Yasnaya or not. But again, Johnny, no compulsion whatsoever.
Yeah, at least for now, but let's see. 8-bit CS on our screens. We did witness the first win of the day, the first chicken dinner going in their bags. It was on the same map as well, the map of Wrangle. All theirs to claim the victory on, but can they end the day with the chicken as well? At least they're going to be hoping that they do that. Will help them bounce back on the overall ranking, take the first position away from the players of Blind until game number 1 tomorrow.
Well, should give them a good night's sleep though.
Yeah, they're going to be happy.
They certainly are going to be happy, but I think 8-bit CS also will be looking to kind of restructure their position, because this team, especially after that first couple of games, they've dropped massively, and that consistency factor, I think, has been lacking from them.
Yeah.
They did pretty well on the map of Sanhok, but apart from that, nothing really.
At least they are still in the top 5, so not a lot to worry about. And I think they can easily bounce back as well. No, the experience the players have. Gladiators, though, the rulers of the military island. We see them still on the military island, the military base in their control. Crossing towards the main island is going to be a challenge for the Gladiators. X-Spark can stand there, blocking the way, blocking the bridge, and of course 8-bit CS present towards the ferry pier, and Primorsk can move towards that military bridge, block the way, and cause more trouble for Gladiators. This is always the option of no rep Noya bridge, where they might run into PSYCHE. So a lot of possibilities for Gladiators and how they are going to play this game. But look at the map. X-Spark and that 2-2 split. Is that going to work out? We'll find out in the next episode. But for now, GS going up against Numen.
Absolutely. I mean, there certainly is a battle going on, and Eclipse does find the first knock, starting to close up the distance, but it seems like the rest are growing strong. They're lacking way behind as of now. Numen, they certainly have spotted Eclipse. The shots just come in. Back, look at this. Great escape.
Well, that is going to be a great escape. Eclipse, he's going to be eclipsed by Savitar and his kills. Going strong, the 1-1 trade from either side against Numen. They're hoping it works out. But Numen, they have an opportunity to recover. And so does Growing Strong, actually. The reset does not actually swing the advantage in the favor of any team. It just neutralizes everything for both of these squads. Look at it, Faith closing in from the back. But oh, this is not what I expected. Savitar just continues to go for the push. And he wants to put more pressure on the players of GES, but needs to be careful across the road. There's one more player from the side of Growing Strong waiting for him to overcommit. And Godbot, he's going to join the party as well. In the meanwhile, Eclipse, he's still bleeding out. Faith going for a revive. Shadow OG from the side of Numen has been brought back. They finally have the numbers advantage they were looking for.
They certainly do have it, but Team GS as well, right? They are going to come back into this fight once again. Savitar, the moment's hesitation of whether he wants to deploy that nade or not, it kind of took that opportunity away from him. The smokes were deployed by Growing Strong. Even Numen, right, especially Savitar, deployed those smokes in order to close in the distance. He had aggression in his mind, but he kind of later decides to kind of fall back and take it a little more safe and sound. I think one of the reasons why he did that was because Godbot entered the fray. The man advantage was taken away from them.
Well, advantage still neutralized, equalized between the two teams. Numen will feel the pressure. Oh, Ski spotted out, but great shots coming in from the opposition as well. Godbot feeling the pressure, feeling the heat. And Numen, they are just looking to escape. Godbot, a nasty hit on his head. Is going to force him to prone down in the balcony, but this is exactly what Numen wanted. They wanted to disengage, and now, because of the aggression that GS was trying to force, they're going to be forced back. And Numen, they have been allowed control of the backlines. But look at this, in the middle of nowhere, we have the players of HYDRA. It seems like they were in a little bit of a scuffle against another squad quite close to them. I believe it was the players from the side of Insane. But HYDRA, they've managed to disengage and are going along their merry way.
They certainly are, but for HYDRA Esports, I think all that they have to do right now is just go a little aggressive, possibly get those eliminations on board. Because, again, right, if you look at approach, look at mentality, this is going to be their last game of the day. They can play it safe and sound, play for those placement points, but I'm not really sure if that is going to reset them properly for that next game tomorrow. Rather, they can put all their eggs on one basket, try and go a little aggressive, possibly get a couple of finishes on board. Not a couple, possibly more than 6 eliminations, 8 eliminations. I think Team HYDRA Esports will have reinforced confidence as we do have the next circle in front of our screens right now. Majority of the teams from the military base will be forced onto the mainland, don't they?
Well, yeah, for sure. I have no idea why anyone would decide to play the shoreline. It is definitely not going to be a position where the zone might shift, or actually if it does, it's going to result in one of the best endgame circles we could have asked for, because if a southern shift happens right now, it will force a few of the teams to stay on the northern side. A few of them who might be desperate for points are going to try and play the bridge as well, but it will be 100% unadulterated chaos that we will witness, just like this one. GLITCHREBORN, look at them. They run in by mistake into the players of Insane, who had the squad house in their control, and Roman OG is just desperately trying to survive. The shotgun in his face is going to blow him to smithereens as Roman falls. Chris OP in the backlines is going to hit the deck as well. Ralph trying to bring his team back, does find the trade, but Insane have something that they wanted, and every team wants in a team fight. A man advantage in their favor.
You know, I think Roman understood the problem. He understood the assignment there as well. Ralph definitely did bring down the numbers. But it seems like Team Glitch, they knew exactly when they lost Roman in this particular fight. They did try to do some sort of damage control, but he was unrecoverable. And I like this thinking from GLITCHREBORN as well, right? Because you knew this fight was never really going to be yours. This was a very erratic fight which they were forced into. The rest of the players, Duke and Ralph, they made that healthy decision of falling back. But how long will they be safe and sound is going to be the question, because Autobots from the distance, it seems like they are also charging against them. Look at the vehicles, look at the radar.
Well, there's a lot of teams out in the open, and Glitch, as you mentioned, the struggle was already there. Insane, forcing them to bleed. Numen is there on the other side of the ridge. Autobots, as you mentioned, also present. And surprisingly, this is nowhere close to the center of the circle. This is the northern half of the circle where these teams are just trying to duke it out with each other. Normally you expect situations like these to occur close to the center, teams fighting for control, so that they don't have to move during the mid-game stages. Quite an awkward game, to be honest.
Definitely a very awkward game, but something which we do tend to see a pattern which gets repeated is the fact that majority of the teams are starting to sort of huddle up toward the shoreline, towards that pancake region as well. You've got a couple of teams. Team Seoul has just moved out. You've got Team 8-Bit CS who's also playing in from the shorelines and now finally growing strong. They spot out Team Numen. Shots were fired, but I think Shadow OG might just get overpowered over there.
Well, he can be overpowered. Godbot! Oh, Shadow! Just an absolute shadow himself. Zips past Godbot's crosshair, managed to survive, and the distraction was enough, I believe, for Numen to bring their teammate back. But Godbot, along with the rest of the squad of GES, they are trying their level best to not let Numen make this escape. The hunt is on till the break of dawn, I believe.
Definitely. The hunt will be on, but Numen wants to escape. Clutch God and Shadow, they are on their merry vehicles. They want to get control of this hospital building as quickly as possible. And I think Godbot, as well as the rest of his crew from Growing Strong, they realize that once Numen gets control of this compound, it will be very hard to flush them out from there as the circle does shift northward. I think this is the time when Gladiators will finally make an entry.
Yeah.
And they will play from the edges, Johnny.
I think it can be possible for them. And look at that, they have already actually started to execute that plan. Shogun, along with one more of his teammates, has already crossed over. Justin and Destro and Delta, they are taking that No-Repnoi bridge to cross towards the northern side. And of course, again, we have a circle between school, shelter and farm. Absolutely middle of nowhere. No covers, just a few hills right down the middle as well. This is such a problematic zone, to be honest. But Blind, they have the control of the eastern edge and are going to find the players of Team Seoul rotating in the middle of the entire squad of Blind. Omega needs to be careful. S-Power is right next to him.
Oh no, this is problematic. Omega just goes his merry way. You've got S-Power just backing off from that fight as well. Team Seoul and Blind came in such close contestation. Blind once again will get control of the plateau, but look at this, even Entity has joined the party. Somraj is yet to take those shots. Team Seoul, it was a close escape, but how long will they be escaping from these fights is going to be the question, because the fans are urging Team Seoul to bring back their aggressive best. They're in the middle of nowhere. Once again, a very awkward mid-rotation pit stop as they realize there is a plethora of teams where they are completely stranded.
Well, they are going to be stranded here for a little while more. I do agree with you on that.
Oh,
GENxFM. Crypto! He looks to go big, but the spray is not perfect. Shots whipped and Team Seoul, they escape.
They certainly do. At least the fans will get a sigh of relief for them, but not for long, because now, out of the frying pan, they come into the fire. GENxFM, but there is a fight back. Trades happening left and right. Johnny, what on earth is exactly happening?
They are just ramming each other at full force with those vehicles, and these trades are in the favor of no one but a team that decides to third-party this fight. Of course, GENxFM, I believe, are down to their last two players. Insane, just Goblin surviving, is trying his level best to bring Akshat back, and the revive is going to be successful, but before anything can happen, a nade or Molotov is going to be lobbed. Goblin drops down. Akshat is going to be the last man in this fight, and Vishu, what? Who was that? I believe it was Crypto with a beautiful nade, forcing Team Seoul back into the lobby. We were hoping to see GENxFM be a part of the action, and they were, but unfortunately they won't be able to survive for long, because guess what? Entity Gaming, they are here.
No, it was just Somraj actually, Johnny. He decides to fall back, but I don't think problems are over, because for GENxFM there is another team that is taking a fight against them. Has to be HYDRA, if I'm not mistaken. In the backlines, you do have players from Team Insane as well, but HYDRA Starboy has been knocked out already. GENxFM, they've also got their casualties to deal with. You've got Insidious, who is already down and out. You've got one more player who is still struggling. But it seems like this is the GENxFM we were talking about, how beautifully they countered the pressure coming in from Team Seoul.
This is the team we wanted to see, and this is the team we are witnessing right now. HYDRA, though, small little hitch in their journey. One player knocked out. Easy revive for Spray God to complete. Team Together Esports trying to breeze the circle from that eastern edge. Not going to be easy for them to actually make it through.
Something which very interesting happened right now. GLITCHxREBORN, they spotted Blind Esports on top of the potato hill.
Yeah.
And they had to split up in two different directions to kind of take their attention and take them by a surprise. And it seems like they did very well.
That is true.
Close escape, huh?
Very close. Too close for comfort, to be honest, but let's see. Team together. I want to see if they actually make it through inside the circle, because they have Revenant Esports up ahead. They have Numen in the back lines. HYDRA right on the edge of the circle, but no, team together. They find those tunnels for themselves, can be used for some decent cover to move a little bit of ground, gain at least some distance towards their journey. In the meanwhile, Blind, a beautiful high ground advantage, but it does come to an end as the zone will force them to drop down from that potato hill.
Exactly, but I think Blind Esports, they still have a lot more comfort than they used to, because for sure they will have to give up that high ground advantage. They will be forced inside the circle, but look at their nearby surroundings. If Entity do decide to stick to their positions, I think Blind Esports have an entire ball of ground to just control right now. But Manya, he always goes up front. He always gets that information ahead. A 1-3 split while 3 players are still waiting. Manya all by himself, just getting so much information. But look at this collision. Gladiators and Team Together Esports.
Oh, Team Together, it feels like all going to be taken out together as the players from the side of Gladiators just pile upon their heads. And Gladiators, they do not care if it's one team or two. They will fight all of them together.
Oh.
Look at that, Numen trying to third party. Gladiators, they are losing bodies, but they are picking up the opposition as well. Whiskey needs to be careful. Justin drops down. Shogun in the back lines is going to be forced to go for a revive, but Delta has a brilliant position. Look at that! Another team joins the fray. It is going to be AUTOBOTZ arriving from the middle of nowhere.
This is not good news for Gladiators, because AUTOBOTZ very quickly just deal with the Numen Gaming, and now they're proceeding against Gladiators as well. Delta PG overshooting a little bit to get that knock onto CV, but he was successful. And now with Rico just completely pinned down behind that ULAS, I think this is prime position for Gladiators to escape from this fight, isn't it?
Delta, he doesn't know that Rico is still there, actually, with how he was putting on that first aid. And to be honest, AUTOBOTZ made a very hilarious mistake in calculation. I mean, you see a team standing in the middle of nowhere, their players are knocked out, someone has shot at them. Be careful as to how you prioritize your targets. And AUTOBOTZ, I mean, they just lose one of their players for no reason. Rico, I wonder if he'll be able to make it through. And even Skrills is going to be picked off. There goes Rico, and along with him, the entirety of AUTOBOTZ.
For sure. I mean, AUTOBOTZ. Oh my god, look at the entry. It's Gladiators versus Insane right now. The top dog's Insane. Enormous man advantage just on Delta PG, but no way Starboy gets a knock on top of Insane, and now Team Insane, they certainly are struggling, don't they?
There is no room to breathe in this game. One fight after the other. Look at that, Insane, they are done with the Gladiators, but HYDRA is not done with them. They want to call them back. They want to have a party of their own, but in the meanwhile, GENxFM, they are there to distract the players of HYDRA from across the hill, and I think Insane is definitely going to be glad about that. But look at SGS, they wanted a fight. But is Blind the team they were looking forward to? I don't think so, because the vehicle slams are just phenomenal. Manya knows exactly where Godbot is, and is going to try and hunt him down.
My.
Another slam coming in from Knuckles. Sparky Eye in the backline. He is scared. He is afraid. He is trying to run for his life. But Blind, they also realize that they are middle of nowhere. They are out in the open, completely exposed.
Exactly right. They do not really have any lot of covers to work with, but Espal barely manages to escape. Sparky still in that position, is going to throw in that Molotov, but from behind, Team Insane might actually be a massive risk for him. Are they cooking up that nade? For Sparky, it's all about getting that one finish before he dies, but it seems like Espar is going to hold on to his dear life and plunge onto Sparky, and he seeks revenge. The nade comes in. What a beautiful move from him.
Well, it was a beautiful move, but now S-Power might have to face his beautiful demise. As Blind, we talked about them, the third party was there, the opportunity was there, but he falls back quite safely as well. Draws the attention of Entity towards the rest of his team. And Entity, they have a brilliant position in the circle to work with, to be honest. It's just the low ground that I'm worried about. Blind can potentially go for a flank, gain an advantage, gain an angle, take Somraj down, and if he falls, we know the rest of his team behind him are going to fall as well. A beautiful spray. S-Power is going to be pinned down for the next few seconds.
The only thing that they have to do is to try and split up as much as they possibly can, get much angle coverage currently they're all pinned in that same little spot, and it seems like Entity will finally be pushed back on the back of that utility. Knuckle trying to spray down Somraj, unsuccessful in that attempt by Blind Esports. Slowly and steadily, they're still retaining their numbers and trying to push up forward. It seems like Entity Esports, they had a little bit of control in the center of the circle, but now that control has been shifted to GENxFM.
Every time I feel that Blind will be at a disadvantage, this might be the point that the team breaks. They prove me wrong, and they are still in this fight. Somraj exposed Ronnie, completely focused all his attention towards that one man. But as you were talking about GENxFM, they still have the control of the circle, placing themselves on that southern edge, but it's not going to be easy for them to survive. In the meanwhile, Ronnie's going to be shut down, S-Power knocked out, and it's down to Knuckle and Manya. And even Manya gets picked off by the players of Insane. Is this the end of Blind in this matchup? I think so.
This possibly can be 3 eliminations on Blind so far, and they're still in that 8th spot already, just way off track when it actually comes to the circle. And Team Entity, they've been a massive force so far. They control the circle, they're dictating the northern portions of it, but right from behind it's Team Xbox, and look at this 1v1 that is happening. Pukar versus Vishu, Johnny.
Oh, it's going to be intense. Pukar from the right is going to try and down the shot. Vishu from the back lines, need to be careful. And while this looks like a 1v1, there's more players involved from either side. Look at that, Vishu is going to be finished off. GENxFM, they have 2 more in the back lines, but they are put under a lot of pressure by the players of HYDRA.
That is a bane from controlling the center of the circle, right? So many teams coming in from multiple directions, and especially when a circle is completely out in the open, you do not want to be right in the smack center of it. On the other side, you've got another team making an entry, 8-bit CS. They've been sort of silent, they've got 0 elimination so far, but currently moving towards Team PSYCHE, possibly take control of that western edge, the eastern edge, pardon me for that, but meanwhile, Spray God gets taken down.
Well, Spray God, he's going to be picked off, but on the other side, 8-bit CS finally have found their match in the form of PSYCHE, and PSYCHE, at least in this last game, are doing a phenomenal job. They have the eliminations, 5 eliminations, they have 2 players still surviving, so a win is still on the board, but there's going to be 2 Titans standing in their way. One is going to be Entity, who have been left bleeding by their contenders, the only team that can beat Entity in this match. HYDRA is charging upon them, 4 players from either side. Gamla was knocked out, but he's going to be brought back. The revive is going to be an easy one, unless Starboy and his nade connects, but before he can see the result, he's going to be dropped out of the picture. A brilliant nade coming in from Somraj.
I mean, is this the beginning of the end? I have no clue, to be honest. Entity, they've had a massive run so far, but HYDRA, the Dragons are certainly slaying the Kings in this one. High ground advantage on these lads. They certainly can fall back and go for the revive. A battle for the northern frontier of the circle, but Entity, can they also handle the pressure from TX? That is my question, because TX has constantly been nudging them with those bullets here and there. As soon as their backs are exposed, I'm pretty sure Team Xbox will not think twice before engaging as we approach the end game, ladies and gentlemen. And the circle once again moves up north. It's right in the smack center between HYDRA and Team Entity, and it's going to be so much fun.
Well,
it will be a lot of fun so far, ladies and gentlemen. But as of now, Team Entity slowly and steadily just resurrecting back into this fight. Look at that massive spread from HYDRA Esports. They can hold back GENxFM, they can hold back Team PSYCHE. Meanwhile, Team Entity might get clipped down by both Team Xbox and HYDRA together.
They have to be careful. They have to clear one side before anything else happens. But is it going to be as easy as Xbox? They go for a push. Pukar kicks things off. But Gamla Boy did find a trade as well. Sarang was dropped out of the picture. Pukar needs to be extremely careful. He's the frontliner for his team, but Spraygod charging forward is going to look to secure a few knocks. Troy is going to be dropped, but one nade from Gamla Boy takes down 2. Spraygod and Pukar picked off their journey in this game, coming to an end, and all of a sudden, Xbox, they are down to their last surviving player.
Absolutely, Team Entity, they've been phenomenal so far, and Gamla Boy and Somraj will be looking to hold them back, but HYDRA Esports and their spread, it's so massive, it's so brilliant. And seems like the nades will not be able to push them back. Look at the Molotovs flying in, Johnny. This is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, this is just phenomenal. Gamla boy, he's trying his level best. 7 eliminations on the board for Entity, but GENxFM, we were so hopeful for this team. 9 eliminations from this game. They've made it into the top 4 already, and this could be the match that at least gets them somewhere close to that 10th position that we were talking about.
Possibly. There's a very high possibility, ladies and gentlemen, but from the backlines, it seems like another team that has done a phenomenal job so far. We were longing to see their comeback. GENxFM can possibly get this chicken dinner if they actually lie low. Let these two big dogs fight it out between them as the battle is still yet to begin. Initial contact has not been found. We do get to see this beautiful bird's eye view that shows every single player and their positioning. But I like HYDRA and how they have split themselves up 1-2-1 to try and dictate the pace of multiple teams that are present in this circle, Johnny.
Top 3 teams remaining. HYDRA, they've still managed to survive with all 4. Entity as well, all 4 players still remaining. GENxFM down to the last 2. It's a king of the hill fight, or at least king of the slope, in which Entity, they have the prime position all for themselves. And HYDRA, that nade just goes boom, and Gamla along with it.
Somraj, he certainly was on fire. Another nade follows up. He's been cleaned up. HYDRA Esports running road rollers over Entity in this situation. Somraj has been pushed right to the boundary of the circle, but I'm not even sure if that is going to be enough. Nade flies across towards GENxFM as well from Troy. It's not going to be useful. Explodes a little early in this one, but HYDRA Esports certainly have been left unhurt, and I think GENxFM, they do not want that. They also want casualties coming in from HYDRA, don't they?
Well, they definitely do want those, but HYDRA, as of now, the prime contenders for the win. It's going to be very difficult to stop them. The only catalyst that can make it happen are going to be the players surviving from the side of GENxFM. Oh no, Duara. I sense evil brewing up in his head. He can line up the spray, takes down one, but sparked from the flank. Instant neutralization, but still a 2v3 laid up for the players of Entity. In the meanwhile, Salty, do not forget, GENxFM, they kept their heads down all of this time and can still win this game. I see the players trying to stand up in the backlines, but Entity, they need to pick off at least one or more player from the side of HYDRA. The Molotov is going to fall a bit short, but still, Crypto from the side of GENxFM goes down. This could be the end. Mox gets picked off. HYDRA, just one player left between them and the win. They were desperate for.
They certainly were desperate for it, and it seems like they will try and get themselves that victory as soon as possible.
Finish him, Spragon!
Troy, he's just being played around. Spragon, just letting him by a whisker of that HP, and Sparsh is going to clean him up from the back lines. He was toying with his opposition, and HYDRA Esports, what a win do they have for themselves. It was fabulous. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, a moment's hesitation from GENxFM should not really have given their position away as the Dragons, they make a comeback into this tournament. It's been an amazing game for them so far, and they never let that control slip out of their hands.
Exactly. To be honest, we can't even blame Mox and his teammate for that, because they were being forced up by the blue zone itself. And again, I mean, HYDRA, an incredible game, and so Entity. Now we can say that Entity is very consistent.
They certainly are, but again, right, just to bring to light the point of GENxFM, right, I personally felt Team Entity, they were blindsided by Team HYDRA Esports, pardon me for that, they were blindsided by Entity. They were slowly creeping towards them. All their players had their sights towards Team Entity because they knew Entity was their biggest target. And if GENxFM had sneaked right behind them, possibly could have been a different opinion, could have been a different outcome, but hey, I mean, they did pretty well, isn't it?
I mean, look, speaking about HYDRA with how they played, they clearly just had the man advantage in the final moment. And with how they spread themselves out in the final situation was quite brilliant too.
That is true.
All the 4 players were not right next to each other. Instead, they were spread out in their own blocks. And they did a fantastic job in also getting their eyes laid on top of the enemies.
That is true. And again, I mean, this was a game of comebacks, because it wasn't just GENxFM or HYDRA who did well for themselves. Even PSYCHE managing to break into the top 4 was quite incredible, to be honest.
They certainly are, right? PSYCHE has been getting these performances here and there, which still keeps them afloat. But that hunt for the big chicken still remains, I think, because without that, it will be very difficult for Team PSYCHE to keep themselves alive in this tournament. Because
that is true.
have a look at this, right? Now the tournament is flying open. There are multiple teams with big games like these. They're going to be shooting themselves up in top. And there's a massive barrier which has been created. If Team PSYCHE do not really overcome and close up that barrier very soon, they will be kind of struggling a little bit.
I mean, look, speaking about the barriers and all that stuff, as I mentioned, at least we're seeing some sort of improvements from the team that are all there at the bottom at the board, right?
Yeah,
I'm speaking about GENxFM too over here. And we also saw Revenant Esports making that climb in the previous game. So we're seeing some sort of moments, we're seeing some sort of improvements. That means on day 2, they will be bouncing back.
I mean, at least they have set themselves up for day 2. I mean, had they not bounced back at all, had the fall off just been there, and the teams would have stuck on that 16th position, we wouldn't have had any hope for tomorrow or the day after. But because of the performance that Revenant delivered in the previous game, and even in this game, they were quite aggressive because of how HYDRA has been able to bring themselves back, and GENxFM as well. I think there is a new ray of hope that has just been lit up for these teams for tomorrow, as you said. But let's have a look at the highlights of the game, relive the action, ladies and gentlemen. And this one is definitely going to be an intense game because it was just chaos in this last match of the day.
Exactly right, and we did expect that, to be honest. Not from GLITCHxREBORN, to be honest. They have been very calm and collected when it actually comes to their rotations. But this one fight when they lost Roman, I think that is exactly when losing your IGL kind of suffers. It puts you in a very big disadvantage. But this fight was so chaotic. I mean, what went wrong with GENxFM and Team Soul just coming in, charging in with their vehicles?
They wanted to recruit him. that was recruitment process. Just come with us, boy.
I mean, in general, speaking about teams that are struggling too, right? Team Soul, even they are struggling. The big dogs are definitely having so much problems, and they need to sort of bounce back as quick as possible.
Well, the bounce back, or at least the lack of bounce back that we witnessed, I have to say, was well, it just has to be AUTOBOTZ. I mean, throughout the entire day, that's the only team I can think that did try, at least even in this game, mid-rotations, got picked off, middle of absolutely nowhere, and even throughout the day, the struggles were quite prominent. But again, I mean, in this match, I think it was all about just teams struggling for cover, because we did talk about the terrain where the game came to an end as well, between shelter, school, and the farm area. It is literally the middle of nowhere. You have these awkward little ridges to work with, but no concrete cover available for anyone.
I mean, speak about the concrete cover. In general, in the final few moments too, it's really tough to find that concrete cover. And in general, if you're able to get yourself inside that concrete cover, then you just got to consider yourself really lucky, because every single person is actually trying to lay their hands on top of that.
Exactly, and I think because of the lack of concrete cover, Blind Esports as well, they struggled so much on that northern frontier, just constantly being peppered down by bullets. Team Entity was there right at the center. Even they suffered that lack of concrete cover, the lack of any sort of utility as well, because they sort of had to dedicate majority of their resources to try and push back the likes of HYDRA, the likes of Blind Esports, and in the end, they did not really have a lot to work with in this final fight against HYDRA Esports, where they got completely bamboozled.
Well, they were bamboozled, but in the end, GENxFM, they tried their level best to bamboozle the players of Entity and HYDRA. Unfortunately, had they kept their heads down, things could have gone better, because HYDRA and Entity, it looked like they were very eager to fight each other.
They certainly were. And why not, right? HYDRA Esports, they knew that GENxFM, they're going to be lying in the back lines. Possibly they had an idea that only 2 players were surviving, because Entity was always visible. They had proper information on where exactly the players are. You saw how the nade landed on Gamla Boy. You saw how the Molotov landed on Somraj. Precise movements every single time. They knew every single player and their pinpoint accuracy. And it seems like they let the players of GENxFM lay in the back lines. Dora OP, meanwhile, was still marking the backline. So I like this split, the 1-2-1 split that we got to see from HYDRA. It was very technical. It was the perfect way to kind of come to an end of day 1.
Exactly, and I'm happy that HYDRA was at least able to win or walk away with 1 win for the day, because today was just not good for HYDRA at all. It seems like, I mean, we've all heard the story of HYDRA's, right? You cut off 1 head, 2 more take its place. Well, they just lost all their heads, at least in the first 5 games. This was the one where they recovered, and I think this was needed. But again, was this enough to cover up the difference from the 10th to the 9th position to jump that bracket, to take that leap?
I mean, listen, it's 15 points. How many eliminations did they get?
They get 10 points, 25 points in total. Yeah.
25 points.
No, that's not enough at all. They're
yeah.
still going to be on the latter half of the board, I think so. And if they are quite close to the first half of the board, then as I mentioned, day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. But once again, there's going to be so many teams that will try to breach inside the first half of the board.
One thing which I think Team Hydra will establish themselves after this game is the fact that the massive difference that we spotted between Team Soul and Revenant at that point, they will be able to break past that. They will be right behind majority of the teams, possibly in that 10th spot, but it's still fine. I think they're going to have a good night's sleep after this.
They become the missing link, basically. They will be the ones splitting the difference between Soul and Revenant, and of course, that is what Hydra was hoping for, at least, at the end of the day. But again, I mean, XPAC, we did not talk about XPAC as well, because I want to bring them in the conversation, because even in this game, they do finish on that 5th position, which I believe does get them 6 points. And one finish, I believe they had one finish, 7 points. Not a shabby game considering they have been consistent throughout the day as well.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is the way to go, but then you speak about some of the teams that started things off on a great note, and then now things are ending off quite bad. I mean, there's quite a lot of these names, even Insane. Yeah, they are showcasing some signs of that they're actually alive inside the competition, but still, things have slipped out from their hands.
BMPS, I think, will be one of those teams. I personally feel
maybe
like
Gladiators too, you can add on.
Gladiators, yes, I believe the over-aggression has been one of the reasons for the downfall, but along with them, I think even Glitch in this last game weren't really that great. Over-aggression fell apart, and because of that, Glitch, I don't think there's going to be a lot of points on the board. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the stats. We're going to start off with the MVP of the match, and it's going to be Sparshopi from HYDRA. 5 finishes, well, that's half of his entire team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, HYDRA Esports, they've been phenomenal in this one. And certainly Sparsh, this time around, was in the front lines, and he's been doing so much heavy lifting. 50% finish contribution just goes to show that this man was individually capable of pulling off madness. And now looking at the top 5 players, you've got Orva, you've got Crypto, Starboy, and Gamla Boy as well. All across the board, just 4 finishes, Necro.
And you guys were speaking about Team Psych too, right?
Yeah.
In the previous game, it was quite decent for them. So I guess Team Psych, once again, as long as you're showcasing some glimmer of hope, as long as you're showcasing that you're still in the competition, I would say that that's all that really is needed. But as we do move on forward towards the point standings, of course, Hydra is going to be the one to lead the pack with that one. But then Entity follows it up instantly with 22 points. GENxFM 19. This can be a redemption arc for GENxFM.
Well, this can definitely be a redemption arc, and I think they are hoping again to be around that 11th or 12th position marker. If they can make that push, I think tomorrow they can bring themselves back into the action. But of course, we have Psych, Insane, XPAC, 8-Bit CS, and Blind following things up. And of course, as we move to the next page, this is where heartbreak begins. Because you have Gladiators finishing the match with just 3 points. You have GLITCHREBORN finishing the match with just 1 point. And again, we saw Blind on that first page. Did not have a lot of points, but I believe Blind will still be there in contention. But guess what? I think Entity might have taken the first position away from Blind. Are you guys ready to confirm if I'm correct?
I think we are.
Well, you know what? Let's find out.
Let's find it out. We're going to have the overall rankings on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of day 1 of the grand finals. And here we go. And yes, it is Entity, a majestic Entity that just appeared on the first position with 75 points secured in the 6 matches that they played. Blind, they've been pushed back to the second.
They certainly have been, and it seems like Entity just did that on the basis of consistency. And this is one of the reasons why I love these teams, Entity, Blind, Team XPAC. In this situation, look at this, right? No chicken dinners, but still so precise. 75, 66, and 64 points, Necro. This is fabulous.
Top 3 with no chicken dinners, and then on the 4th spot is going to be the players of Glitch, which they managed to secure that 1 single chicken dinner. But then Revenant Esports, once again, barely making it inside the top 8. Day 2 can be a great start for them.
Day 2 can be a great start for Revenant as well. I mean, they have made it to the 8th position. Gladiators will look to bring themselves back. Right now, the difference between the 1st and the 7th position, what is that? 24 points? Yeah. That is just 1 game, 1 win, and you can cover up the difference. But This is what HYDRA were hoping for. The missing link has arrived. And look at this. Now things look a little bit better until you reach GENxFM and PSYCHE.
Exactly. Even GENxFM, I think they were the missing link in this one. This performance sort of put them up at that 11th spot, but that 10-point vacuum is still present, and this 10 points might just come back to haunt them as well. Right now, HYDRA Esports, they certainly have made themselves in amongst the top 10 right now. They certainly have a very good chance tomorrow to actually make a comeback. But what about the teams at the bottom? We've got Soul, you've got Growing Strong, Team Together Esports and AUTOBOTZ. Everyone performing so brilliantly in the league stages, but in the grand finals, what exactly went wrong?
I mean, I'm just wondering what is happening to Numen. I mean, they have 26 finish points, just 18 position points. The aggression is there. It's just that need to focus a little bit on placement, need to survive in a few games at least.
I would say it's just the day one. Do not really judge him. I guess day two should be the day where Numen Gaming bounces back.
They got 3 placement points, I believe, every single game, if I'm correct.
Yeah. Well, I mean, still, as I mentioned, day one, I would say that's an okay performance. It's something that's not completely bad because you still have a chance to make that comeback. So I would say just judging them now wouldn't really be fair to them. I would say day two is probably where Numen Gaming should kick things off in the first 3 games.
And if that doesn't happen, then the hopes and dreams of lifting the trophy are definitely going to be quite dire. I mean, on the other side, Entity on that first position. We started the day with the conversation of Entity and then barely making it through to the grand finals. They has just shut up every single critic that was there out there. Us, everyone in the audience, Entity just went, shh, watch what happens.
This is what we've been talking about, right? Somraj is here with vengeance. And it's not just Somraj as well. He's got some amazing lads in the form of Kamla Boy, in the form of Troy, in the form of Sue. And all 4 players, if you technically look at it, they've been performing brilliantly today. Every single one of their players is doing the responsibility, right? Even Somraj, as a matter of fact, this man is probably in the best form of his life. I've never really seen him take aggression and aggressive fights like that, actually go on scouting missions so close to the opposition and come back. This is absolutely brilliant from Entity.
One thing is for sure, these tweaks are perfect for Entity. And I guess Somraj needed a team just like this. And now that he's actually got his hands on this team, once again, we might just see the Somraj that we saw a couple of years ago.
And we were hoping to witness again. And I mean, it is going to be quite exciting to see how the rest of the journey unfolds for these teams. Top 8 is going to get more and more intense tomorrow as well. But tomorrow, I mean, day number 2 usually in a 3-day grand finals is all about those comebacks, right?
Yeah, it certainly is, right? And it's not just about comebacks. I think it will be about a lot of storylines which get built, because I think there will be teams, specifically Blind Team Xpark and Team Entity, they will be looking to kind of retain that momentum, get themselves the first chicken dinner. And if they do so, I think the tournament, they will be in the top 5 secure. There will be very few chances of them dropping below that.
I mean, the chances, the probability is going to be extremely low, but let's see how things are going to turn around. But at least for day number 1, I mean, it was a very intense state of affairs in this last game. It felt like there was absolutely chaos. Teams desperate, and GENxFM, their desperation proving to being the strongest amongst them all. That leap of faith, that leap that they made in the overall rankings was very impressive. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be an exciting state of affairs tomorrow as well. For now, I believe at least something is being set up on that beautiful stage right behind us. We're going to see what happens. We're going to find out what is going on, because we are in the same shoes as you guys. Are you guys prepared? Are you guys ready?
Thank you so much, casters. Actually, काफी ज़्यादा बात है करने को, लेकिन मैं नहीं करूँगा. Actually, अभी हमारे जो टेबल टॉपर्स हैं आफ्टर डे 1, उनसे बात करते हैं. तो मैं अभी टीम एंटिटी को यहाँ पर बुलाना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि इस समय देखिए, भले ही पहला दिन हुआ है, भले ही 2 और दिन बचते हैं, लेकिन टीम एंटिटी ने अपनी छाप यहां पर छोड़ दी है आफ्टर डे 1. बड़े से बड़ी टीमों को यहां पर पिछाड़ते हुए दे आर द टेबल टॉपर्स आफ्टर डे 1. एक भी चिकन डिनर नहीं मिला है, इसके बावजूद दे आर द टेबल टॉपर्स. सो लॉट्स टू टॉक अबाउट, लॉट्स टू डिस्कस अबाउट. टीम एंटिटी, द टेबल टॉपर्स आफ्टर डे 1. तो पहले तो मेरा सवाल आपसे यही है कि एक भी चिकन डिनर नहीं है, लेकिन टेबल टॉपर्स हैं, काफ़ी टीमों को आपने पिछाड़ दिया है इस समय. तो ये डिनर टाइम भी हो गया, एक्चुअली डिनर टाइम 2 बार निकल भी चुका है. कितनी भूख लग रही है इस समय?
यार मैं कुछ सुबह से खा के नहीं आया था, सोचा था कि मैच में चिकन निकाल के कुछ खाऊंगा, पर अब सैडली मेरे को फास्टिंग रखनी होगी और कल का वेट करना होगा. कल तो हमारा पूरा ट्राई रहेगा एक चिकन निकालने का, एक नहीं जितना भी आ सके पॉसिबल है, और अपना बेस्ट देने का।
अभी 2 और दिन बचते हैं। मैंने बैक स्टेज जब तुम्हें कंग्रेचुलेशंस बोला तो तुमने ये बोला था कि ये किस बात का कंग्रेचुलेशंस, तो इससे ये पता चल जाता है कि तुम काफ़ी ज़्यादा इस समय एज अ टीम एंड इवन एज अ यूनिट तुम लोग काफ़ी ज़्यादा फोकस कर रहे हो फॉर द नेक्स्ट 2 days। तो अगले 2 दिन में क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी? पहले दिन में क्या काम करा तुम्हारे लिए और पहले दिन में क्या चीज़ है जो नहीं काम किया तुम्हारे लिए?
हमारी नई टीम है तो हम लोग ज़्यादा कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट तो नहीं कर रहे हैं क्योंकि सिनर्जी इश्यूज़ है। हम लोग अपने बेसिक्स पे स्टिक कर रहे हैं और जहाँ पॉसिबल है वहाँ हम लोग ट्राई कर रहे हैं।
ऐसी कोई चीज़ है जो एज अ टीम पहले दिन काम नहीं करी, जो तुम लोग ऐसे टीम प्रैक्टिस में स्ट्रैटेजाइज करते हो कि यार ये करना है वो करना है, कोई ऐसी चीज़ है जो काम नहीं करी?
ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं थी जो काम नहीं करी, जो उसने प्लान किया था उसने सब करा, बहुत सिंपल था वो।
मतलब एक्चुअली सब कुछ काम ही किया है इसलिए टेबल टॉपर्स हो। लेकिन अब अगले 2 दिन के लिए, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली आज रात को बाकी जो 15 टीम्स हैं वो भी स्ट्रैटेजीज बनाएंगी क्योंकि आपका गेम प्ले अब दिख चुका है किस तरह से आप लोगों ने बेसिक्स पे ज़्यादा फोकस किया, तो अगले 2 दिन के लिए क्या प्लान्स है?
कुछ नहीं, बेसिक्स पे स्टिक करेंगे बस।
क्लियरली पता चल रहा है ज़्यादा यहाँ पर 2 दिन के लिए स्ट्रैटेजीज नहीं रिवील करना चाहते, लेकिन ऑल द बेस्ट एंटिटी एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर बिकमिंग द टेबल टॉपर्स ऑन डे 1 ऑफ द प्रो सीरीज फाइनल। एंड इस समय देखिए एंटिटी तो यहाँ पर अपना छाप छोड़ चुकी है डे 1 के बाद, लेकिन 2 और दिन बचते हैं एंड दूसरे दिन के बाद जब तीसरा दिन होगा फाइनल्स, उस पर सब कुछ निर्भर करेगा कि ये चमचमाती ट्रॉफी किसके हाथ लगती है। आप इस स्ट्रीम को लाइक करते रहिए, हमें प्यार देते रहिए। वी लव द सपोर्ट यू हैव बीन गिविंग us, and that's it from day 1 of the amazing Pro Series Grand Finale. We will see you tomorrow.